the Second Universe Series, Part 7, The Book of Garyx, by A.J. King, copyright 2022. The story so far, Part 1, Jarius Cain. Jarius Cain was born, the reincarnation of Cretan, the father of all demons. Growing up, he learned arcane magic and even brought a demon into the world of Corvus, eventually forcing said demon into his ring of power. He sacrificed youth for fast magic. This aged him rapidly. He attempted to take over the world by use of vile necromancy, raising his home castle into the air as a necropolis and fortress, but was stopped by his sister Razy Cain, the wizard Darren Overby, his brother Nezron Cain, and Clemo, the last psychic teleporter. By sheer luck alone, Jarius survived and escaped the world, believed him dead. He cheated death by capturing 5 psychics, intending it to be 6, but the last psychic teleporter escaped 200 years into the future. Jarius performed the ritual of agony by torturing these 5 captured psychics, one of which was his very own brother, Nezron Cain. Thus, he became a lich and waited 200 years to create the perfect psychic. During this time, he studied the brains of the 5 sacrificed psychics as well as prepare, plot, and manipulate the world from his hidden cavernous lair. Part 2, the Metamind, was created by the lich, able to utilize his psionic brain containing 5 different types of psychics. He became an instant legend, where any seer would already know of him and his grand quest to either destroy heaven or hell. While as a child, a portal opened up in his village and swarms of demons sought to preemptively destroy the potential threat, thus ensuring Jason would set off on the path to destroy hell itself. Clemo, the teleporter from 200 years ago, died at the beginning in order to save Jason the Metamind from another attempt from hell to take his life. Seth the Warlock, bound by a powerful demon, failed at his mission to kill Jason thanks to Clemo. Having lost the Metamind, the Warlock turned to the Lich for aid. Meanwhile, the terrible mutant named Clothrall began to rise in power. Jason traveled to Mount Skyborn to train and learn the ways of traversing space. Along the way, he was saved by an elven archer that was actually the Lich in disguise. Together, they made it to Skyborn, where Jason met his future self and trained inside of a demiplane that was frozen in time. He exited 12 and a half years later and met his younger self to train him for 12 and a half years, thus mastering not only his psychic powers, but also overcoming countless trials he set up. Having completed his 25-year training in a blink of an eye, Jason returned to the Psionic Guild in Babylon, only to discover that Clothrall had taken over the mind of the Warlock, along with a massive army. They lay siege to Babylon, the same city Jarius was defeated at over 200 years ago. Jason won and took over the mind of the Warlock who stole the soul of Clemo at the beginning of this tale. Jason took his soul and acquired magical help from clerics to bring Clemo back to life. Jason forced the Warlock to open a portal to the Abyss. Jason, Clemo, Seth, and the Lich, still disguised as an elf, entered the Abyss, where their journey truly began. Part 3, Grotst, the first demon lord, proved challenging with his world-sized realm in the Abyss. The 4 first passed through the spectral layers of the Abyss. Next was the fiery layers, where they obtained the immunity of fire by forcing the Warlock to weave demon skin that could be worn. Jason declined out of pride and the fact that he could just manifest fire immunity with his psychic powers. Clemo had no such objections and happily wore the skin. Moving through the abyss, Jason and Clemo would psychically locate the entrance portals to the next abysmal layer and simply teleport there until they encountered a desert layer that spanned a great distance where teleporting could not work. This trek took 10 years. During the walk, the warlock developed sub-thoughts in order to avoid mental probings and thus form a plan to kill Clemo. Clemo was slowly poisoned over several days. The Lich convinced the warlock to stop because Clemo was the only way Seth could possibly escape this suicidal mission. Seth ceased and Clemo recovered and gained poison immunity from the endeavor. When they exited the long desert, they were attacked by Hell's third attempt at stopping Jason. A crystalline golem immune to psionics proceeded to attack them the moment they exited. They beat the thing, but the Lich revealed himself to Clemo and even used a few tricky spells to confuse him into thinking that the warlock was Jason. Clemo grabbed the warlock and teleported back to their home world, Corvus. The Lich and Jason took on Everchange, the massive cube world Grotz ruled over. The succubus daughter of Grotz seduced and mind-controlled the Metamind, who then obliterated the Lich. A few days later, the Lich came back to life, but back in his cavernous lair. He mind-controlled Clemo, and then, through heavy convincing, even recruited Darren Overby, the wizard. Darren, being no fool, brought along Mark Johnson, the paladin. Grotz fought Jason in an arena just to see who would win. Grotz won, but still didn't kill the Metamind. Instead, he used him to challenge the army of Ammon, the next demon lord. They defeated his top general, but at the last moment, Clemo teleported Jason away, and Darren used his magic to undo the sexual domination placed upon him. Meanwhile, angels watched from heaven, and thanks to Mark Johnson being there, were able to intervene for the first time. With an army of angels, they laid siege to Everchange. Jason, however, teleported directly to Grotz for a one-on-one fight. Jason used his Metamind powers to copy the speed of this demon lord. Grotz used his mighty sword, which had killed gods in the previous universe, Cretan's own weapon. Just as Jason began to lose the fight, the Lich, disguised as Clemo, took hold of the sword, reclaiming his old weapon, turning the indestructible blade into his new phylactery. The Lich killed Grotz, but gave the credit to Jason. Most angels departed. Clemo took Overby back to his city, leaving one angel, Mark Johnson, and the Lich disguised as an elf to continue through the abyss. Part 4, Ammon. Ammon, the air demon lord and strongest demon, had 10 demon guard, each with their own unique powers and curses, posed the new threat. The first demon guard attacked. When they defeated him, this caused an explosion and separated everyone. The Lich used this distraction to teleport Mark away. The angel destroyed the Lich, but that was only a temporary death. With no man of faith present, the angel was forced to leave. Jason was alone in this air abyss. Ammon used his powers to cease all forms of teleporting in this layer of the abyss to ensure no one could come to Jason's aid. Another demon guard tried to reach Jason, but the demon lord Pazuzu intervened and rescued the Metamind in hopes of using him. Jason agreed to allow Pazuzu to help him, and together they attacked Ammon. A shape-shifting demon guard possessed the body of a priest dwarf for his own amusement, but that only proved his own downfall, because when Jason freed the dwarf, his prayers could then be heard by the gods, and their armies descended upon Ammon, thus granting Jason the advantage. Zane, the angel, took pity on the tortured dwarf and took him straight to heaven, which once again left Jason without divine help. Chortar, the final demon guard, turned against Ammon at the most opportune time. Jason, Chortar, and Ammon entered a fight with no one taking the side of another. Jason copied Chortar's negative energy powers. The Lich, throughout all of this, had captured the warlock and soulbound him to the paladin. Then he moved the two bound ones to a remote island in a distant world called Titanus, which was so massive that it had 3 stars revolving around it. The two bound ones escaped that island only to face their own set of dilemmas. Clemo, throughout all of this, wanted to help Jason, but realized he was under-equipped to take on demons and help Jason, so Clemo began his own quest for powerful items that could assist him. He accidentally traveled to a parallel timelines and eventually made a friend that joined him in multiversal journeys. At the end, the Lich showed up, but remained hidden. Jason killed Chortar while the Lich killed Ammon. Ammon's death throes made him into a black hole, but not before the Lich reclaimed his lost strength that Ammon stole from his previous life. The power was put into a ring, and the Lich sucked into the black hole, crushed. With Ammon dead, the anti-teleportation ceased. The sword teleported away, and so did Jason. Part 5, Orcus and Demogorgon, posed the newest threat. Orcus was banished to the material plane by traitor demons. He crashed into Titanus, the same world Seth and Mark occupied. Clemo discovered a city consisting solely of alternate versions of himself. They learned of Jason's quest to destroy Hell and also of Orcus from an angel. They agreed to help Clemo. Jason attacked Demogorgon, but when a new, even more powerful psychic showed up, wanting to help Jason, but didn't realize Pazuzu was on Jason's side. Alvaro Alisto killed Pazuzu, and Jason fought him. Through the combat, Jason placed a stasis field over Alvaro, not before the death throes of Pazuzu, however, which caused everyone's morals and mindset to reverse. Good became evil, law became chaos, and vice versa. The chaotic evil demons that were enslaved by Pazuzu became lawful good demons dedicated to Jason. Jason turned from law to chaos and decided to abandon his quest to stop Hell. Clemo gained a psychic weapon named Fission. Clemo also discovered massive wealth and the remaining magical items he quested for. Clemo saved Alvaro by teleporting him out of the stasis field, recruited him, convinced Darren Overby to help against Orcus, and eventually convinced Jason to help as well. Mark and Seth, being bound to one another, could not escape each other or fight, for if one died, they both died. They came across a witch that informed them of a powerful place called the Nether that could defeat Orcus. The witch also helped bind Mark to Seth's will with magical chains. Orcus turned all nearby dead into undead at his command. The demon lord of undeath started to take over Titanus, and seemingly nothing could stop him. The Lich arrived at Titanus to discover Mark and Seth were not on the island he left them. The Lich stumbled across Orcus and was immediately controlled by the demon lord, who recognized his identity as the former Cretan. Orcus used his new thrall to conquer all the faster. Orcus created a general Zenkarla. The world of Titanus swarmed with undead, forcing all of the remaining inhabitants to retreat to the southernmost city of Mor, where they prepared for a last stand against the undead. The army of Clemos, wizards of Overby, Jason, and Alvaro came to the aid of Mor. Overby was in charge. Angels even showed up to defend. Attacks happened, and Clemo was mentally informed about the warlock, the same warlock that killed and tortured his soul. Clemo teleported the warlock in the middle of the war, meeting to seek revenge. Seth and Mark found the Nether, but it was controlled by a child. They snuck in to kill the child, Mark, with his paladin abilities, looked at the child and saw pure evil, corruption, and an unsavable soul. Mark agreed to stop this child, and as they attacked, Mark managed to kill the child, thus becoming the new leader of the Nether. Seth, dismayed by this, wanted to kill Mark. Mark, in turn, freed the Nether, thus rendering it inert and forever powerless. Enraged, Seth tried to attack, but Clemo appeared and killed the warlock. Mark, in turn, died, but was grateful. Clemo returned to the others to prepare to fight Orcus. Jarius was confronted by Mark, who became an angelic archon. Mark used his newly acquired divine powers to bring Jarius back to life, thus ending his lich state, making him mortal solely to kill him. Jason intervened, took over the mind of Jarius, and refused to allow Mark to kill the former lich. The angels abandoned Jason and left Titanus to its feet. Jason gave the angels the sword of Grotst as a peace offering, and they accepted it, but still left. Jason placed in the brain of Jarius a mind seed, a psychic copy of his persona, to retain permanent control. Clemo, along with 4 other combat Clemos, defended the city. The undead arrived and constant combat began. An endless wave of undead stormed the city. The 5 combat Clemos, along with 5 wizards, attacked Orcus directly, while Jason, Alvaro, and Jarius attacked the Zincarla general. The wizards chanted rituals with the sole function of nullifying many of the powers of Orcus, so that the 5 Clemos stood a chance. Orcus began to lose the fight, so he possessed the strongest Clemo, nicknamed Strong. Then, using strong psychic powers, he traveled back in time to take out Darren Overby just 2 weeks prior. Overby, having remembered the fight, insisted that only Clemos go after him, refusing to allow Jason, Alvaro, or Jarius to follow. The past fight was successful, but at the cost of permanently losing strong Clemo. The death throes of Orcus melted all flesh within a 100-mile radius. This killed most Clemos, wizards, and remaining residents of Titanus. Jarius gained the power of the undead that Orcus stole from Cretan. Jason, Alvaro, and Jarius took on Demogorgon. Overby returned to his city. Demogorgon, however, turned out to be an elaborate, long set-up trap solely to weaken Jason and Alvaro. Dagon waited until they defeated Demogorgon, which left the 2 Titan psychics too weak to defend against Dagon's surprise attack. Dagon pulled the 2 into portals with his tentacles, leaving Jarius paralyzed and alone in this vast, empty abyss. Part 6. Dagon. Dagon rose into power by absorbing the 2 most powerful psychics in the multiverse. Jarius Kane woke up with the mind seed Jason placed in his head being his only companion. After some failed self-brain surgery, he gave up on removing the voice in his head. Out of desperation and lack of water, he drank unholy water, which allowed the demon goddess Loth to invade his mind and torment him during his dreams. Every night, Jarius would finally feel all of the suffering he has wrought upon others. Dagon has sealed the city of Clemo, trapping all of the Clemos into their own society and capturing everyone he could to absorb their psychic energy. Dagon wasn't the only threat for the 4 combat Clemos. Junior, Gray, Magic, and Twinkle found a parasite Clemo, nicknamed Red, that was doing the exact same thing as Dagon. With the help of Theresa, cleverly utilizing the very same attack portals Dagon summoned, she was able to astral project through to help them teleport out. Unfortunately, Red followed, but only one Red. Red, after absorbing Clemo, would then copy himself into the dead body of his alternate, thus there were thousands of him, but all trapped in the city of Clemo at Dagon's mercy. The mind seed of Jason altered the brain of Jarius to have psychic powers, but only the mind seed could control them. With the help of the endless undead at his command, including many Klemos and Carlas, Jarius found where his Godslayer sword was kept in Celestia. He attacked and retrieved his weapon. Jarius and Dagon confront one another, where Dagon reveals that he, like Jarius, is an aspect of Cretan. They became natural allies. The Klemos struggled to fight and escape Red, eventually defeating the one Red that followed them. The Mind Seed of Jason convinced Junior, and by proxy, eventually the other three Klemos, to join Jarius. Dagon subdued Red and forced him to help Jarius as well, but only allowed one at a time to exit the city of Klemo. Having had enough of the evil that is Jarius, Deity, the god of chaos, sent all of his forces and eventually showed up himself, descending from the dark star Ashta. Meanwhile, the astral projection of the Mind Seed set out to steal the divinity of Deity from worshippers and redirect it to Dagon. Dagon became a god. Dagon and Deity fought. Their fight was displayed by Jarius via viewing portals he set up. The Mind Seed entered the mental plane, was beating Deity, and found the real Jason and or Alvaro. The Mind Seed sacrificed itself to wake him up, and by that the divinity Dagon stole defaulted to Jason due to Jason being the conduit the prayers were going to. Alvaro and Jason were fused as one being. His skin was a swirl of dark and light hues. With ease, he crushed Dagon, then confronted Deity. Their battle took place in a multitude of planes. One plane allowed them to talk. Jason Alvaro won. Jarius passed out from pain due to Jason having siphoned it to him. Red became free and gave chase to the four Klemos. After Deity died, chaos no longer existed in the multiverse. Color ceased, leaving only shades of gray. All the stars lined up perfectly, as did trees, grass, and all other things on the material plane. Chapter 1. My brother was never the same after reading it, the young man with gray hair said. What? Do you mean the Book of Garyx? The companion was interrupted. Don't speak that blasphemous name in my presence, the gray-haired man protested too loud. The barkeep turned their direction. Hey now, one more outburst like that, and I'll throw you out. The companion turned to the barkeep, waving his hand. Sorry, it's been a rough week for my friend here. Turning his head back to the gray-haired man, he whispered, Keep it down. A lot has happened. Lots of people are reading it. The gray-haired man turned his head away, refusing to look his companion in the eyes. He huffed through his nose, showing his irritation. You know, the people who read it all describe it differently, and yet somehow the same. He took a swig of his drink. Ah, but how could that even be possible? The gray-haired man looked directly at his friend. I don't know. I don't care. Every copy needs to be burned to oblivion. Giving a puzzled expression, the man cocked his head in a confused glance, then shrugged. It's only ink and paper. You place far too much blame on something that cannot be responsible. I'm sorry your brother Ian's disappeared. I don't care. I know that book is to blame. How could you possibly know that? What you say makes no sense. The book is harmless. He tilted his chair back and relaxed. I mean, from what I've seen, it's only about a sailor finding an endless amount of treasure. What is the harm in... By Guardian, you're reading it, aren't you? The gray-haired man pushed his chair back, readying himself to get up. Yeah, so? Why does that... The gray-haired man stood up, storming out of the tavern. I will not have this conversation with a man so readily giving himself to temptation. He didn't look back as he exited the tavern. Looking into the sky, the stars shone bright this evening. The rounded clouds floated in a perfect formation in the sky, all moving the same direction across the perfectly organized night. Every star was lined up flawlessly in a grid across the heavens, showing precise harmony and arrangement. "What has happened to everything?" the man commented as he walked through the city streets. "The grass, trees, bushes, all the same. Everything is in order. None of this makes any sense." He observed 3 cats wandering the streets. Their fur was even and striped without detectable disorder. "Ever since that book gained popularity last week, everything has changed." He kicked a littered can across the street. Making his way back home, he raised his fist at the sight of cracked windows on a house having no imperfections. The cracks were straight without disarray. Crossing the bridge over the city river, the man took a mental note of an elderly couple sitting on a bench, fully immersed in a book they silently read together. "A bit late for... Wait, what are they reading?" He approached the couple and looked at their book. At the cover, words came into focus. The streetlight illuminated the words he feared to read. The Book of Garyx. With eyes widened from the fear and hatred of that book before him, the man looked at the couple, who in turn were already looking at him. He backed away instinctively without looking away. "This book is amazing," the old man said. "A real life changer," the elderly woman said. Feeling a hand on his shoulder from behind, the gray-haired man flinched with surprise, spinning around to see his friend from the tavern holding that evil tome at eye level. "My friend, I am telling you, you need to read this." He panicked and pushed his friend back. The gray-haired man sprinted. He looked back while running forward, and the man refused to take his eyes off of the 3. They stood still, not giving chase to the gray-haired man. Turning to look forward, the man abruptly stopped running as he almost slammed into one of the city's night watchmen. "Oh, thank Guardian I found you." The gray-haired man was short of breath and slightly disoriented from running and drinking. "Listen, something horrible is going on in our city of Varus, and the rest of the guard need to be..." The town guard had a peculiar dead expression in his eyes, which could not go unnoticed. He took a few steps back, then spun around. The 3 he ran away from were already here, standing as if they had not moved whatsoever. "How?" the gray-haired man outburst. The guard seized the man by the arms from behind. "You need to relax with a good book." His friend from the tavern held the book up, opening to the first page. The elderly couple held his eyes open. "Shh," the elderly woman smiled. "This is for your own good. This will calm you down. This will make you one of us." "Help! Somebody help! Anybody help!" He saw behind the cultists there stood a robed figure to which his eyes couldn't adjust to get a descriptive look at. "Please help me," the gray-haired man pleaded with the robed figure. "You're a clergy of deity." The cleric stepped forward, placing his hands on top of the man's head. "Deity has died. The will of Garyx is all that matters. Shh. Read, my child. Drink from the wisdom of the Fire Lord." "Ian? Ian, is that you? Why are you doing this?" Blinking his eyes, the man found himself all alone in a new place. "What? How? Where am I?" The open forest was dark, with nothing but distant illumination far beyond the treetops, allowing him to see. "How did I get here? Where did Ian go?" Walking carefully through the woods, the man darted his eyes from side to side, fearful of his sudden arrival to this unknown forest. His left hand pushed vines apart to pass between 2 trees. The view of an open valley just ahead did not fill him with hope, but a dread. That temple, what is it? He was drawn to it without explanation. The sky was different. The stars were once again scattered randomly like they once were. Grass and trees varied in length as well. Smells entered his olfactory senses, awakening not so distant memories of variation that he had not smelled in over a week. Working his way to that temple, he made out an icon he had never before seen, a statue of a scaly eye on fire. Pushing away a green branch, his eyes opened wide with surprise. They are green! They are green! Color has returned! Nuzzling the leaves against his face, he stared at the branch in wonder. Everything has become so boring and predictable, gray, black, and white. I'm so happy to finally see green again. Smiling, the man proceeded into the temple. Plucking a hair from his head to examine it, he continued smiling. Blonde again! Placing his hand on the large stone double doors, a vibrating sensation pulsed through his hand. The man did not notice the shadows moving behind him as the doors opened before him. Welcome, a voice from within the temple said. Rays of light shot out, revealing amber colors. The man shielded his eyes to get a better view of the small flame just on the other side of the door. Once his eyes adjusted, he saw a small fire in the center of the large stone room. The temple had a singular room. Shelves lined the walls containing various books, crystals, trinkets, bones, and many other decorations. 4 pillars were around the room, just 6 feet from each corner. There were no windows and only the double doors. Shadows continued to accumulate behind the man. He walked into the room, mesmerized by the flame in the center. His eyes reflected those lovely colors, further enticing him. Please come in, bade a voice that came from the fire itself. The man walked in with no effort. The shadows behind him pushed his body into the room, guiding him, allowing his steps to effortlessly glide in. Who are you? The man asked. A man-shaped figure stepped out of the fire towards the man. With the light behind the figure, the man couldn't see their face, though their eyes were shining with a flame all of their own. The figure approached the man, stopping just in front. The figure's face became visible. It was his own face looking at him with fiery eyes. Attempting to step back out of fear, the man discovered that he could not back away. The shadows held him in place. What are you? I am you. The figure grabbed the man by the shoulder with their right hand. I was nothing. I am now something. You were something, and now you are nothing. The shadows flooded the room, swirling in like water. They slammed the door shut behind them. The rivers ran with their colorless, clear waters flowing. The night sky shone brightly with perfectly organized stars, with no shades of color or variation within the sky. The robed man named Ian looked at the man who stared into the book intently without choice. Well, brother, are you made new? Ian asked. The 3 holding the man relaxed their grip, releasing him. The sudden release caused him to fall to his knees. He looked up at Ian. Garyx is the truth and the light. Fire burned in his eyes. Deep in his pupils, a small flame shone, a flame in the shape of a scaly eye. The following day, Garyx was not always a god, the priest shouted from his podium to the congregation. We have all read his great book, the Book of Garyx. He waved his hands enthusiastically. The people stared at him, talking with fire in their eyes, clinging to every word.
Garyx was a mighty dragon. His red scales and magnificent eyes, even as a mortal dragon, ruled the skies long before man crawled upon the land. The priest pointed above him to a large emblem hanging from the ceiling. The Eye of Garyx watches everyone and everything. The emblem was the flaming dragon eye. Behind the priest was a cage holding a bound and gagged couple, a naked man and woman. Garyx has blessed us, the priest continued, blessed us with the return of chaos into our lives, for without that our lives would have no meaning. We can see color once again. We can feel different again. Deity has abandoned us. Only Garyx can help us. We can embrace his gifts and serve him. What does our mighty God desire? A sacrifice, the crowd yelled. And what souls does the God of Light demand? Sinners, shouted some. Blasphemers, shouted others. The priest turned around, pointing at a caged, naked couple. Behold these pathetic souls who have dared to challenge Garyx. Huddled together, they stared back at the priest, full of fear. Fear not, infidels. We will not kill you until you have heard the full word of Garyx. The priest turned back to the podium to pick up the book with the flamed eye on the cover. Garyx hatched from his egg like any other dragon. Garyx was weaker than his brothers and sisters. The mighty Red was not so mighty in his humble beginnings. The congregation became silent as they listened to the sermon. Garyx struggled to grow, barely getting enough food to survive. He had to hide and scavenge for whatever scraps his bigger, not older brothers and sisters discarded. Turning a page in the book, the priest pointed again at the couple in the cage. It was not until the mighty Garyx grew that he discovered his legendary talents. Even among dragons, our Lord could do amazing things. It is true that the breath of a red dragon is that of flame. It is true that the wings of a dragon give flight, and it is true that dragons truly adapt to the ways of magic. Garyx, however, has far more talents and natural gifts that set him apart from other dragons. Tell us his gifts, a patron shouted. The priest turned back to the crowd, pointing at that patron. Yes, my son, you shall hear it all. Garyx has magnificent eyes that can swoon any enemy with but a glance. Our Lord is mighty. Yes, he is. Those eyes defeated the entire armada of a tyrant whose name has been stricken from the history books by the command of Garyx. Tell us more. Yes, my sister. The priest pointed at another in the crowd. The flame of Garyx is the mightiest of all. It has laid waste to the evil elves of the south who dared to challenge his will. They are no more, and the world of Corvus is a better place for it. The priest paced across the stage, flailing his hand, still holding the book. Garyx, Garyx, Garyx! He has traveled the cosmos. He has seen everything. Garyx has come to show the light to all who accept him. Through his will, Garyx can overcome any who step near him. His presence alone will obliterate all who stand in his way. Standing with excitement, the crowd became restless, applauding, shouting, and cheering. Garyx can do anything. Garyx offers salvation even to those who oppose him. The priest pointed at the couple again. Garyx has ascended to godhood. He has challenged and defeated many who oppose him. The priest held his hand up to silence the crowd. But I got ahead of myself. He calmed his voice down, speaking in a normal tone. His great journey has not been without difficulty. The priest shook his head as a tear swelled in his eye. The evil druid Qatar is the only known being to have ever injured the mighty Garyx. It was Qatar who mortally wounded our Lord and Savior. Garyx, weakened but not destroyed, took hold of a demon of all things. The priest turned back to the crowd. Garyx replaced his own heart with a good demon. Garyx became strong again, stronger than before. Garyx sought the evil Katar out and smote him for being the evil druid he was. It was with the death of Katar that Garyx then became the mighty god that he is today. Hail Garyx! Hail Garyx! The crowd cheered. Hail Garyx, the Fire Lord, destroyer of worlds and master of you, whose eyes are the blackest, and that will suck your soul right out of your body, whose flames burn the brightest. Hail Garyx! Thank Garyx for saving us from the dead god, who shall not be named ever again. Hail Garyx! May Garyx bless all those who go to him of their own free will. The priest pointed accusingly at the couple. And may Garyx burn blasphemers who dare to oppose him. All of the congregation stood up. Some pulled out knives or swords, while others prepared torches. Everyone moved to the cage. Prepare the sacrifice. May their pain and torment be eternal under Garyx. The frightful couple were dragged out of the cage, helpless and unable to resist the angry cultists. Strapped to wooden posts surrounded by wood and other flammable things, the priest removed the man's gag. By the mercy of Garyx, you are allowed final words. Repent, be cleansed by fire, and Garyx may accept you into his demon heart. Resist and burn forever. The man coughed. His dry mouth cracked as he looked down at the crowd. I have been known all of you my entire life. Ian, you used to be a priest of deity. Why are you doing this? Ian, the priest, replaced the gag. You have said your final words. You could have repented and spent eternity next to Garyx in splendid servitude. Instead, you choose petty questions you know the answers to. Ian shook his head, then turned to the woman. And you, my sister, I hope you have wiser final words. The gag was removed. She spit what little she could onto Ian's face. You have your God, and so do I. Jason will avenge us. Ian returned the gag into her mouth. So be it. Light the holy flames. Ian stepped back as the sacrifice lit up with fire, burning the two helpless victims. Babylon, a hooded man said to another hooded man. They stood in an alleyway looking out into a crowded market. I have never been fond of this city. Tell me what you know about it. Taking off his hood, the man revealed he had an eye patch, missing ear, and scar on his face. He pointed at a tower in the distance. Over there is one of the 4 towers. They are used to project an anti-magic field around the entire city. I have seen it firsthand. It is powerful enough to prevent my ability to traverse space. I have seen them work once. Tell me more about Babylon, Clemo. Well, Jason, the city, as you know, hates magic users. Clemo paused. Jason nodded his head. The people here are too stupid to tell the difference between magic users and psychics. They have witch hunters and paladins and many others at their employ to halt magic users. I have seen these magic users firsthand. I'm not impressed. Jason closed his eyes. Very few people in this city pray to me. I'm not surprised by that. This is the major human city. Humans tend to hold prejudices against anything different, or that which they do not understand. Clemo pointed to a castle in the distance. That castle is inside of this walled city, Jason, I am confused as to why I need to explain anything to you. You are asking because because as a powerful psychic, before I could scry anywhere. I could see anything and everything at a whim. Now, however, as a god, I am asking questions that should be easy for me to figure out on my own. Yeah, why? Well, my oldest friend, the god Guardian, is actively seeking me out. This is where his worshippers are most numerous. He is most powerful here. I know I should be concentrating on the demon goddess Loth, but Guardian is a far bigger threat right now. Because you killed his brother, Deity. Jason nodded. If I searched this city with psychic senses or divine abilities, Guardian would discover me immediately. In this place, he stands the greatest chance of defeating me. Why are you here, then? Several reasons. Guardian will instruct his worshippers that mine are evil and must be killed. We will rescue them directly. Secondly, Guardian will not expect me to be here, so I'm hiding in plain sight. Clemo squinted his singular eye, opening his mouth to speak, but could not find the words for a long moment. What if one of his worshippers spots you and prays to Guardian that you're here? Jason chuckled. Ah, Clemo, I love how your mind works. Please don't take that as an insult, but I have forgotten how mortals think. Clemo, I can look like anything. My auras are suppressed, and my form to them is unnoticed unless I will it. Clemo frowned. Sorry, Jason. What else do you want to know about Babylon? I mostly need to know if it has changed in these last few years, since I was here battling Clothrall. They have repaired their city long ago, but basically they're the same bigoted, foolish, thoughtless, arrogant assholes they have always been. Jason smiled. Excellent. Jason lowered the smile as he held his head with his right hand. The hood fell off, revealing his tattooed gray skin and hairless head. There is a problem. What is it? My divinity is in jeopardy. How so? My worshippers are either dying or converting. What should we do, Jason? Jason waved his hand, sparking psychic energy in his fingers. I have mentally touched all 137 devout followers here. Their number has never changed since I have achieved divinity. Clemo shrugged. Is that good or bad? Both and neither. It is good because it means I am not losing worshippers here. It is bad because I am not gaining them either. Part of the doctrine they have details that they must keep their faith in me secret. Doctrine? Clemo cocked his head. Jason looked away from Clemo to scan the city. Yes, I have a book. Most gods have a book. In that book, there are passages that instruct them to keep their faith hidden for their own safety. Clemo placed his arms akimbo. When did you find time to write a book? Jason laughed. Clemo, I'm a god. I have as much or as little time as I want. Jason looked directly at Clemo. However, I did not write this book. I assigned one of my believers to do it. I proofread it, though. How did he write it so fast? Clemo asked. I calculated how long it would take him to write it, and sent him back in time that long in order to finish it and distribute it worldwide by last week. Trust me, it is the least impressive thing I have done in the last few weeks as a god. Shouldn't you be gaining more followers, then? Yes, but that is not happening. Instead, I'm losing followers. My book was not distributed here, leaving me to wonder if something is wrong with it. We will check Varys next. If it was handed out, it was handed out most there. Clemo shrugged. So, do you want me to take us to Varys, or do you... Clemo and Jason disappeared before he could finish his words. elsewhere. He is coming for us. Yes, but he has never taken us. We have always won. That is why he wants us. With every victory we have, it only enrages him, further enticing his lust to absorb us. 3 individuals sat in the dark. The only thing visible was one pair of eyes that shone brightly with a multitude of colors. How many spells do you have left? The woman's voice came from the shining eyes. 12. But I use far more than arcane magic. A male's voice said. It looks like we have some time before he arrives. Tell us, brother, how that works. I always wondered. The same voice said, but it came from the third person. Well, the other male began. You see, I have learned techniques that allow me to piggyback on those spells, so long as I never cast them. I can cast weaker versions of them. I could get in depth with the details, but it would only bore you. I'll just take your word on that, the second male said. The other man chuckled. A flame appeared before him, illuminating the 3 sitting against each other, all back to back. 2 men and a woman sat on the ground of a small enclosed room with no doors or windows. The 2 men looked identical with the exception of the clothing and weapons they bore. The woman looked strikingly similar. They looked like Clemo because they were Clemo. Red will never get us, Twinkle and Magic, the woman said, turning the conversation back. The man wearing robes bearing no weapon responded. How did you reach that conclusion, Gray? Because we are the greatest Clemos. I'm the best teleporting swordsman there ever was, the armed man said. Yes, Twinkle, you are, Gray, the swordswoman began. Magic, you're the greatest teleporting mage in existence. The mage chuckled. Even if I could not teleport with the great Darren Over be dead, that makes me the greatest wizard in existence. What does that make me? Gray asked. Do you honestly need to ask? Twinkle said. Hey, I am 428 years old. Even at my age, I can experience a moment of insecurity. I just need someone to remind me, Gray said. You are the well-rounded one. You know a little of everything, a jack of all trades. Your skill with the blade is great. Your teleporting is great. You know the multiverse rather well, Magic said. You have those enchanted eyes, which have more than once saved our lives. Also, I don't think I could win a fair fight against you, Twinkle said. I guess, but I just feel inferior because I do not excel at anything like you two, and don't say his name. He died valiantly fighting that wretched demon lord. His death was a death he would have been proud to have. I know, it's just... The woman stopped mid-sentence, realizing something. He's coming! Next place, go! The 3 vanished from sight, leaving the room empty and dark. A moment later, red light erupted in the room as a man materialized, whose facial features looked identical to the other 2 men who just left, with the exception of his deep red skin tone and 4 extra arms that rested under the normal 2. Damn! Just missed him. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2. What is this place? A woman's voice echoed. Her echo faded, leaving only silence and darkness. Why can't I feel my legs? Why can't I feel anything? Because you are dead. A young man's voice responded through the sightless void. What is happening? Where am I? Tell me about yourself. How did you die? I was burned at the stake for heresy. I have faith in the new god Jason. That is why they killed me. The man's voice chuckled. That is why you are here. Welcome to Jason's heaven.
Where is Jason? Why can't I see?
Jason comes and goes as he pleases. However, he will never come here. You will need to go to him. You cannot see him because you are trying to rely on senses that do not exist here.
I don't understand. What does that mean?
You worship Jason, correct?
Yes, with all my heart and soul.
Then tell me about Jason so I can help you.
Jason the Metamind, slayer of demon lords, vanquisher of false gods, the manifester of manifestors.
Very good. But what does that mean to you?
He is my God, and I am his to command. I obey the will of Jason.
The male let out a sigh. Jason did not pander to mindless zealots. If that is all you are, then I have no desire to converse with you. Goodbye.
Wait,
the woman begged. What?
Please help me.
Look, we have eternity here. Give me a reason to help you. Show a glimmer of independent thought, and I will consider it.
I believe in Jason. They killed me for it. Is this my reward for faith?
Faith? Pfft. Faith gets you nowhere. I will say it one last time, and I'm truly surprised that I've given you this much time and only do it out of sheer boredom. Retort with wit, or you're on your own.
Garyx!
The male was silent.
Hey!
She screamed. What about Garyx?
The Fire Lord is at war with Jason.
Oh? This is not news. Jason will kill every demon lord and god that stands in his way.
His worshippers are killing Jason's. They killed me. My own brother, Ian, has been converted to the will of Garyx. He himself personally exposed me and killed me solely because I believe in Jason.
Now that is interesting. All right, mortal. You have my attention. In exchange for this entertaining information, I will explain to you this place. Consider it my gift.
Thank you?
You no longer exist in the material plane. He waited for her to indicate her understanding.
Yes?
Jason is a psychic god, correct?
Yes?
Good. So you now understand that here physical forms are non-existent. Instead, you must rely solely on thought. So as a devout follower of the Metamind, I want you to tell me about thought, psychic energy, and the like.
Where would I even begin to explain such a thing? Okay, I guess psychic energy is everything. If I'm dead, I'm pure psychic energy, am I not?
Yes, you are, as am I, though my physical form, unlike yours, is not dead.
Who are you? Are you Jason?
The man laughed. No, far from it, though I did create him. My name is Jarius Kane.
You are God's God?
The man laughed even harder. Oh, you are a delight. No, I created him in my mortal life, though long before that I was powerful enough to call myself a god's god.
I don't understand.
Limited minds never do.
I don't have a limited mind,
the woman screamed. Sure you do. If you did not, I would not need to explain things to you. The woman went silent. Ah, at least you are smart enough to listen to me instead of fuming with anger. I think I like you, mortal. What's your name?
Lisa.
Just Lisa? No last name?
Last names are for royalty, Jarius Kane.
Well, just Lisa. As a thought form, you must employ your imagination. You must also allow yourself to be susceptible to the thought forms of others. Step 1. Imagine yourself. Okay. The woman imagined her former body. A woman's body appeared in the empty void floating. Why am I naked? Jarius sighed. Imagine clothing, or don't. I don't care at all. Her body grew clothing out of her pores. Why can't I see you? Step 2. Open yourself up to me. How? A blonde-haired man wearing long black robes formed from the darkness before her. Oh! She was startled. I understand. Good, Jarius said. Welcome to heaven. Lots of people are here. Really? Why? How can I see them? The woman said as thousands of forms slowly appeared all around, both near and far, all floating in the endless void. So many people here. Wait, does that mean they're dead too? Yes. But Jason is a new god. How are so many people dead in such a short time? The same way you died, like you said, Garyx. I need to see Jason, Jarius laughed. No, stop laughing. Tell me how I can get to him. Why? Please, I'll do anything. Just help me. All right, relax. You've entertained me enough. I'll take you to the island. The island? She questioned. Yes, the island. Did you or did you not read Jason's book? I did. Good. Then you already understand that Jason trained for 25 years on an island. We will go to that island. How? I was hoping you would figure that out on your own, but fine. Imagine his island as you have read it, assuming you actually understand what you read. The floating island and the universe that Jason's future self made for his past self in order to train fully understand his full potential as the Metamind? The surrounding souls vanished from sight. The island began to materialize before them. Ah, good. I was hoping I wouldn't have to hold your hand the whole time. Come, let us converse with Jason, Jarius said. The floating island fully formed in the vast, empty, endless void before them. A massive pyramid was seen at the center. Extending out of the pyramid on each side were paths that led to portals just on the edge of the island. Is this truly the same island? She asked. Jarius floated down to the island with the woman following. This island and place is like I said before, a demiplane. Jason himself created long before his divinity was achieved. He found it easier to simply use this place instead of creating a new one for his heaven. Those 4 portals go wherever Jason wants to go. They landed. The 2 walked as they conversed. They are currently set for Babylon, Varus, Mount Skyborn, and Laguna. You should be familiar with those places. Varus is where I came from, she said. They walked into the pyramid. I don't care, Jarius said. The woman frowned. I don't like you, Jarius. I need Jason, not some petty bastard who talks down to me when the mortals need help. I am here to listen to your plight, came the booming voice from the center of the pyramid. Lisa looked to see a radiant figure meditating on top of steps in the center. Inside this pyramid had nothing noteworthy. There was nothing here beyond the new god Jason. His skin was a swirl of dark and light. His body was covered in strange sigil tattoos the woman did not recognize. His eyes opened, looking directly at her. Lisa stepped forward. Her arms were held out, imploring Jason to listen. My lord, we need help. Garyx and his followers are killing everyone who does not convert to him. Why haven't you answered our prayers? I have heard your prayers, my child.
I have sent Jarius to guide you to me. I apologize for his behavior.
Jason pointed at Jarius, who then immediately fell to the ground, groaning in pain.
I have punished him for his lack of respect to my loyal follower, though I doubt pain can affect him at this point.
Why didn't you save me? Lisa asked. My brother Ian is torturing and killing everyone devoted to you.
Garyx is responsible for this.
Jason stood up and floated down, approaching Lisa.
Garyx is attempting to draw me out. Your deaths will be avenged. This I promise.
He grabbed Lisa's shoulder. Psychic energy exited him and flowed through her.
I have taken away the pain. You will no longer be tormented by your death, my child.
But what about Garyx and Ian?
My avatar has just arrived in Varys. I am discovering exactly what that dragon has done.
The city of Varys.
2.
Clemo finished his sentence after appearing next to the river that ran through Varys. Jason walked away, looking at the town. This is more of Sabin's territory than Guardian's, Clemo said, moving to Jason. Jason scanned the area with his eyes shining, rapidly changing shades of gray constantly as he observed the town. Pedestrians walked through Jason like an unseen ghost. Clemo walked around them as they paid him no attention. What are we looking for here? Clemo caught up to Jason. Jason stopped walking. This town only has one worshipper remaining. Jason placed his hand on his forehead to concentrate. He's well hidden. Something is very wrong, my friend. As a god, don't you know everything your followers know? Jason shook his head. I can if I desire, but see no reason to copy all of their knowledge. He continued, walking. Why don't you? How many times do I need to copy the petty knowledge of how to plant crops and what mundane things were accomplished through commoners? Jason's rhetorical question shot out without hesitation. Clemo stopped walking, not knowing how to respond. And yes, Clemo, I know how that sounds. It sounds like you look down on the common man. Clemo narrowed his eyes in aggravation. It sounds like you're only using the people as batteries to fuel your divinity. Clemo raised his voice. It sounds like you're too good for these people, or maybe they are far beneath you, that they are disposable to you. Jason stopped walking again. He turned around, looking at Clemo with no sign of anger on his face. I understand your response, my friend. I do sound pompous. Even so, my point is valid. These people offer me no unique knowledge, so I do not bother reading their thoughts. Clemo held his hands out. What about their prayers? Something is going on. You yourself admitted it. Allow me to show some of the mortal prayers to you, my friend. Jason approached Clemo with his finger pointing. Clemo did not resist as Jason touched his forehead. Information echoed into his mind, forging new memories into his brain. Please, Lord Jason, help me find my keys. Oh, great Jason, Metamind, how can I serve thee? God, I need help getting through the day. I implore you, help me find the patience in dealing with my kids. Jason, the Metamind, I am your Lord's servant. I love you. Lord, I need you to pass this test at school. Jason, by your mercy, I am ready to give myself to your will. These thoughts compounded in Clemo's mind. These are only a few. Every worshiper prays to me like this. Jason sighed. I knew it would be like this. Monotonous? Yes, they exhaust me. These people need your help, Jason. Jason smiled. The second thing I did after I assigned a writer to my book, Jason continued to walk, was create a filter for prayers. A filter? Yes.
You see, like with auras, each prayer has a shade of color that only I can see. Well, I can't see them here in the material plane, but I am just an avatar. My real self is in my heaven where he is safe. You are just an avatar? Yes, Klimo. Anyways, my real self is at this moment talking to my worshippers who have died, which number in the thousands. Jason walked to the side wall of the house. He phased through with no difficulty. His hand stuck out, waving Klimo to follow him. The teleporter followed without waiting. Inside this ordinary home sat a man in quiet meditation. These shades of color. Jason looked at the house occupant, who did not notice his guest. Differ in urgency. The weaker shades I completely ignore. The moderate shades I pay some attention to, and the strong shades I have assigned someone to. Assigned? Who? Wait, you don't mean Jarius, do you? Jason confirmed Klimo's suspicion by nodding. Jason, why would you? He is a monster and needs to die. Klimo, we can discuss that later. Right now, I must speak to my only worshipper in Varys. A flash of light burst in the room. The man scrambled to stand up, shielding his eyes from the brightness. Who are you? He managed to ask. You know who I am, Jason said. Jason? Is that you? Divine radiance emitted from Jason, confirming the man's question. I must speak with you, my child, Jason said. Tell me, my son, what have you discovered about Garyx? Jason asked the man. The man knelt down, bowing in reverence. I do not know, my lord, but I will tell you what I can. The man continued to avert his eyes. Garyx has somehow corrupted your loyal worshippers, but not me, my lord. Never me. And you will be rewarded for your faith. This I promise. Tell me about this priest, Ian. My lord, Ian was just as loyal as I was. Something changed inside of him. He questioned or was seduced by the power of Garyx. I do not know how he is doing it, but it is all Ian. I saw him burn Lisa, his own sister, at the stake. I hope you, in your infinite wisdom and mercy, have her soul. I do. She is in heaven with me, where there is no more pain, but splendor and joy. Jason placed his hand on the mortal's head. You do not need to grovel. I was mortal like you once. You have read my book, have you not? The man looked up with tears streaming down his face with joy. I have received the first copy, my lord. Let me see it. The man stood up. His stature was prideful at the request. Rushing to the adjacent room, the man returned with the book. The cover was bland, with no words on it, save the side, Jason the Metamind, it read on the binder. He bowed, handing it to Jason. Placing his hand on the cover, Jason's aura extended, covering the book. This book has no magic, psychic signatures, or curses of any kind. Your book is pure. Do you believe Garyx has done something to your books? The silent Klimo finally asked. It is the most likely possibility, Jason replied. Jason placed his hand once again on the man's head. Thank you, my child. Stay devout, and my heaven will have a place for you. He looked into his mind, searching through information and memories, learning everything the man knew. Turning to Klimo, Jason pointed north. We go to this Ian. Follow me, Klimo. The two turned invisible to the man once again. The light from his divinity faded. They left the house the same way they came in, phasing through the walls. The old former church of the dead god deity has been converted to the Church of Garyx. Outside, looming over the building, was a large, dark cloud. People shuffled in and out. Jason and Klimo
moved closer. "Do you see the things following each human?" Jason asked. Clemo looked carefully, allowing his illuminated eyes to adjust. "My enchanted eyes can see them. They look like demons." Examining one from their distant location across the river, Clemo saw the grotesque features of a demonic, horn-scaled, almost reptilian, skinny thing floating behind the human. Demonic energy exited the creature, flowing into the oblivious human. "This is how Garyx is stealing their will," Jason commented. "We will soon discover what he has done to my books. For now, though, we can observe his servants. They are continuously reinforcing the will of Garyx over the mortal's will." Jason pointed at the demon. "Do you see how their fingers are touching their minds?" "Yes, Jason. We must do something about this." "Not yet, my friend." Clemo drew his swords. "You are a god. I'm a demon-slaying, teleporting swordsman. Give me one reason why I should not." The swords glowed as they spoke. "Clemo, you need to listen to Jason." Clemo relaxed, frowning. "Vision, demons have to be destroyed." Jason held his hand up. "Just watch for now, Clemo." Lifting his body into the air, a bubble surrounded the two. They floated in the church, facing through a wall. "They cannot hear or see us so long as we stay in this bubble." Inside, they saw a long line of people, each with their own personal fiend staying with them, touching their minds. At the front of the line was the priest of Garyx, Ian. Sitting on a throne, Ian casually talked to the person at the front of the line. Ian had a large fiend standing next to himself. All were unaware of Jason and Clemo.
"My child, Garyx wants to bless your life," Ian said to the man kneeling before him. "How may I earn the favor of Garyx?" he asked. "Have you shared his story with a non-believer like Garyx has commanded?" "Yes." The man turned, looking behind, pointing to a companion. "This is Jeremy. He has seen the truth." Ian pointed to the kneeling man. "Very good." Ian smiled. "Garyx will now bless you." The large fiend behind Ian glowed. Dark energy left the creature and flowed through Ian, extending from his pointer finger and into the kneeling man. "Do you understand what is happening, Clemo?" Jason asked. "Yes." "When are we going to destroy these demons?" Clemo asked. The kneeling man stood up. His fists lit up with newly acquired power. "Garyx has shown me the light." "Come, my child. When you bring a new member into the fold, you will gain the promise of power, as you have witnessed," Ian said. Jeremy stepped forward. "By the will of Garyx, I serve." "We are not," Jason answered Clemo's question. Clemo looked directly at Jason. "What?" "Jason, these demons must be stopped." Jumping out of the bubble, Clemo swung his blade, slicing a fiend in half. Everyone in the congregation and line turned their full attention to Clemo. "Die, demon scum!" Clemo screamed. "Damn it, Clemo!" Jason stayed in his bubble, annoyed by his friend's impatience. He placed his fingers on the bridge between his eyes. Clemo hacked fiend after fiend, refusing to relent. The people rushed to him, who in turn teleported across the room, slicing another in half. He teleported around the room, working his way in to the priest Ian. Clemo accidentally killed a few humans in the process. Just as he reached Ian, the large fiend stepped forward, about to strike Clemo. The teleporting swordsman felt a yank, and he was pulled back into the bubble. Everything froze in place. The fiends and the humans ceased to move entirely. Jason held Clemo in place with his hand. My friend, when I tell you not to attack, it means we are not attacking, Jason scolded Clemo. Clemo looked around at the frozen-in-time humans raising their hands to attack. Jason, we need to... Clemo was interrupted by Jason waving his hand, taking away his ability to talk and move. We need to watch and learn. I had to stop time just to prevent you from getting yourself killed. Jason waved his hand again, causing everyone and everything, with the exception of himself and Clemo, to move backwards. Those killed were revived as their wounds were reversed. Fiends returned from the dead, and everything reverted to before Clemo exited the bubble. Now listen to me, Clemo. Garyx, no doubt, is aware of what you're doing. It's only a matter of time before he acts, Jason said, waving his hand, allowing Clemo to speak. Wow, you just reversed time. If you can do that, surely you can avert his attention. Gods are above time, Clemo, Jason said, annoyed. We need to kill the demons, Jason. Not yet, Clemo. Have faith in me, like you always have. Clemo calmed himself down. Jason waved his hand, returning his movement abilities. I know this is hard for you to do, to allow vile creatures to live when you have the power to kill them. However, I need them to remain ignorant of our presence. Why? Clemo asked. I'll explain later. For now, I need to know how Ian came into power. Jason extended his hand out of the bubble into the frozen priest of Garyx. I will know everything he knows. After a moment, Jason frowned. Damn it! This Ian is not the key. He's just a tool. What do we do? I learned one thing at least. My book has been corrupted. I'm forced to go to the source of this, Jason said. Where will we go? To the writer. Jason and Clemo disappeared, teleporting away. Next to the priest, Ian, the large fiend, laughed as time resumed in the room. Garyx, the fiend said. Red fire erupted in the gray room before the large creature. What is it? Came the voice from the fire. A huge fiery dragon's eye opened, staring at the large creature. Jason is doing exactly as you predicted, Fire Lord, the creature said. Garyx laughed. Appearing in a bar, the three skilled Clemos stretched their legs. Seriously? We really need to stop coming to this bar. It's the first place he'll look, Gray said, pouring a drink. Twinkle! The swordsman Twinkle waved his hand, teleporting that drink to himself. Snatching it up, he then said, Yeah, well, there's a semi-infinite number of universes. Red would need to figure out which one we are in. Twinkle guzzled the drink. Yeah, and there are a semi-infinite number of reds. Gray poured a second drink. Magic! Magic teleported his drink to himself. We can't keep doing this. He drank. Gray readied her own. Yeah, no shit. What else can we do? Red's absorbed every Clemo from every universe with the exception of us three and the one obsessed with Jason. Raising their drinks, the three prepared a toast. To the city of Clemo, the three said together. Dropping their glasses, the three prepared for combat. Fuck! No time to exit. He's found us too fast. The room darkened as a voice laughed all around them. Yes, I have, came Red's voice. Twinkle disappeared, reappearing across the room. Shit, he's locked us in. We can't teleport out. Red appeared standing in the doorway on the other side of the room. You have, another Red stepped out of the shadowed corner. No place. An additional Red stepped out from another corner. Left two. A fourth Red walked in. Run. Fighting broke out immediately, as the two sword-wielding Klemos refused to give up without a fight. Magic fired blasts that were too weak to damage any red. Gray and Twinkle swung their swords, but the effort was either nothing or too weak to show. They backed into each other, facing away from one another as the Reds moved in closer, with their numbers constantly increasing within the room. "Guard me!" Magic screamed as his two companions knelt down. 3 Reds rushed in. Twinkle teleported 2 of their heads off as Gray stabbed into the 3rd. "We will never give up," she yelled. "This is nowhere near the end, my friends." "Core trick!" Magic cast the spell. The illuminated arcane magic left his hands spreading out, vaporizing every red in the room and ending the anti-teleportation lock. "We do not have long. Twinkle, get us out of here." Twinkle immediately teleported the 3 out. The 3 materialized in the middle of a darkened woods. "Where are we?" Gray asked. "Not on Corvus. I once went to this world about 50 years ago. There's nothing special here, but it might give us time to think." 11, Magic said, lowering his head. The 2 looked at him. "I only have 11 unique spells left. I sacrificed 1 in order to cast that magnificent spell." Gray placed her hand on his shoulder. "You did the right thing. How long will it take you to prepare another one of those?" "Over a week. And that is only if I have time to rest." Red's been chasing half of us non-stop. I cannot do that exact same spell again. The other spells are unique in their own way. "Did that spell kill them?" Twinkle asked. "No. It sent them to another plane, banishing them for a short time." "Magic, surely there is something more we can do. We constantly running and barely rest. There must be some way to undo the damage Red's caused." Gray asked. "Yeah, really. Our city of Klimo was filled with millions of different versions of us, from all across the multiverse. Red absorbed them. There must be a way to break him down and restore our lost brothers and sisters." Magic held his chin, contemplating. "There might be a way. This would be incredibly simple if we could make a spell to undo it." "Tell me what you need, Magic," Twinkle asked. "I need to experiment on Red to understand exactly how it has been done." Gray shrugged. "Red absorbs our brains, learning everything we know and absorbing the victim's psychic energy. He then turns the empty husk of a body into a duplicate of himself. Red is a virus." "A virus," Magic repeated. Pacing back and forth, he pondered. "That gives me an idea." He looked at his 2 companions. "We need to make a cure." End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3. "The air is thin up here," Klimo said to Jason. "I have not been to Mount Skyborn since before our travels into the Abyss," Jason commented. Looking around, the 2 saw the full city on top of the mountain. Dozens of houses and buildings were erected here. People were seen flying in and out of here by the dozens. The streets were crowded with hundreds of people. On the north side was a large, newly erected temple dedicated to Jason. The statue existed in the circular center of the city, made entirely of bronze. It was that of an ancient hero, once adored here, long before Jason was born. "You picked up popularity fast here," Klimo said. "I did not need to steal these worshippers, like I did with deity. The people here have been waiting for me since the original prophecy foretelling my power and eradication of either good or evil from the universe. They support me no matter which decision I make." "Which one will you choose, Jason? You've already killed evil and good alike." The 2 walked as they conversed. "Deity, the chaotic good god, used demons to destroy my family. Deity had to go. Guardian, the lawful good god of humans, will seek retribution for me killing his brother. though I am open to a truce. Sabin, the neutral good god of magic, will most likely remain indifferent. Killing deity removed chaos from the universe, Jason. There is no color and everything is organized. You've placed everything out of balance. I wonder what the universe will be like if you kill Guardian. Jason stopped walking. I've already wondered the same. He shrugged, and they continued walking, arriving at their destination. The writer of my book lives in this house. We start here. Jason opened the door unannounced. Gerald, I am here. The name sounds familiar, Clemo said. Books fell out of the newly opened door. The room was filled with thousands or perhaps millions of books, from alchemy to history, fiction to non-fiction. This room and house looked like a disorganized library. Every wall had a full bookshelf, and stacks of books stood before every bookshelf. Stacks and piles were everywhere in this house. There was no path, as the room itself was flooded with literature. Jason? Clemo asked. Yes, I know, something is wrong. Gerald loved to read, but this is out of control. Even without my psychic senses, I can tell there has been an outside influence here. Jason walked in the room, moving through the books like swamp water. He was not phasing. We are going to need to find him before it is too late. Clemo followed Jason through the flood of books into the house. Gerald was my first teacher in the ways of the mind, Jason commented. Oh yeah, I remember him. He could shape change, right? He had a translobular cortex. If he fully understood that, he would understand that he could also shape and change things outside of his body. Amazing, Clemo commented. The two reached the center of the house in the living room. Get ready, Clemo, Jason said. I cannot draw my swords in these books. Clemo screamed, his insecurity and vulnerability. Jason snapped his fingers. Their physical bodies flashed. Clemo felt the restriction of movement from the books alleviated. Using his enchanted eyes, he saw through them. Am I phased? They floated in and around the books without touching them, but passing through them. No, we have slipped into another dimension, a space between the spaces. Be very careful, Clemo. Things lurk here that normally cannot see us. Clemo forced his enchanted eye to adjust, looking through the books. They became transparent by his will to his magical vision. Like what? Clemo's question was immediately answered by the arrival of a 6-foot-long floating, slithering worm. With lightning reflexes, Clemo pointed at it, teleported half of it to the other side of the room. The two halves wriggled about, dying before the two. That won't work, Clemo, Jason informed. What? Clemo looked to see the two halves moving on their own towards himself, ready to attack. Through the walls, dozens more slithered in, moving to the two. Jason waved his hand, releasing the light that destroyed all of them. Relax, Clemo. Those things are infesting this house. We have to stop them, the one-eyed swordsman declared. Incorrect, my friend. Clemo made a contorted face in confusion. What do you mean? Those things exist everywhere. To a powerful being like yourself, they are an inconvenience. To a god like me, they are nothing. I would imagine that a normal mortal would have a great deal of trouble with them. What is this dimension? It is beyond. We have work to do, Clemo. I can explain this later. Clemo scratched his head as the two continued to float in the room through the books. What do we do? Jason looked around. We have to find my writer. I can sense his powers, yet I cannot pinpoint his exact location. Where is he? What happened here? Both of those questions are answered by understanding that this is the work of Garyx. The Fire Lord? Jason nodded, confirming the identity. What do we do? Wait and stay quiet for a moment. Light extended from Jason, spreading out, covering the whole house. After the entire house was enveloped, it retracted, returning to him. This is worse than I thought. Klimo spread his hands out. What is it? These books are each a demiplane. Each book is a literal gateway into an entire realm. Gerald is in one of these books. Jason, there could be over 1 million books here. 3,723,902 to be precise. Klimo's eyes opened wide with surprise. I did not even think that many books even existed. Jason sighed, annoyed. Not by Klimo, but the situation. This is the exact number of books Corvus has ever had. Garyx has set up a time-wasting trap just for me. Should we even bother? Surely we find the information on what happened elsewhere, Klimo suggested. This is no longer about figuring out what has happened. I have to rescue my loyal worshipper, and Garyx knows it. What do we do? This. Jason grabbed Klimo by the arm, and a book with his free hand. The two turned into light that flowed into the book. Opening their eyes, they saw green grass and a bright yellow sun. We are not in the same universe if color is here, Jason commented. The two walked through the meadow. Jason, if you can manipulate time however you want, how is this a waste of time? Klimo, time for mortals and time for gods are not the same thing. As a god, I can rearrange and change time as easily as you can teleport. However, so can every other god. We exist outside of time. What does that even mean? It means that while your time can be scrambled and rearranged, ours is a little more linear. For example, Garyx can go back in time and kill my mother before I was born, but I would remain unaffected because I am a god. I could just as easily do the same to Garyx. The effect would be just as pointless. Klimo shrugged. This whole god stuff is far above me. He squinted his eye, looking around. What is that? The characters of this book, no doubt. The two witnessed a large tree with a couple sitting under it, having a picnic. Jason sighed. This book is horribly cliché. This is a romance novel. Do we have to live through this whole book just to figure out if your writer is here or not? Possibly. Jason levitated into the air, crossing his legs, meditating. A bubble formed around himself and Klimo. The sun set and rose at a fast rate. I guess this is the way to do it. After a moment, Jason opened his eyes. Gerald is not here. The two vanished. Light exited the book, forming back into their bodies. Jason looked at the book in his hand. The thing vaporized. Well, that's one down. 3,723,901 to go. Yep. Jason grabbed another book. The two converted to light, rushing into the story. Lisa and Jason. Jason, my lord. Lisa stared at her god, meditating quietly. What can I do? Opening his eyes, the new god looked at her. You are a true believer. You understand my quest and the truth about eradicating demons and devils. Lisa bowed. Yes, Lord, I do. You have died in my name. Lisa nodded her head. Yes, Lord, I believe in you. Then you will be my voice. Jason stood upright, pointing at Lisa. A beam of divine energy left his fingers, surrounding her. She felt her body changing. What is happening? She could not move. Jarius covered his eyes from the blinding light. You are now complete. Lisa looked at her body with full understanding of her transformation. Looking behind, she saw the angelic wings. Looking up, she saw the halo. And looking at her hands, she saw her body had been made anew. My lord, you have given me purpose. You will play a great role and serve as my direct emissary. She looked directly at Jason, proud of her new power and role. She opened her mouth to speak a question. Jason pointed again, giving her psychic energy. I understand everything. She fell to her knees, overwhelmed by the instant knowledge. You now understand all things psychic, just as I do. I have given you 6 gifts to which you have full understanding of. I need you to go into the mortal plane. Remain unseen as all other archons do. You know what must be done. The archon stood up, recovering from the change. Bowing to Jason again, she smiled. Yes, my lord, I will go and do. She walked out of the temple without another word and proceeded to one of the portals. After she walked out, Jarius turned to Jason. What were those 6 gifts? The 6 psychic components are now in her head, and hers to command in my name. You know, it took a great deal of surgery for me to put 5 of those in your head, and you just frivolously point at her, and with no effort on your end, just give her those. Jason looked directly at Jarius as he sat back down to meditate. You should tread more carefully. I have decided to kill you. You will not be spared. Jarius Kane will be the last fiend to die. After you kill Garyx, Loth, destroy the 9 Hells, Guardian, and Sabin? Yes. I wouldn't have it any other way, Jason. You did not create me, as you so boisterously believe. Jarius squinted, confused by the words. Yes, I did. You are Jason. Half of me are Jason. The other half is Alvaro Alisto, who has no affection for you. That half of my duality is ready to eradicate your existence entirely from this and every universe. Jarius said no more. He sat down smiling, accepting his current situation. Exiting the portal, Lisa walked into the city she was raised and died in. Varys had changed because of Garyx. By Jason's will, I cannot act directly. As Lisa walked, she saw several children playing too rough. They pushed and shoved one another. I know these children. One child pushed another into the water, laughing. Lisa stepped forward, determined to help. She extended her hand, ready to do something, only to stop herself at the last second. No, I mustn't. Why not? A guttural voice came from behind her. Spinning around, Lisa saw one of the skinny, mind-manipulating fiends directly behind her. So a servant of Garyx dares to talk to me. You do know I am going to kill you now, right? Laughing, the thing responded. Yes, it would be quite easy for you to do that, wouldn't it? Pedestrians walked around, unaware of this creature and Archon in the middle of the street conversing. Lisa turned her head, confused momentarily. Her newly acquired knowledge flowed into her consciousness, giving her the answer. He wants me to kill him here and now. This would give Garyx the ability to physically come here. Yes, it would. The thing confirmed her thoughts. You can do nothing to stop us. All that power, and you are powerless. I have always wondered why angels do nothing to stop evil. Have they always been so powerless? The thing smiled. I have never talked this long to one of your kind before. You either kill us or leave us. Floating to one of the children, the thing turned to black smoke, then entered the unaware child through the ears. Lisa jumped back with shock, witnessing the possessed child before her. She did the only thing she could think of doing. Rushing to the other child, she turned to white smoke and entered through his ears. Oh, you copycat! The demonic child shouted. I don't care, the angelic child retorted. Lisa puppeted the child to punch the possessed one in the face. He fell to the ground with a bloody nose. Standing back up, the boy looked at the other child. Not afraid to hurt kids? I think I like you, Archon. Damn it, Lisa made her child say. Oh, and naughty words, too. What else you got? The possessed child laughed. Lisa exited the boy, freeing him from her control. The white smoke formed back into her body. Pointing at the possessed child, Lisa screamed, "How can I fight you?" Frustrating, isn't it? The creature left the child, reforming its hideous body. This is insane. I have the power to topple mountains and evaporate lakes. Lisa fumed. The thing laughed, walking away. These souls are as good as ours. 3 Klemos. This might work, Magic said. I do not know how comfortable I am with might, Twinkle said. Anything is better than running, Gray said. The 3 stood over a newly fashioned device. Magic frowned. Whether this works or fails, it has already cost me one of my greater spells, leaving 10. I will have to waste another to start it. Gray hugged him. I believe in you, brother. Magic laughed. Faith is for the gods. Us wizard types live on certain or uncertain. How certain are you this will work? Twinkle asked. I am certain that we can draw him here alone and isolated. I will waste my 9th greater spell, leaving only 8, so that most of his power can be neutralized. Hopefully, in his confusion, the 2 of you can do your parts. Magic looked at Gray, then at Twinkle. I am activating the device. Give it part of your psychic energy, please. The 2 Klemos placed their hands on the strange box-shaped magic machine had built, allowing it to drain a portion of their power. With their eyes closed, the machine siphoned it out. Poor Titus! Magic cast the spell, activating the magical box. The box sputtered and spat out smoke, followed by a crunching sound. Good! It is working! Magic shouted over the loud machine. 15 feet in front of the 3 Klemos, red smoke formed. What is going on? The familiar red voice said from the smoke. Now! Magic screamed the order. Twinkle and Gray rushed into action with swords drawn. They charged on the left and right of the smoke, swinging their swords down vertically, hitting true, slicing off 2 of Red's arms. Oh, this is new. I have never been attacked before. This should be fun. Red laughed as he ran out of the smoke with his 4 remaining arms raised. Nothing happened. What? Why can't I? Red did not get to finish his sentence as Gray and Twinkle swung again, hacking off 2 more of his arms. Red attempted to jump back, only to be met by both of them behind him, anticipating his movements. They sliced off his remaining arms. Gray kicked him down. They hacked away his legs, leaving only a motionless husk. You just wait until I regenerate, Red screamed. Magic stepped forward. I have neutralized most of your powers. It cost me a lot. The other Reds do not even know where you are located. Now it is our turn to dissect you and learn how you work. Red's smile dropped, replaced with horror and shock at knowing these 3 Klemos had him, and there was nothing he could do. Do you see that, Magic and Twinkle? Gray said with a wide grin. Fear, Twinkle said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Magic pulled from his pocket a magical dagger. Bringing it close to Red's skin, he began the lengthy surgical process. Hours passed. Magic never took a break from the surgical movement. The 3 said nothing as Klemo sliced into his alternate. Periodically, Magic cast a spell to which Twinkle did not comprehend, and Gray saw the magical effects move all about Red. Halfway through the procedure, Magic took out a book to write down notes. The other 2 looked at the printed words, only to see complex mathematical algorithms and anatomy notes that contradicted the laws of physics. Several hours passed by. Then Magic put the knife down. He turned to his companions. I now understand fully how Red does it, and I am on the breakthrough of discovering something incredibly fascinating that the two of you are going to love. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Lord, how can I deal with these demons? Lisa said out loud. Lisa, I have given you the power and capability. I have done this because I cannot be in every place at once. You must figure out a way to deal with the demons of Garyx on your own. You have faith in me just as I believe in you. Lisa paced back and forth. Lord, I cannot outright kill them. You have given me the power, but if I do that, they will get what they truly want. If I truly believed that you could not handle this, I would have chosen someone else. You also know that as my emissary, you are directly linked with me, and I know everything that you know. Lisa sighed. I am sorry for wasting your time, my lord. Lisa heard laughter nearby, a dark, sinister laughter directed at her. She quickly looked in that direction to witness one of the demonic things staring at her. This one was skinny like the rest, but tall, with a long maw and long, slender fingers. The arms and legs were far apart as the middle of this creature stretched out exaggeratively. You will die by my hand and Jason's will, Lisa declared. So? The thing responded. Shouldn't my power frighten you? Lisa asked. No, if anything, it pleases us. Garyx loves your kind, the foolish, naive ones. The thing hissed. Demons like you have no place in this world. Lisa screamed at the thing, rushing its direction, ready to strike it down with her fist. The thing spread its arms out, making itself an easy target for her. We are devils, not demons. In Jason's heaven. Garyx and the full god Jason stared into a viewing portal, watching Lisa. Garyx raised a hand. Metamind, that thing is not lying. It is a devil. Since when do devils and demons work together? I do not know, Metamind. Perhaps with you coming to destroy all fiends, both demons and devils alike now work together. Unlikely. Garyx nodded his agreement. Too true. It was foolish of me to suggest that those two types could ever get along for any purpose. It explains why they care about souls. That is devil territory. As you know, devils are far more cunning than demons. They are evil and law incarnate, highly organized, highly trained. Devils can accomplish the same thing demons can, but with far less power. I have never witnessed demons work together without forced cooperation. These devils are doing it voluntarily. Let us see how Lisa handles this. Just as Lisa was inches from that devil, the thing snapped its fingers, altering the surrounding area. Everything erupted into fire. The flames transformed into fiends that looked similar to the one Lisa was attacking. Lisa hit not the intended target, but something blocking her, wielding a trident. She jumped back, shocked by the sudden arrival of reinforcements. What will you do now, Metamind? Garyx asked. They came to that devil's call, immediately springing to action. Lisa is my emissary. She can handle 12 devils. Why don't you act? Garyx asked. I am the ultimate weapon at my disposal. If this can draw me out, then I do not deserve my divinity. Garyx smiled. Good. It pleases me to see you understand the slow games gods must play in order to conquer one another. The Metamind god looked directly at Jarius. "Be careful with your words." Jarius said no more. They turned their attention back to the viewing portal. Lisa jumped into the air, avoiding the swings of their weapons. The devils took flight, with her still surrounding her. Dodging one swing from a sharp barbed weapon caused her to be cut by another. She did not let out a scream of pain, but maintained her concentration on the fight. Her halo lit up, charging the power from within. "This one is predictable." One devil laughed from behind, swinging a weapon, cutting off one of Lisa's wings. She hurled to the ground, rolling with the fall, using her remaining wing to soften the impact, staying balanced. The moment she landed, the devils landed as well, surrounding her. Laughing, the devils moved in close from every direction, ready to pounce. "Thank you, Garyx, for this opportunity to serve," came a war cry from one of the devils. Her halo was fully bright. "Die, devil scum!" Every devil vanished from sight just as the energy was released, scorching the surrounding area. They reappeared just after the energy dissipated. The devils were unscathed. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Lisa screamed. Their laughter echoed all around her. "You are not the first Archon we have dealt with." They continued to move in close. "Lord, Jason, give me strength." Lisa stood up, right, with her fists glowing psychic power on their own. Jarius frowned. "You gave her every psychic component and divine power, along with a full understanding of how to use them, and she is faring poorly." "I did not err in choosing her." "Agreed. Metamind, you did not. I am just as surprised as you to see devils instead of demons." Lisa punched through one devil, obliterating it. The thing exploded upon death. She kept her hand extended, causing the explosion to implode, countering the death throes. "You could try to tear me apart little by little." Her severed wings sprouted out, regenerating before her foes. "You will get your small hits in." She punched another devil, destroying it in the same manner. "But in the end, all of you will be nothing." Three devils lunged at her from different directions, concentrating her cerebral muscle. Their spears kinetically pointed away from herself and to each other. Those three devils could not stop rushing forward. Their weapons stabbed into each other, leaving a triangle of impaled demons around Lisa. Psychic bubbles formed around each of those three devils to contain their death throes. "7 of you remain." 6 of the remaining devils backed away, trying to preserve their own lives. The original devil stood still. "Very impressive," the thing retorted with a sly smile. "I don't care," Lisa said as she ran to the devil, punching through him. The thing did not resist as her fist impaled through it. The remaining devils vanished from sight. Lisa looked around, ready to continue her fight. No enemies were within sight. "Why did he want me to kill him?" she asked herself. "Garyx now knows that he can intimidate you, my emissary, into battle. He can show up any time he pleases. This was a calculated test. You have not failed in your actions, Lisa. I have failed in mine." Jason and Clemo. The two exited another book. Looking at each other, Jason answered Clemo's silent question. "We have been through 1,612 books." Clemo frowned. "If you deem this important enough to spend this much time on, then I shall not question you." The book in Jason's hand disintegrated. He picked up another. The two converted back to light that flowed into the pages in Jason's hands. They materialized into another world that resembled a cavern or dungeon. "Every soul that is dedicated to me is precious." They were surrounded by the bubble once again. Clemo scratched his head. "I am not saying we should let this guy remain a prisoner of Garyx. I am just wondering why you are trying this hard to save him. Clemo paused. I worded that poorly. Jason chuckled. I understand your question, Clemo. You want to know why I am striving this hard to save Gerald when the exact same amount of effort could save millions of others. Yes, exactly. The story flashed before him until Jason stopped time, dismissing the bubble. He bent down, picking up the shard of Gerald, that piece of his soul that had been shattered by Garyx into thousands of pieces. Because I care about both the big picture and the little things. Jason stood upright. He waved his hand, converting both himself and Clemo to light that vanished from this story world. They reappeared back in the house, flooded with books. The book in his hand vaporized as he picked up another from the endless pile of books. If you prefer, my friend, you may go. I do not hold you prisoner here. Clemo paused, not knowing how to answer. Say no more, Clemo. I know when you truly want to do right now. Go to your fellow Clemos. Join them. But Clemo protested. Jason waved his free hand, kinetically pushing Clemo out of the house, passing harmlessly through the walls until he was outside, at which point his body fell to the ground unscathed and returned to his normal dimension, where he was physical once more. Jason converted his body to light that siphoned into the book. The Metamind's Heaven. Jarius and the god Metamind had several viewing portals open. Turning away from the one showing Clemo in the avatar of the Metamind, Jarius cocked his head in confusion. Why is Clemo still his normal self? Without looking at Jarius, the Metamind responded, You mean, why have I not made him into an Archon? Yes, Jarius answered. His purpose is grander than that of an Archon wielding angelic power. Jarius held his laughter. Instead, he looked back into one of the many viewing portals. You find it comical. You see Clemo as weak and pathetic. Your complete lack of compassion is your greatest problem, Jarius. Jarius kept quiet. When Clemo dies, his soul will come to me. It is then that he shall become an Archon. His life is his to live how he sees fit until then. Looking back into the viewing portal following Clemo, he was seen teleporting away from Mount Skyborn. That old familiar bar, the same familiar waitress cleaning a glass behind the bar working alone. There were two customers sitting separately, quietly keeping to themselves. A gust of wind pushed the air around the room, causing papers and napkins to rustle around the three occupants. The three occupants looked to see his notable eye patch, missing ear, scarred face, missing pinky, and glowing swords sheathed at his sides. They're not here, Clemo said. Frowning, he teleported out. The air flowed into the empty space Clemo had created. Two of the three remaining patrons vanished, the form of the waitress flashing as she transformed into a red-skinned, six-armed version of the same man. Gotcha! Red grinned, teleporting away. The bar flickered, revealing his true form to be a ghastly sight full of dead bodies. Splattered blood, broken furniture, and sundered weapons laid about. Ooh, Red is still trying to get your Clemo, Jarius said. I know. Are you going to intervene? No. Clemo has made his decision to venture the multiverse alone. Clemo teleported into another bar within another universe. Looking around, nothing was unusual. The same waitress was here, along with several patrons, frowning. Clemo attempted to teleport away. Nothing happened. What? He said, confused at remaining stationary. You are so predictable, Red said, appearing behind Clemo with his arms wrapped around the younger version of himself. Shit, not again. Jason, help me, Clemo called out. No, Clemo. Jason's voice entered Clemo's mind. You have chosen your solitude. Fret not. Should you die, you will join me eternally. However, you are not powerless, my friend. I believe you can find a way to beat or escape this threat without my help. How? Clemo called out. Jason did not respond. I followed you. You are the easiest Clemo to find, Red said. How many times do we have to kill you? Clemo said, attempting to escape the death grip Red had, knowing Red was a dozen times stronger and more powerful. Red laughed as his top right arm lifted up, transforming into a multi-tentacled limb, aiming for the top of Clemo's head. You have nothing unique to offer me, and yes, it sure would have been much easier to simply let you go, but I will have every Clemo. The tentacles wrapped around the top of his head. With but a twist, I will consume your brain. Red heard a striking sound against his wrist. Oh, and who thinks they can... Red's tentacled hand fell off from the unseen assailant. Attempting to look around, his head turned. His eyes were met with a blade piercing his chest. That's cute. You actually believe this will have an effect on me? Of all people? You can't kill me. Gray sheathed her sword. You honestly think it is a coincidence that none of your vital organs have been stabbed? Looking down at his chest wound, Red saw his body was not healing. Looking closer, Red saw the discoloring around himself. Why are they? His eyes opened wide as he saw the discoloring spread. We have been trying to kill you this whole time, Magic stepped forward. When what we should have been doing is curing you. Red leapt up, trying to fight the change rapidly overtaking him. Twinkle pointed at him, focusing his psychic energy. You aren't teleporting out, he smiled. I don't need to. The now half-changed Red raged, thrashing around, trying to manifest another power, only to have nothing happen. Nope, Magic said. Anti-magic field was put over you. Red swung at Gray, who in turn kicked his hand away. You can't regenerate this, she chuckled. Turning his body, attempting to fight this event, Red tried to run, only to fall to the floor as his extra appendages shrank to nothing, along with his skin no longer red, but the same tone as the other Clemos in the room. His body laid motionless. Smiling, the one-eyed Clemo stood up, overjoyed to see the other versions of himself. You came for me. Twinkle helped him to his feet. Yes, we did, Twinkle said with indifference. The one-eared Clemo looked to see 4 Clemos standing around. He saw Twinkle, Gray, Magic, and another. Who are you? Clemo pointed to the 4th one. Clemo, he said. Looking at this one from top to bottom, the only distinguishing feature on them that set him apart was his long hair. Prior to our city's collapse, I was an architect. I designed every building. I'm happy to meet you, my brother. They call me Junior because I'm the youngest. Were you hiding this entire time? Magic pointed at the unconscious, flesh-toned Red Clemo on the ground. This one on the floor, and the one you were talking to used to be Red's. Junior shot his gaze to Magic. What? How? Magic? Magic chuckled. Junior joined the laughter. Gray grabbed Junior by the wrist, drew her sword without letting go of him. Don't move, she ordered. What is going on? Junior Clemo attempted to pull his arm back. Twinkle appeared behind him, grabbing and holding him still. Hey, what are you doing? Gray cut the center of his arm. There, it is done. She lets go of the younger Clemo. Twinkle relaxed his grip. Junior jumped back, clenching his arm. Why did you do that? Magic held his hands up, imploring Clemo to listen. You are now immune. To what? The red infection. Gray scolded, sheathing her sword. Architect Clemo held his hands out. I was a red just yesterday. Clemo pointed to the ground at the unconscious Clemo. Just a moment ago, so was he. Forgetting the scratch on his arm, Klimo looked at the former Reds, examining them back and forth. How have you done this? Hold vision out, Gray ordered. They are like my swords and can absorb a singular power. Unsheathing the green glowing swords, Klimo held them out. Yes, I find Fiendbane to be ever useful in the fight against demons. Copy my sword's power into yours. Then I will lose my Fiendbane, and I don't think that's a good idea. Gray cocked her head. I don't give a shit what you think. You are going to help us. Now will your psychic weapons copy the ability stored in mine? She pushed their swords together. Klimo gave in to her demands. Copy it, Vision. You are a Klimo. Start acting like it, Twinkle said. We also just saved your life again. We have a lot of work to do, and we aren't asking for your help. We insist upon it. Klimo sighed. I'm sorry. Yes, you are, Gray said, pointing at the youngest Klimo. And you can make up for abandoning us by seeing through to the end of Red with us. Junior nodded without saying another word. Magic put his arm around Junior. Cheer up, Junior. We finally have hope against Red. We are going to undo this. Klimo looked at his magical alternate. How did you do this? Well, you see, even though every Klimo is technically the same person, we each came from a different universe. When Red absorbs a Klimo, he takes all of their memories. The magic now stored in your swords, when stabbed into a Red, force him to recognize the universe which that body came from. Magic smiled, boasting his knowledge. That is the key, you see. It forces the knowledge that the body originally had to override every other memory, expelling all that is Red and restoring them to their true Klimo self. All you need to do is pierce him, and the magic does the rest. Well, you certainly have made this easy. No, we haven't. While Red is currently ignorant of what we are doing, he will eventually catch on, which is why we need to act fast. Once Red discovers that he cannot absorb us, he will no longer hold back, Twinkle said. Junior, Red literally is every Klimo with the exception of us here in this room. He is over 1 million strong. He has had the option to obliterate us with a thought. Gray kicked a chair down. While we finally have a fighting chance, this is going to be much harder very soon. Klimo held his hands out, questioning. What about Jason? Surely he can help. Twinkle and Gray shook their heads. This nonsense again? Twinkle said. Magic held his hands out to speak. Junior, Jason has his own fights to worry about. God or not, if he were going to help us, he would have already done so. We are on our own. He has proven no different than the other gods. But we helped him defeat Orcus. He owes us. Yet, here we are alone, aren't we? Gray said. Junior slumped down, allowing that truth to sink in. He argued no more. Inside of the Temple of Garyx. His flames will cleanse this world of filth. The return, blessed chaos, to us once more. Hail, Garyx! Ian shouted from the podium to the congregation before him. Go, my brothers and sisters, to find those worthy of his fire and his love. The people stood from the pews and proceeded to leave this church. Ian remained standing, unmoving behind him. A large horned devil floated in the air quietly. After the final person shut the door behind them, Ian turned around. Has the will of Garyx changed? The devil was already looking at Ian. It remained unblinking as it spoke telepathically to him. Garyx is ready to reward you. You will be the first to change by his will. Do you accept this change? Ian raised a fist. Nothing would please me more than to please my lord. A smile etched on the devil's face. Pointing at Ian, the thing responded, "So be it." A dark beam of energy exited his finger. This power wrapped around Ian, splashing like oil, covering his entire body. The dark liquid did not fall to the ground, but flowed over his body, as if he himself was the center of gravity for this evil. It covered his entire body after the beam finished. What remained was a large black egg-shaped object, with Ian still inside and completely hidden. The rippling slowed down as this thing covered his body, hardened. "Garyx gives to you the greatest gift any mortal has ever received. You will be his direct emissary," the devil said. "I am no longer needed here." It stepped back into the shadowed corner, vanishing as it blended into the darkness. Alone now, the egg shook, cracking on its own. The large crack ripped from top to bottom of the egg, splitting in 3 different directions. A long, singular nail poked through this crack. It retracted only to poke additional holes out of the egg. "My master has blessed me." Ian's voice changed. The voice was deeper, louder, and bellowed from a far stronger body that stood up, breaking the egg entirely. Looking at his reborn body, Ian examined his long claws first. "Magnificent." Turning his head back, he saw his large dragon wings. Looking down on his naked body, he took in the sight of the scales that grew over his own skin. "I am a great red dragon." The voice boomed throughout the church. Inhaling deeply, Ian exhaled fire from left to right. Curtains and other objects caught fire. Gray fire quickly spread around. All the while, Ian laughed. His body was still shaped like that of a man, only his features were that of a dragon. Ian was 9 feet tall. "You are no longer human, no longer mortal, and no longer Ian." Ian looked around confused by the voice in his head. "Master, is that you?" "Yes, my new child, you have been blessed with my beauty." Ian spread his wings out, overjoyed. "Garyx, you truly have blessed me. Lord, what is your will?" "Go forth and convert those worthy of this gift I have given you, for your touch can change all who accept my word." Looking at his clawed hands, a tear formed in his eye. "I am your emissary. This is the greatest honor I've ever known. Now I have the power to remove the despicable humanity from those I deem worthy. I can make them like me. Reborn your human name, to be discarded like the trash it is. Your name shall be Lazan." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. The god Metamind sat meditating with eyes open that shone brightly as a mesh of illuminated colors. No pupils were showing, only the radiant rainbow that flowed through his eyes. "He is concentrating on something," a winged angel said to Jarius. "Yes, I suggest leaving him alone." The angel stared at Jarius. His facial expression remained unchanged. "What is he concentrating on?" Jarius chuckled. "You haven't been paying attention. Your god is concentrating on the 45 distractions that Garyx has set up." "What kind of distractions?" I'm ready to serve my god." Jarius stepped back, motioning his hands sarcastically. "You know what? Forget I said anything. Go disturb your god and alleviate him of one of the distractions." The divine creature stepped forward without hesitation.
Lord, I'm ready to serve.
Jerry shook his head. I hate mindless angels. The god Metamind remained in his concentrated state. Only his hand moved, pointing at the angel. A beam of light and psychic energy left his fingertips, striking the willing angel. Vanishing from sight, the angel was gone.
Did you just smite that angel?
A surprised Jarius asked. The god before him said nothing as his hand lowered. The first angel of the Metamind. Your part is crucial. These words I have etched on your mind and your soul when my psyche touched you. This was done because it is much faster to explain things to you by giving you the knowledge instantly versus verbally. As your guide, I command you to deal with this problem that is within your capabilities. You must protect my worshippers within this village from the devils that serve Garyx. Absolutely no worshipper is to be harmed in your assigned endeavor. The angel's tone was somber.
Yes, my lord.
Stepping forward, dozens of devils were seen with their long fingers sticking into the minds and souls of the unaware worshippers, corrupting them with their vile touch.
You devils are not welcome here.
Every devil looked directly at the angel, then back at each other. They laughed as their bodies flowed into their victims, possessing them.
I am not surprised that fiends hide in mortals like the cowards you are.
Squinting to get a better look, the angel scratched his head, confused.
I am surprised, however, that you allow them to retain control. You are hiding in plain sight. This is new.
He looked up to the sky.
By the might of the Metamind, I will find a way to fight and vanquish each and every one of you. Lord, I am ready to help.
Another kneeling angel said to the Metamind. The Metamind pointed at him just as he did the previous one. He vanished from sight in the exact same fashion. The second angel of the Metamind.
Your part is crucial. These words I have etched on your mind and soul when my psyche touched you.
This was done because it is much faster to explain things to you by giving you the knowledge instead of instantly verbally. As your god, I command you to find within this labyrinth a collection of crystals. Garyx has sent a battalion of devils. You must find them first. These crystals suppress psychic energy and cannot fall into the hands of the enemy.
Lord, by your wisdom and might, I shall find them first,
the angel declared, running straight into the dark maze. The cavernous labyrinth had been carved out of solid rock. No light existed here, only darkness. This angel had no care or curiosity about the architecture here. Only his task mattered. The Metamind. A line of angels was formed before the Metamind. One after the other, they were deployed in the same fashion and manner for each given task. Jarius watched intently as they were willingly zapped. On occasion, more than one was sent together. A dozen were sent for one task, but mostly they were sent one at a time.
They quietly go. They don't even care if it will kill them. This extreme loyalty angels have is insane.
Jarius looked up to the viewing portals set up. None of them showed the angels. They instead showed Mount Skyborn with Jason's avatar, a dozen non-red Klemos, and the kingdom of Babylon. He raised a finger to speak, but said nothing. I must make more archons. The angels will not be enough. They are finite in number.
May I ask why?
The Metamind pointed at Jarius, zapping the knowledge into him. Garyx is playing a distraction game for reasons that are unclear to now. My attention is split into too many directions, thus distracting me. I am sending these angels to take care of problems for me. There are not enough angels. I need you to bring me my deceased worshippers so I can make them into archons and send them out, just as I did with Lisa. The main problem is that Garyx continues to produce more problems and distractions at a constant rate. For every angel I send to handle one situation, Garyx creates a dozen more problems throughout the material plane. Divine chess. Garyx is not doing anything new. Jarius started to walk out of the room to retrieve dead souls as commanded. I used to do this to gods prior to crushing them. It is an interesting tactic. He is attempting to thin out your power or distract you as you have suggested. Tread carefully, Jason or Alvaro, or whatever it is you prefer to be called. The Metamind's eyes ceased flashing. This is the last time I will tolerate any form of disrespect from you. You will not enjoy what will happen next. The eyes flashed their vibrant colors once again. My apologies. Jarius bowed. He turned around to leave, stepping out of the pyramid and onto the island. Willing his astral body to float up, he moved away from the island. Lisa. After swinging her psychic fist to smash a devil, she spun around to confront another. You vile things convinced me that directly attacking you would result in summoning Garyx himself and giving him some kind of advantage. Liars! That is all your kind is. The devil sprang at her, attacking with his weapon. The thing was impaled by Lisa's fist. The thing laughed. We didn't lie. It coughed as it laughed. Lisa pulled her fist out, opening her palm to create a psychic barrier to absorb the death throes. I don't care, she said to the already obliterated devil. You should, a booming voice behind her said. Lisa spun around, confronted by a massive eye, the eye of Garyx. The flaming dragon's eye stared into her. Lisa looked into the finite depths that the eye held. She felt herself draining. My soul, what are you doing? I am... Her glowing essence flowed out of her eyes and into the eye of Garyx. Lisa fell to the ground, lifeless. A darkness pulsed out of the eye of Garyx that flowed into the dead body of Lisa. That darkness possessed her angelic corpse. The former Archon stood up. Go! Garyx commanded his new servant. She vanished from sight. Jarius Kane searched the heaven of the Metamind within its infinite depths. The souls before him all had different colored auras. Most were blue with tones of light gray. Others were slightly darker. One, however, had a deep red aura. Huh? What have we here? Jarius said, approaching the deep red soul. Garyx remembers your tactics for crushing gods. He was hoping you would notice, the soul said. Who are you? The emissary of Garyx. The soul materialized. His astral form revealed the corrupted form of Lisa. Her wings were bent, contorting at angles that a mortal would find disturbing. Her eyes were solid black, and her body was hunched forward. The halo was broken and dark. So, you have infiltrated his heaven, Jarius commented. Yes, he is far too distracted. You will come with me. Now why would I do that? Jarius smirked. Cretan is of no use to Garyx. He does not care what you do. He merely wants you out of the way. You can either seize your freedom and leave, or I can kill you permanently. The choice is yours, Jarius. The dead wizard laughed. Garyx has gone through a great deal of trouble just to give me this option. You have Jason so distracted that he has sent every disposable angel out. He even has me gathering candidates to become Archons. However, I am willing to bet that once he discovers what you have done to poor Lisa, here, he will reevaluate his liberal view on making Archons. Make your choice now. Simply go with you and do whatever I want. Yes. Take me to my body. Jason, the avatar of the Metamind. Holding his hand out, the shard of Gerald floated into his palm. Finally, the last one. His body turned to light, leaving the book. The empty house had only one book remaining. It floated in the air. Light exited, forming into his physical body that was holding that book in the air. Discarding the tome casually on the carpet, Jason pulled out one of the shards of Gerald. It has taken me a very long time to get you back together, Gerald. You better have some answers. Crystal shards materialized all around the avatar. They spun, rotating on their own, building momentum by the mental command of the god before them. With but a snap of his fingers, they all combined into a singular standing glass figure. Snapping his fingers again caused the glass to shatter, leaving only fleshy remains. "Awaken," Jason said to the unconscious man before him. Gerald opened his eyes. Where am I? What has happened?" "That is what you are going to tell me." Jason, is that you? Garyx took me, and... I know. I have just saved you and put you back together. I need you to tell me what has happened to my book. Lord, I do not know. Jason held his hand out. Stop. I will just read your thoughts instead. He placed his palm on his forehead, absorbing his memories. Gerald did not resist. After a moment, Jason gently pulled back. I understand. Garyx found you and attacked you. This is just what I suspected. The book you have written was corrupted in the middle of production. The first few copies are pure, but every copy that went to Varus and Laguna is corrupted with vile magic. What should I do, Metamind? Gerald asked. Rally my believers here in Skyborn. Garyx must be stopped. I must depart for Laguna. Yes, Lord, Gerald said. The avatar of the Metamind vanished. Gerald stepped outside, stretching his arms, getting used to his body once again. Everyone, listen to me. Several psychics stopped floating in the air, landing next to Gerald. Others approached with ordinary legs. No one said anything as they listened intently. The Metamind has visited me. We must prepare for war. On a lifeless planet, the Klemos huddled together inside of a cavern. Red won't think to look on this remote planet, one Klemo said. We can fight him now. We should be hunting him, Junior said. Gray waved her hand, dismissing the notion. Unlike Red, we each only have one life. We do not get another opportunity. We have to take our time and strike when the time is right. I've died before, Junior commented. All fitted Klemos looked directly at him. Junior held a serious face. Yes, I have died. Jason brought me back. The warlock that killed me, I was lucky enough to kill him in the end. Twinkle paced back and forth. The moment magic is done preparing the spells, and everyone is rested, we go save more Klemos from Red. The architect Klemo stepped forward. I need some help building here if this is the planet we will use for New Klemo City. It isn't, Gray said, pointing at him. Architect shook his head. Why? This is an uninhabited world. It is ideal. So was the last one. We can and need to do better, she said. Spreading his hands apart, Architect Klemo asked, What do you suggest? Gray turned to Junior. You said that Jason created his own demiplane? Yeah, but Jason is a god. You said he did it before he was a god. He was the Metamind when he created it. The man trained for 25 years to understand his full abilities and capabilities. Then he went back in time and created that place for his younger self to train on. Magic looked up from the spell books briefly to say, Sounds like a paradox. Junior Klimo shrugged. He wrote a journal. So? Twinkle asked. The older version of Jason compared it to the one he wrote to ensure everything was paradox-free. Look, this doesn't matter. We have so much work to do. Gray nodded. Of that we agree. She looked at Magic, then back at the other Klimos. We wait on confronting Red again. Until then, we can tackle other pressing matters. She paused to allow the other Klimos to interject. They were quiet. First things first, Architect is right. We need a home. I want him. Twinkle and Junior to come with me. The rest of you stay with Magic. Keep your psychic senses up, ready to evacuate a moment's notice. Should Red discover our location? Questions? She looked around. No one said anything. Twinkle, Gray, Arctic, and Junior vanished. On the material plane, within a locked vault, Lisa, the corrupted Archon, along with Jarius, stepped out of a portal facing this massive vault. Jason ensured that I did not know where my body was. He did, however, explain to me that it is kept in a stasis field frozen in time, similar to what he placed Alvaro Alisto in. Lisa turned to him. Her voice was hoarse. Why do you refer to the Metamind as Jason? Because Jason is my creation, and my creation is the dominant half. If that were untrue, they would not be preparing to battle gods. Alvaro was a lazy psychic. Jarius placed his astral hand on the vault, examining it. Though Alvaro was far more powerful than Jason, his will is inferior. The man had no ambition, no desire beyond curing boredom. He removed his astral hand. Ambitionless fools will always be their own downfall. Lisa stepped forward. I have brought you to where your body is. How do you intend on getting in? Jarius shrugged his astral shoulders. There are a plethora of protections around this structure, including a rather large, intricate psychic protection, specifically designed to keep me out. He turned to Lisa. Only the power of the god Metamind can open this. Jarius chuckled. I still hold that power, Lisa said, waving her hand, cracking the large structure. Smiling, Jarius continued talking. Garyx is perhaps the most intelligent of the foes Jason has encountered. With my help, Jason would kill him. Without me, Garyx has a much better chance. Lisa looked at him. Garyx does not care about you helping Jason. He does not fear you, nor should he. Jarius shrugged. If that were true, then why are you here? Why go through this much trouble? Garyx has set up thousands of distractions for Jason, just to break me out of heaven unnoticed. You even admitted it when you met not too long ago. Oh, you will find out soon enough, little cretin, Lisa said, spreading her hands apart, splitting the vault in two. They flew away with the movements of her hands. The contents became visible. They saw a table with a great sword, ring, the book resting on it. Just in front of that table was a large gray cylinder made of light. Inside of the cylinder floated a motionless body identical to the astral form of Jarius. I am done here. Garyx calls me, Lisa said, vanishing. Jarius smiled. Raising his hand, he looked at the sword on the table. Come to me, my Godslayer sword. The sword obeyed his command, floating up, hovering his direction. Arriving, Jarius did not grab it. Absorb this, he commanded the blade. Light from the cylinder flowed into the sword. time within that small area returned, his body fell to the ground. His astral form disappeared. The body of Jarius Kane moaned. Taking in a deep breath, his body stretched, getting used to life once again. Amazing! Absolutely amazing! Laughing, the living Jarius stood up. His hand took hold of the Godslayer sword. Feels good to touch you again, my greatest creation. His body vanished, reappearing in front of the table. Picking up the ring to examine it, he smiled victoriously. I am free, in control, and all of my regained powers are still mine. He put the ring on, letting go of the sword. It dematerialized instantly. Grabbing the spellbook and flipping through the pages, the mage laughed. Oh, whatever shall I do now? I am so close to being Cretan once again. Yes, you are. What? Jerry spun around, shocked to hear a voice coming from nowhere, yet also from everywhere. Who is that? You know who I am. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, Dagon. Yes, I completely forgot about you. Jason put you in my head after he took over all of your divinity. Correct. How does it feel to have nothing again? You have more experience than I do at this. That I do, old friend. Jarius stepped away from the table, still holding his book with one hand. With his free hand, his sword materialized in his palm. We are almost complete again. Do you know what we will be doing first? No. You seem happy about me being in your head. Why is that? Because you are going to help me, Dagon. Help you what and how? My brain has 6 psychic components. They are locked for my usage. You, however, should be able to find a way to control them. Together, we have a great deal of work to do. Will we truly be Cretan again? End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The port town of Laguna had ships poled into every dock. Jason, the avatar of the Metamind, materialized in the center of town. What is happening here? With a wave of his hand, he sent a psychic pulse scanning the entire town. The psychic wave flowed through every inch for a mile out. Knowledge of his surroundings entered his mind. So, this is what I haven't noticed. Guardian. He is coming for you, a voice said behind Jason. Without looking behind, Jason answered, Zane, your god will stop at nothing to kill me, will he? Clad in bright white armor, with a large shield and sword sheathed, his winged figure responded. Guardian is many things, Jason. Forgiveness for killing one of his brothers is not one of the things his infinite mercy has room for. Even though I am more focused on demons and devils, the supposed good God seeks petty vengeance, I know your God knows everything, you know. Make sure he is paying attention to these words. I can feel his focus listening even now, Zane said through his gritted teeth. It does not have to be this way. That prophecy about me killing the good gods can end with deity. We can cease a war before it even starts. Tell him that together we could destroy hell itself. I will tell you exactly what Guardian would say to such a proposition. The Archon of Guardian paused, ensuring he had Jason's full attention. Jason turned around to look at him. Guardian will never compromise his integrity. Your place is in hell. Even if you destroy it, my God will never stop hunting you. I already knew you would respond that way. Thought I would try all the same. Jason shrugged. Everything has its place. Evil is for the evil souls, and by Guardian's will should continue to exist. Your quest goes against the will of Guardian no matter what you do. Then you waste my time. Jason waved his hand, causing Zane's body to flash and vanish from sight. Time to see what exactly is going on here in Laguna. Exploring the docks, he first examined the docked ships. Jason looked at their auras. Everyone in here is a worshipper of Guardian. The dock workers were moving large boxes off the ship. Using his psychic senses, he learned the contents of the boxes. The Metamind narrowed his eyes, annoyed. Siege weapons. What are Guardian's worshippers intending on sieging? His hand passed over the head of one of the crew members. Light flowed from the mortal to the avatar of the Metamind. Bah! He has no idea. None of these people know. Jason paced back and forth. His hand clenched his chin in deep thought. Zane would not be here unless this is important. Right now, nothing is more important to Guardian than killing me. He stopped pacing, then snapped his fingers, realizing something. Where are these weapons going? Waving his hand in front of himself, Jason altered the air to shimmer. The shimmering swirled into an image of these boxes moving. Time within this image accelerated, revealing their destination. A massive force carried these siege weapons far to the north to Mount Skyborn. He witnessed a battle between the devout followers of Guardian and the devout followers of the Metamind. The Guardian followers used steel and clerical magic, while the Metamind followers used psychic energy. Jason dismissed the image prior to seeing the outcome of the battle. So be it. I, however, will do this myself without relying on mortals. Jason vanished from sight, teleporting away. The city of Babylon. Jason materialized in the sky, looking down on the walled-in kingdom of Babylon. You seek to destroy my city first? I think not. Psychic energy welled up inside of the Metamind. The energy built up, accumulating throughout his body, preparing to release. Lightning struck throughout the sky from cloud to cloud. Jason ignored it as he continued to build up the psychic energy. Lightning slammed into the ground with a massive boom. Looking down, he saw him. Wearing illuminated divine armor, wielding a golden shield that bore the symbol of Guardian, the 6 circles that connected, forming a circle themselves. He stood. In his other hand radiated a holy sword, held with a firm grip. Under his shining helmet, his bearded face was uncovered. With thick muscle-bound arms, he looked up at Jason. Standing in the sand on the desert, not even a mile from Babylon, the angered god buckled down, preparing himself. Guardian, you intend on destroying my people. I will destroy you first, Jason declared. Guardian said nothing as his body propelled in the air, with his sword pointing straight to Jason. Releasing the psychic energy into an attack aimed for Babylon, Jason fired it onto the city that held the most worshippers of Guardian. Guardian intercepted that blast. The psychic energy surrounded the god of law and good. Guardian did not slow down his momentum as the psychic blast flooded into his shield. Jason's eyes widened with surprise. His shield absorbed my blast. The human god moved like a shooting star, hurling himself at Jason. Jason attempted to teleport away, only to remain in place. Guardian's sword stabbed the new god, obliterating him instantly. Guardian slowed his momentum, coming to a stop. He frowned at his victory. I destroyed your avatar. I will destroy you next. The realm of the god Metamind. His eyes ceased flashing. The face of the god Metamind was in pain. The loss of my avatar
was unforeseen. Guardian is more powerful than I gave him credit. 2 angels stood before him. Lord, may we serve? Find Garyx. He should have returned with candidates to become archons by now. He pointed at the second angel. You stay here, prepared to be assigned. The angels bowed. One left in search of Garyx. Waving his hand, the Metamind revealed the image of the first angel he sent down to the mortal realm, only to see him battling dozens of devils. The angel was bruised and beaten, refusing to give up the fight. Devils danced with joy at their oncoming victory. Scowling at the image before him, he waved his hand, changing the sight to the second angel within the labyrinth. This angel had found the party of devils sent. Their battle broke out immediately. Calculating in his head, he predicted the outcome. The Metamind frowned at the imminent failure of this angel. Waving his hand again to alter the image to the next angel, only to witness additional losses. He altered the image again and again, only to see his forces failing, and foretelling his own downfall as a god. Lord, you are the one true God, and are my fellow angels failing a test you have given them? I believe in you. This is all part of your plan, the naive angel said. Pointing at the faithful angel, the Metamind stood up. I will not go down so easily. I may be a new god, but I am far from defeat. I want you to stay here in my heaven. I will send no more angels. I will no longer allow these distractions to work. Recall every angel and archon immediately. The angel bowed. Lord, you only have one archon, Lisa. Lisa, come to me now. The Metamind waited. Nothing happened. He waved his hand, altering the image to show Lisa, only to reveal a black, empty picture. Where is Lisa? Swirling his hand and finger before the image, the Metamind caused it to play backwards. Show me what has happened to my first archon. The image revealed the events that have turned her into an agent of Garyx. Actual surprise etched onto the face of the god Metamind. Lisa, I will find you and restore you to your true self. What will you have me do, Lord? The angel asked. Nothing. I will go myself. No avatar, but my true self. I have seen Garyx's origins, and will start with the only one remaining that knew Garyx as immortal. The Metamind vanished from sight. Garyx came. Why didn't you want to prepare better? Because, Dagon, it would be an utter waste of time, and you know it. Garyx swung his sword into the darkness. A screeching sound was heard, followed by a thump. How so? You have an understanding of psionics better than the vast majority of the multiverse. Better so than even myself. A purple flame lit in his hand, illuminating the surrounding area within 30 feet. Creatures made of pure shadow surrounded the blonde-robed wizard. Throwing the flame at a monster before him, he rushed forward. These 6 psychic components are weak. While they are strengthened from practice from the previous entity that roamed inside of your head, they are very pathetic to do what I am used to. Swinging his sword, another thing was obliterated from the blow. And you think I somehow feel different? You were Dagon. You had just attained godhood. Garyx attacked with his sword again. Before that, you were a demon lord. Grabbing the sword with both hands, he pulled it apart, turning the sword into 2 blades of equal size. Spinning, cutting, and slashing everything in his path, Garyx continued to move forward. Before that, you, his voice was loud with anger as he continued to fight and talk, were Prism. Prism was a psychic entity that wielded magic and mind like no other. I remember all of that. I was Prism in the previous universe, just as you Who exactly? Hacking the head off of a shadow beast, Jarius jumped forward. For the longest time, I thought I was Cage or maybe Rune, but you see, I am none of those three. I am the reincarnation of Cretan. That doesn't make any sense. Cretan was Cage, Prism, and Rune. You are not one of those three. You could not be Cretan. Oh, but I am. Jarius let go of the swords. They flew around, encircling himself. 2 more swords appeared in his hands. He stood, still allowing the 2 flying swords to protect himself. I am the soul of Cretan. Explain. I am his ambition, his perseverance. I am Cretan's desire and will. How did you come to this conclusion? Tell me, Dagon, throughout the countless millions of years you have existed in this multiverse in that form, why have you not risen above the status of Demon Lord? Shadow demons were torn asunder by the flying swords as they tried to get to Jarius. You act as if such a thing is easy. I needed an opportunity, which I finally got when Jason came along. You never had the opportunity to conquer other demon lords? I find that notion to be absurd. That's easy for you to say. Like I said, I never had the opportunity to rise above Jace until Jason came along. If there is no opportunity, then you make one. I presented Jason to you on a silver platter. I created him, not for you to take, but for me to control. Jarius pointed his swords forward, mentally commanding the flying ones to cut enemies ahead. Running once again, he struck enemies down with every swing. I no longer control Jason, nor will I ever, thanks to you. So I adapted to the situation. This is what Cretan does. This is how I know I am the soul of Cretan. Without me, Cage Room and you will never advance. You need me a lot more than I need you. Slashing his swords in a vertical arc caused that space to open up, creating a portal, which Jarius jumped in. A portal opened up in another area that looked identical to the darkened area he just left. Jarius jumped out with his sword swinging, cutting down more demons that stood in his way. Cretan was powerful. I truly miss that limitless power we once wielded. Good! Nice to see we are finally on the same page. Do what I say and we will be our true self once again. How? First, I need you to be useful. He hit a wall with the butt of his sword, crashing it as he jumped through. That is one way to go through a maze. Useful to you how? Really? You honestly need me to ask that? Are you sure you're Prism? I remember Prism was more intelligent than this. Use the 6 psychic components I have. These pathetic demons we are fighting. Jarius struck another down. We need to synchronize and fight together without me needing to tell you what to do. We can practice that on these small fry. And we had better master it before we get to her. Otherwise we will die. Like this. A demon exploded just before Jarius hacked at it, causing his weapon to swing into empty air. No, you have wasted an attack. He swung his sword again, making contact with the hand of a shadow-skinned demon that held the bladed portion. Jason and the demon made eye contact. Very impressive. Looks like we are getting closer to Loth if she is now sending demons that can actually withstand the touch of my sword. Looking at the demon's hand holding the blade, Jarius saw the blade cutting into its skin. Darkness dripped from the thing's wound like water and blood. Too bad Loth sent the stupid ones. The demon held the blade portion of the sword, exploded from psychic energy. A barrier surrounded it as the death throes were contained. Do you mean more like this? Yes, that is exactly what I'm talking about. We are supposed to complement each other's attacks, not hinder or compete. How much longer until we reach Loth? How many portals have we gone through?
Jairus began to run to a massive demon that was charging him. With a mighty jump from both the humongous demon and Jairus, they hurled at one another.
12.
Jairus spun his body, cutting through the beast's head. Psychic energy surrounded his body, gliding him to the thing's back, where Jairus ran across it.
You are improving,
Jairus remarked as he jumped off of the slain demon. His hands, feet, and ring glowed purple as his body lifted off of the ground. He took flight, moving towards his goal.
How many more layers of the abyss do we trek? All of them! What? That's absurd.
There's 666.
Damn it, Dagon. Is your memory truly this bad?
Ah, yes. How could I forget? I destroyed 462 when I was a god. Well, you lack the power to destroy entire realms. You are proceeding through them at an incredible rate. 188 remain.
We will be through them in just a few short hours. What has kept you from blowing through the abyss like this before?
The lack of power, for one. After that, I was stuck under the control of Orcus. After that, I was stuck under the control of Jason. After that, it was the god version of him. Now that I am free and powerful, there is no longer any need to wait. I am tired of biding my time, and there is nothing left to wait for. Not only do I have my greatest weapon, this sword, I also have my superior god strength, a demon lord in my powerful ring, and my arcane magic I have studied for 200 years, and you who control every psychic ability. Nothing can stop us. A bar within the port town of Laguna. The 4 Klemos teleported in. The air rustled briefly. Inside, they saw one patron and the bartender. Gray Klemo approached the bar. I am looking for someone. The patron refused to look at her, preferring to keep to himself. The bartender shrugged.
No drink, no loitering.
She reached into her pocket for money. I will just have some wine.
What kind of wine?
Red, she yelled, swinging her sword at the bartender. They swiftly blocked with a weapon of their own. Their eyes turned solid black as their voice deepened. However did you know it was me? Red Klemo grinned. Gray teleported away as the patron attempted to grab her. She reappeared with the other 3 Klemos. I have enchanted eyes, you moron. I can see your true form no matter what you hide as. Junior and Twinkle drew their weapons. Architect Klemo held a large hammer. The 4 disappeared, dispersing around the room. Twinkle appeared behind one of the 2 Reds, who by now had dropped their disguises, revealing their true form. Their 6 arms wielded weapons that swung at Twinkle. The teleporting swordsman evaded by bending backwards, swinging after swing. Twinkle dodged their blows. Both Reds charged him only to be tripped by the hammer of the Architect Klemo. Gray and Junior stabbed down into the 2 Reds. Magic glowed from their weapons as Reds were altered back to their original Klemo selves. Is he getting easier? Junior asked. Yes, he is, Twinkle replied. Think about it, Junior. Gray extended her arm to answer to the newly restored Klemo, helping him up. With each Klemo we restore, Red loses that knowledge, psychic energy, and version from his million one-man army. So, a voice came from the shadows. The 6 Klemos looked. Red walked into the room. You have actually discovered a way to undo me. 4 more Reds walked out of the shadows from one corner. Looks like killing you might have to do instead of absorbing you. 4 more walked out of another corner. You will not be teleporting out either. Another 4 entered from the 3rd corner. Everyone looked to the 4th corner to see another 4 walk in. Good, you saved us the trouble of finding you, Gray screamed at the 17 Reds. A Red raised his hand and glowed with psychic energy. Gray was heaved into the air. The energy surrounded her neck. With lightning speed, Twinkle lunged to the other side of the room, stabbing into the Red. Gray fell to the ground, grabbing her neck. That Red changed back into the original Clemo. All you have to do is cut you. It is far easier for us to kill you, Twinkle shouted. Twinkle backflipped, dodging a strike from one of the Reds. Fighting broke out between the now 7 Clemos and the Reds that continued to swarm into the room. Everyone swung their weapons. Red became a much harder target as he took this fight seriously. Volthrum! A Clemo's voice from the front door. Magic erupted in the room, moving like a flood of water surrounding every Red Clemo. Over 30 Reds ceased to move entirely. The non-Reds looked around in confusion, finally pointed at the door. Magic! I knew you would need my help. Quickly! That spell won't last more than a few seconds. Convert them now! I don't have another spell like that. You can teleport again, too. The Clemos stabbed into the frozen Reds as fast as they could. Over a dozen Clemos were restored before the spell wore off. Fighting broke out once again as Red could move more again. Psychic energy, magic energy, sword swinging, and teleporting occurred all across this room. Blurred streaks etched around them as Red desperately used any power he could to combat his adversaries. The parasite Clemo continued to bring in more and more versions of himself to the fray. Restored Clemos joined the fight right away. I have 1,000,000 more of me. Even if you take 100 of me away, I can keep coming. Sooner or later, I will get to you. I am not stopping. We don't want to stop, Twinkle said as he teleported one of the many restored Clemos away from the Red about to strike him. Just outside of a major city, inside of a cave within the desert. Bring the next chosen for their blessing, Lazan, the former human named Ian, said. His draconic wings rested behind him, relaxed. His maw formed a twisted smile. Around him rested dozens of large black eggs. Outside of this cave, where the line continued to stretch out farther, stood 2 large draconic guards. Their dragon arms were crossed as they stood on 2 human-shaped legs. Their scales glistened in the sunlight. In front of the Lazan was a line formed consisting of humans all wearing robes with the eye of Garyx stitched on, along with hoods over their faces. The line stopped 50 feet away from the cult leader. Standing directly in front of Lazan was a naked human, with head bowed down and arms at their sides. My child, the great Garyx, and the only true God has appointed me as the right hand. Through me you shall have salvation, only from the horrid soft human skin you wear. You too will no longer be Corvus bound. You will join the rest of us in our flight to spread the word of Garyx. All you ready to be like the mighty Garyx and share his skin? Yes, please, the naked cultist shouted. spreading their arms. "Make me anew! Make me like you! Make me a child of Garyx!" Lazan stabbed into their chest with his pointer finger, the nail portion glowing as dark shadows seeped out of his flesh, crawling over his skin and liquefying as they poured onto the willing cultist. "Your transformation has begun." Lazan removed his claw, allowing the liquid shadows to fully envelop the cultist's body just as it did to himself. 2 draconic guards moved in. They lifted the large egg onto the stretcher, then moved it out of the way, where they placed the black egg next to so many others. "Humanity will either join us or die like the pathetic weak race they are. Next," Lazan said. Chapter 7. Far to the south, there existed a creature that was one of the many massive red dragons that roamed the multiverse. This particular red dragon had his bottom half inside of a cavern, while its upper half rested outside. He leaned on his front right claw, sleeping comfortably. In front of the dragon was a robed man. The man held a sack of coins that he jingled before the mighty red. "Great Rascarvanister, I seek a bargain. I have gold that I wish to buy from you the enchanted eyes that only you can perform. If you are short of any payment, you have wasted my time and I will devour you." The dragon Rascarvanister held his left claw out. The robed man gave him the sack. The dragon poured the sack onto the ground. A small pile formed. Digging through the coins, the dragon counted out loud. 100, 200, 3, 1,000, 4,000. Pausing, the dragon contorted his face into an angry scowl. 4,992. "What?" the man exclaimed. "I swear it is all there." The dragon inhaled a large breath. The man turned around, running for his life. He did not get far as the flames exhaled, engulfing him, burning him to a blackened crisp. "Humans, I swear they always try to cheat you." The dragon shook the bag. 8 coins fell out. The dragon laughed. "Oops. That is bad for business," came the booming voice of the Metamind, materializing in front of the dragon. "What do you want?" The dragon looked at the Metamind with indifference. "Information. That is never free." The dragon extended his claw with no expression on his face. "Do not mock me with your ways of gold and lust. You will tell me what I want to know." "I have encountered gods before, Jason and Alvaro. You do not intimidate me. You are no more special to me than that human I thought cheated me." Narrowing his eyes, the radiant god hefted a sigh. "What is your price?" "That depends on the information you want." "Tell me everything about your brother Garyx." The dragon laughed. "Now there's a name I have not heard for a few thousand years. I used to beat him back when he was a wormling. I assume you want mundane details skipped. What specifically do you desire to know? Where is he? What can kill him? What can I use against him? I will tell you all of that. In return, though, I don't want gold from you." "What is it you desire?" "After you defeat Garyx, I want something from him." "What?" Rascarvanister shook his head. "You must agree to give me something he has after you kill him. I shall not name it until you have it." "I do not bargain in riddles. I do not speak in riddles." The Metamind waved his hand. This thing you seek, is it material? No. Is it something you can use against me? Yes. Will you? No, I have no reason to. Unless you give me a reason, that is. Consider it insurance and payment. If I tell you what it is, you will say no. This verbal dance is old. You will gain what you desire, whatever it is. However, should you ever stand in my way, it will not bode well for you. Trust me, I honestly want nothing to do with your quest to kill the devils and the gods. Do we have a deal then? Agreed. Ross Carvonister altered his face from mundane and uncaring to a wide grin. Do your first question. The Fire Lord, like most gods, resides in his realm. By the way, it is a pretty ballsy move for you to roam the material plane yourself. I saw that fight between your avatar and guardian. Reckless gods tend to die recklessly. The dragon paused. Get on with it. Ah, yes. Always. Anyways, his realm is actually unique and interesting. My brother's realm is inside of his book. He made it really easy to go into. You already have seen mortals go there yourself. I highly doubt Garyx can be lured out of there. What he lacked in physical prowess as a young dragon, he has always made up for in cunning. He is pretty much all-powerful in his realm, just as you are in yours. Killing him? That part's a little tricky. He is a red dragon just like me, so it should be obvious that cold attacks are more effective than most other attacks. What else? Every immortal has a way to be permanently killed. You killed deity using blunt force and that nifty Godslayer sword. That same sword is more than enough to kill even Garyx, and probably anything. I did not exist in the previous universe that your creator, Jarius, never shuts up about. I do, however, recognize the limitless potential of that weapon. Just use that. Is there anything else I need to know? Ross Carvonister stared at the Metamind silently. I will not search you out when I defeat Garyx. You will come to me for your payment. The dragon nodded his agreement, still holding his wide grin. I wonder what it is that can kill you. The god Metamind vanished, teleporting away. Within the darkened abyss. It is truly the best tactic to skulk and hide. Yes, Jarius replied to Dagon's question. He moved through thick air. The darkness itself was semi-solid. Moving through it was similar to moving through water. Yet you can kill those shadow demons with no real effort. Pfft, they aren't worth the effort. The Spider Queen set them up as a distraction and an alarm. An alarm. She's a goddess. We are in her realm. She must be aware of us. A lot happens here. While she could find us anytime she wants. I figure there is a decent chance we are still hidden from her. Jarius moved past two more large shadow demons and through a doorway. I have already gone through all of your mortal memories. You have taken many unnecessary risks. I am not surprised that you have taken this risk. Moving down a hallway and through an additional corridor, Jarius saw a portal up ahead. The portal to the next abyss is just over there. That makes 100. We are halfway there. Risks are the only way to move up. You cannot gain anything if you do not risk anything. He stepped into the portal. Exiting a portal in the next abyss, Dagon replied, You should be dead. Logically, that is. You said you looked through all of my mortal memories? Jarius raised his hand to eye level. His red ring glowed. The glow surrounded his body, then lifted him from the ground. Taking flight, the mage spun his body, dodging both debris and demons. Yes, what of it? Accelerating his body, Jarius stabbed with his sword, piercing through an enemy in his path. A large hole was left in the demon that Jarius glided through with no effort. I have died lots of times. The first time I was careless was against my human siblings, when I was laying siege to the city of Babylon. By sheer chance alone I had survived. He chuckled. To think that could have been the end, then and there. Then you were careless against Grotst. Jason killed you for the first time. Dodging a blast from a demon that had spotted him, Jarius ignored him and continued to soar through the darkened, endless sky that was void of any stars. Only shadows and the silent demon enemies were ever present here. I died too many times to count or care when I was a lich. You no longer have the luxury of coming back to life. You need to be more careful. Laughing, Jarius plunged through another portal. Why? Because you are trapped in here with me? Exiting the next portal, Dagon used psychic energy to blast away an enemy that followed them through the portal. Yes. So, together we're more powerful, are we not? No. I was more powerful with my previous form as the demon god Dagon. Well, I don't have the option of restoring you to that. Deal with it. Besides, Jarius fired purple flame from his palm to another shadow demon. You and I both need to be together. If anything, you should be grateful. Dagon was silent. Don't be like that. Yes, you're weaker, but that is temporary. Stop pouting. We are us once again. Once we gather the other two aspects of Cretan and the remainder of our powers, nothing can possibly stop us. I cannot argue that. I would still prefer my previous form. Yeah, who the fuck wouldn't? If anything, Jason or the Metamind, or whatever he wants to call himself, did us a favor by putting you in me. Why did he do that? I should be dead, not a prisoner. Laughing, the mage landed on solid ground. He ran into a cavern. Jason knows everything that I know. He knows what Cretan is or was. That does not explain it. Maybe he saw a potential ally in me. Also, I think he believed you would torture me from the inside. The torture suggestion sounds more realistic of a motivation. The demon Lord Dagon has died, and you took part of that in that death. I should, in all honesty, be tearing you apart from the inside. And why aren't you? He moved through the cavern, with his head raised high, no longer sneaking. You know why. We must be Cretan once again. That's right. I just needed you to say that. Do us a favor and keep those psychic senses up. Loth's servants will encounter us any time now. And when they do, she will focus on us far more than we would prefer. Die! Came a voice lunging at Jarius. Without looking, the ring on his hand glowed red. He vanished, reappearing 10 feet to the left. Jarius took a good look at his assailant. His own eyes glowed, piercing the darkness. This creature was an enormous demon, head with a singular eye and mouth. It floated with no sign of touching the ground. On top of his head were 8 tendrils that had balls on each of them. Those balls glowed purple with demonic power. 8 energy beams fired at Jarius. Run! Fight it! We can't outrun it! Dodging one beam, deflecting another with the sword, psychic energy caused the third blast to pass through without harm, leaving 5 that struck Jarius in his chest and his 4 limbs. Those blasts ripped through him at those 5 points and pinned him against the cavernous wall. "Loth!" the creature said with a guttural, decayed voice, "will reward me greatly for killing you." "Or she could reward you even more for bringing me alive," Jarius suggested. The creature paused before speaking. There were 5 purple energy beams exiting 5 of its tendrils that led all the way to Jarius. They continuously pulsed, keeping the man from moving. "Yes, I believe she..." The thing ceased talking as the animated Godslayer sword plunged into his skull, killing him. The purple ceased to pulse as it faded into oblivion. "I love the stupid ones. They are easily distracted," Jarius said, falling to the ground. "You are injured." Jarius snapped his fingers. Arcane magic trailed out across his body, closing his wounds. "You don't have that many healing spells prepared." "Yep." He continued to move through the cavern. Within a village, an angel battles devils. "God has sent me to eradicate you, and I will not rest until that is done." The angel screamed through his blood-covered face. "Yes, kill us!" a human child shouted back with glowing red eyes. The angel lunged at that child with his sword. With a thrust, the child's life was ceased through being impaled. Pushing his hands in, the angel took out the demon from the dead child's mind. This angel squeezed the evil creature until its head exploded. "By the will of the Lord Metamind, I will end evil here," the angel called out his war cry. Turning to another possessed villager, the angel pointed his sword. The villager smiled as it remained unmoving. This divine angel struck them down with no resistance. Blood splattered on the ground as the remains of this dead mortal fell down to the lifeless. Raising his weapon up, he looked around for additional foes. Every human was dead here. No life existed in the once populated port town of Laguna. Blood and entrails decorated this once lively human town. "I have defeated evil that dwelled here." Within a labyrinth, an angel had already met a group of devils. "I will destroy you," the angel threatened. Fighting has already broken out. This powerful angel was making quick work of these devils, especially with the death of 2 of them immediately. "You fiends were easy to find. With your loud commotion and noise, I found you right away," this angel boasted as he cut off the head of a devil. 2 devils gave each other a sly look, then laughed. Lunging at them, the angel had his sword raised. "Die, scum!" Splitting up, the 2 devils moved away from the enraged angel. Swinging his sword wildly at them, the angel was in full attack mode. Around this fight, dark mist flowed in and around the combatants. Devils slowly vanished one by one. Stabbing into one small devil, this angel smiled victoriously. "Why?" a slow, wavy voice echoed. "Are you in my lair?" The very same mist wrapped around this divine creature. Attempting to move from his spot, the angel was shocked to realize that he could not move. "What magic is this?" Forming a large face with scales made out of shadows, and revealing its large scale-covered tail wrapped around this angel, it spoke a second time.
You need to answer my question. Fortralis has little patience for trespassers. Shadow Dragon!
The angel identified his attacker. Fortralis moved his massive face inches from this angel.
Yes. Now give me a reason not to eat you.
By the way of the Metamind, you will let me go. The shadow dragon shrugged. A shadowy claw ripped away the angel's sword, tossing it casually on the ground. Reaching for his feathery wings, it took hold of them.
Last chance,
Fortralis said with indifference. My God will not tolerate evil things like you. Shaking his head with disappointment, the dragon ripped the wings off. The angel screamed in pain as the dragon chewed them, smirking at the tormented angel.
You angels are so full of pride and confidence. You honestly believe there is nothing greater than yourselves and your God. I have seen creatures and things far beyond gods. You never offer me anything beyond annoyance.
He shook his head a second time. Then, with a singular movement, the angel was devoured by Fortralis, the shadow dragon. Inside of the pyramid, the Metamind sat, watching his angels fail him. His eyes flashed, observing 45 different angels, all fail against the cunning of Garyx and the devil servants. Devils were seen gathering the crystals from the labyrinth. Villages were seen destroyed by his own angels. A battalion of angels were crushed by 3 dragons. Angels were tortured by devils across the multiverse. My forces are failing me. His eyes ceased to flash. I am losing divine chess. Waving his hand to reveal an image before him, the Metamind observed siege weapons in motion through the northern plains. They are moving to Mount Skyborn, Lord, an angel commented. The Metamind looked at the angel with indifference, then back at the image. I need to do something. Lord, why not act? You could send me there. Without looking at the angel, the Metamind responded, No, you will only fail. Your failure would not be your fault, but my own. The angel shook his head, confused. But, Lord, my failures could only be my own fault. These are mere mortals. I could stop them and save your loyal followers in the city of Mount Skyborn. His hands were held out, imploring. I said no. If I sent you or any other angels, they would be met with overwhelming odds sent by Guardian. He waved his hand, revealing the hidden things all around the siege weapons. Thousands of angels wore the symbol of Guardian, the 6 circles forming a circle all connecting with a singular line. Every Guardian angel was wearing thick, heavy armor. Most had swords and shields. Some had 2-handed great swords. A few had bows and arrows. All were at the ready. My lord, what are your orders? The angel looked with confidence and trust at the Metamind. You are to stay here. Those angels Guardian has will only act if my angels act. The people of Skyborn cannot receive divine assistance, or they will be overwhelmed by the countermeasure Guardian has set up. This gob rubbed his chin. Well done, lawful good god of humans. Are Garyx and Guardian working together, my lord? Shaking his head, the Metamind responded. No. Guardian's taking advantage of Garyx's initiative to strike at me preemptively. They will never work together directly. I need to save my worshippers, but I cannot directly interfere. Klemos and Reds. We are doing it, Magic shouted. Arcane power exited his hands. The force seized hold of 3 reds that paralyzed them. Other non-red Klemos quickly moved in to strike these frozen reds with their various weapons. This cured them of the red Klemo disease. Reds were converting left and right. Red attempted to escape by manifesting his teleportation talent. He could not escape. The free Klemos held their hands out using their own psychic gifts to cancel out Red's escape. This cannot be! Red screamed his frustration as 36 more of his versions dropped from the cure, seizing them. They fought in the open streets and surrounding countryside. Over 1 million Klemos occupied the area, all fighting non-stop. Several Klemos were teleporting around, distributing anti-red weaponry to the newly cured Klemos. The fight lasted hours. Finally, there were only 2 reds remaining. They were surrounded by every converted Klemo. I, Magic began, have magically tracked every single one of you down. There is no escape for you, parasite. Grey Klemo swung her weapon, making contact with the skin of one of the 2 remaining reds. That one contorted as it reverted back to a singular Klemo. This left only the singular red. And you are certain this is the only one remaining? She asked. Magic Klemo smiled. There can be no doubt. Snapping his fingers caused the air above them to light up with a light construct, showing a grid of the entire multiverse, lit up with 1 million red lights. They were all the reds. These were all of the reds. This, he snapped his fingers again, is every current red. The image changed to a singular red dot within the entire grid revealed. How could it possibly have gone like this? I was all powerful. This makes no sense. Red shouted his anger at his defeat. Magic Klemo opened his mouth to speak. No sound came out. The loud, cheering Klemos all around became silent. Everyone and everything was instantly quiet. Magic Klemo was unmoving. What? Red looked around and noticed the stillness. They were stuck with no movement of no kind. No breathing, no muscle movements, no eye movements. What is this? Do you see this, Klemo? Red looked up where the voice was coming from. A massive face formed before him in the sky. Red cowered down in fear. What are you? I am your only hope. Do you see your end before you? Yes. How did you stop them? Red asked. I am the god Metamind. Giving no time for Red to talk further, Red was struck paralyzed by psychic power sent from this god. You are given 2 options, and 2 options only. Your first is for me to unfreeze time, and you will be overtaken by your multiversal alternatives. You die here and now, and never exist again. The power was released, allowing Red to speak. What is my other option? The parasite Klemo asked. You will work for me. You will be your former self. You will once again be a legion of demigods. Just work for you? That's it? No. There will be additional stipulations that you have no choice on. I don't care what they are. All I want is every Klemo absorbed, and you can help me make that happen. No. The first stipulation is you will never have 4 Klemos. They will go free of their own volition. Red looked at Magic Twinkle Gray and Junior. Let me guess. Them? He pointed at them one by one. You will have to agree on that. A pity, but better than the alternative, Red shrugged. And should you ever disobey me or fail me, I will return you to this moment and they will overtake you. How long will I serve you? Red asked. Forever, Red sighed. Life is a series of compromises. Okay, let's do this. Psychic energy struck Red. A bubble surrounded him. Outside of that bubble, time began to reverse. Everything moved backwards. The magic returned to the hand of magic, releasing the hold over 3 Reds. Klemos were turned into Reds, and their numbers began to dwindle as Reds bolstered. One last thing to remember. What's that? Red asked as the scene continued to move backwards. I have placed a powerful curse on you. Should I be destroyed, or undone, or even will it, you will return to this moment. Red shrugged, nodding his head. Meh. I've come to just accept this sort of thing for you god types. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Wrapping a bandage around his burned arm, Jarius sat on and against a rocky green floor and wall. This hole had only one way in and out. You should learn more healing spells. You should concentrate harder on your part. Keep your psychic senses up and stop worrying about how I do things. Jarius used his teeth to tear the bandage, which he folded into place on his arm. Bending his arm, he ensured it functioned correctly. 50 abysmal layers remain between us and Loth. How do you intend on killing this goddess? With sarcasm in his voice, Jarius retorted, With my Godslayer sword. He stood up, holding his palms out. Materializing in his hands, that very sword appeared. You couldn't even take on deity with that thing, and that was on the material plane. We will be directly in her domain. I know. Scan my thoughts. Look at my plan. Jarius took off, sprinting down the one-way tunnel. After a moment, Dagon responded. Yes, that might work. It is risky, but not nearly as risky as attacking her head-on. A person-shaped shadow stood in his way. Jarius struck it down with ease. He smiled. See? I know what I'm doing. We should run into the first one very shortly. He nodded. Continuing to run down the tunnel, a swirling vortex standing pool was just in front of him. Running in without slowing down, Jarius swung his sword upon exiting into another abysmal layer. His sword made contact with nothing. Dagon laughed. I would have done the same thing. Anything could be waiting for us on the other side of these portals while we travel from abyss to abyss. Yes, anything can be, came a voice both verbally and telepathically to Jarius. The mage stopped running. Holding his sword at the ready, he looked around. The wizard waved his hand, casting the spell, revealing everything near him. No more than 40 feet away, something floated. The oddity, Jarius remarked. What is that thing? Dagon asked. The first major servant of Loth. Pointing his sword at the monstrosity before him, Jarius quickly took note of the physical structure of the thing. It hovered in the air with no visible means of propulsion. Green and black layers encompassed the whole of it. Arms protruded from where one would expect arms to come from, except they were very thin, stubby, and baby-like. Where a mouth should be was nothing but a flat surface, showing no indication of any such orifice having ever existed. No legs extended from the base of this grotesquely shaped, unusual creature, yet it hovered above the ground at a height where legs would be if they were comparable to arms. Mucus dripped from the black and green layers. The shape of its body was so unusual that it could be compared to a jigsaw puzzle piece. Moving almost like water, the shape slowly altered the longer it was observed. Having solid black-green eyes, the creature stared at Jarius. A voice came from where a mouth should be, and it was heard once again, verbally and mentally. Loth has instructed me to give you the option to move on. The choice is yours. Just behind me is the next abyss. Why would it give us that option? Jarius walked around the creature without turning his back to it, having his sword constantly at the ready. Because I would be risking my life by challenging it. What is the benefit of killing it? Why would Loth care so much or so little about this thing? Because, answered the oddity, I can kill with a thought. Continuing to walk around this thing, Jarius never took his eyes off of those green eyes. I have already made eye contact with it. So, take a guess what would happen if I averted my eyes now. Damn it, I can feel it. It has already made psychic contact with you and is here with me now. That's right. And the only reason it has not already killed me is because Loth has given it that order. It now comes down to two factors. Jarius stabbed his sword behind himself, killing a would-be stealth assassin without taking his eyes off of the oddity. First, I would have to move faster than it can think if I decide to take him. Secondly, you would have to fight it on a psychic plane. Again, why would we even want to fight this thing? I saw you skip plenty of other demons. Jarius frowned. You already know. You read my plan in my mind. Killing me would weaken Loth. She is so powerful. She is the demon goddess. She would lose my powers if I should die. The oddity confessed without care. The oddity grew brighter as it spoke. I can see your thoughts. You will die now. A duplicate of the Godslayer sword stabbed down into the oddity's head. The abomination flopped to the ground, lifeless from the sudden attack. The sword vanished as the creature melted before his eyes. You made that easy. It isn't dead, Dagon. It is still here. Yup. Time to do your part now. Jarius turned to the next portal, proceeding to leave to the next abyss. Roskar Vonister and the god Metamind. We had a deal, Roskar Vonister. Oh, did we? I honored my part of our little bargain. I told you everything you wanted to know about Garyx, the dragon retorted. Stepping closer to the red dragon, the Metamind raised his hand, surrounding it with gray psychic energy. That energy swirled. Well now, this is interesting, the dragon laughed. You will tell me what I want to know. How do I kill Garyx? The god Metamind pointed at the dragon. You do not need me as an enemy, but if you continue to approach me with this aggression, you will have exactly that. Roskar Vonister pulled his body out of his cavern, stretching to prepare himself. His wings remained stretched out. Two gods are weakening you. You cannot find your Godslayer sword, and you want to act as if you can command me? I am genuinely not surprised at how poorly you are faring. Lowering his arm, the Metamind relaxed. Correct. I do not command you. The dragon in turn relaxed. However, we do have a bargain. That we do. I have honored my end. You can kill Garyx with that weapon. You already know that I like that option. Smiling, the dragon opened his mouth to speak. He paused, raising a claw. Vershrosh! The dragon cast a spell. A puff of smoke surrounded him. The Metamind prepared to fight, having no clue what spell had been cast. Psychic energy flared around his body. Relax, The dragon coughed. With the smoke clearing, the dragon was nowhere in sight. Instead, there was a middle-aged man standing wearing red robes. I simply changed forms. Waving his hand, the Metamind dismissed the psychic energy. I do not care what form you take. You ask me to betray my brother. Everything I told you was information you could have learned from virtually any intelligent source. The disguised dragon began to pace back and forth with his new hand on his chin. So I take a human form because a dragon should never betray his own. Contrary to how badly I treated him thousands of years ago, we are still blood. The man pointed at the god before him. Garyx, like any immortal, can be killed. You already knew this. Continuing to point, he continued. This cannot be a casual deal between you and I. Name your price. While I am glad that our deal has been altered, you fail to understand the seriousness of your request. So I will throw a bone at you. He lowered his hand, then extended them both to their respective sides, imploring him to change his tone entirely. What I originally wanted was his divinity. The god made a surprised face. Roscarvenister pointed at him again. Yes, that is right, and I still want that. Only now, with this new information, the deal must be harder on your end. Why is that? Because, he shouted, Garyx wouldn't have cared about what I told you. In fact, he wanted me to tell you that much. However, this is very different. This is a line I can only cross on one condition. Get on with it. Not so fast. You see, up until this moment, I have been on the fence when it came to you and Garyx. I could deny you this information, and I would not incur the wrath of my brother. You have no idea how horrible that wrath would be. It wouldn't matter once I kill him. If, not when. Have you ever seen a dragon fear anything? No. Let that sink in for a moment. There's only one thing dragons fear, and that is the wrath of a dragon god. Garyx has already cursed me for bullying him as a wormling. He has denied me the dragon's right of ascension. So long as he lives, I can never join the heavens and be more than what I am now. He returned to pacing. Killing him would end that, and if you won, you would allow me to absorb his divinity, and we would go our separate ways. What's the problem? He stopped pacing and stared at the god in front of him. I am telling you the problem. Damn it, you haven't even considered the possibility that you might lose, have you? I am incapable of losing against this foe. The dragon stepped back in surprise. The sheer arrogance of you so astounds me. He shook his head. You can and will lose with that mentality. That is not your problem. It will be when you lose, if not when. The Metamind mocked. Now get on with it. I will take a chance with you. You appear to be a god of your word from what I have seen. So my first condition is I will have safe refuge in your heaven for as long as I desire. Done. Secondly, I still get his divinity. Agreed. And finally, he paused, looking at the Metamind. You will do something for me, not later, but now. The Metamind said nothing, allowing the dragon to talk. You will give me a whole lot of gold. Cocking his head in confusion, the Metamind chuckled. You are kidding. Nope, bring me treasure. How much? In human terms, I want 50 million gold. The eyes of the Metamind flashed. Psychic energy sparked out, striking the empty cavern behind the dragon in human form. The area became incredibly bright for an instant. The light cleared, and metal coins were heard. Roscarvenister looked to see his cavern overflowing with gold. His eyes lit up with excitement. Satisfied? Yes! Now tell me what we have agreed upon. jumping into the gold and throwing it into the air with excitement. He briefly forgot what the Metamind said. Lightning struck the ground next to the dragon in human form. Roskar Vonister jumped out of the gold, coming to his senses. Ah, yes. What can kill Garyx? I gave you a clue before. I told you the red dragons are weak against cold. However, being a god, Garyx is no longer vulnerable to normal cold. There have been dragonbane weapons in the past used to hunt down dragons. Garyx is immune to those as well. However, he paused, looking back at the gold, distracted once more. Lightning struck a second time, only closer. His clothing singed from the immediate proximity. Returning his attention back to this god, he responded, Yes, sorry. There's a blade. I mean a singular blade imbued with dragon's bane and magical cold. It is held by a powerful druid. Well, not powerful compared to yourself, but powerful compared to mortals. Garyx is very familiar with this weapon. You will have to get to it before he does. It is deep in the southern forest. It will not be easy even for you. The sword has no name because the druid who made it views the naming of swords as frivolous. Is that enough information for you? The Metamind said nothing. He waved his hand, teleporting Roskar Vonister and himself away. My gold! Roskar Vonister screamed, stretching his hands out as he vanished. In the Laguna Tavern. Stop! Grey Klimo shouted. Junior Klimo looked at her puzzled. Why? We need to keep moving. She shook her head. We haven't encountered Red for hours now. Twinkle sheathed his weapons, and while taking a seat, he gave his input. Red has found us faster by learning our pattern of movement, and he has caught up with us with less time for us to rest. Exactly, Gray said, pointing at Twinkle. Magic sat down too. Is Red distracted by something? That guy wants us more than anything. He has 1,000,000 of himself. He would only need a few to get us, Junior added. Gray laid down in a booth. Well, I am taking advantage of this and resting. Junior, you take the first watch. 4 hours passed. She stood up. Junior, are you okay? Yeah, it's been quiet. I'm genuinely surprised. You need to rest, brother. The Klimo with the eye patch, bodily scars, missing pinky finger, missing ear, and glowing swords nodded his head. Without argument, he sat down, closing his eyes, and entered a meditation. Soon after, Twinkle and Magic stood up, and the three approached each other. I am surprised he has not come here. We always take refuge in this bar in Laguna, Magic said. Twinkle held his palms out, speaking. Yes, but Red has no way of telling which universe we're in. Magic frowned. He has essentially every power we can imagine. I am willing to bet that he can see which universe we are in without difficulty. He wouldn't give up on absorbing us, Gray interjected. The other two nodded their agreement. Magic raised a finger. He has either changed his tactics and will show up when we drop our guard, or something has him very occupied. What do we do then? Twinkle asked. Gray drew one of her swords, examining them casually. We take advantage of this, like we have been doing. After Junior is fully rested, we can prepare. Hypothetically, if Red moved on or was distracted, how would we even find him? Twinkle asked. Magic laughed. I can track him easier than he can track us. My magic is far stronger than any other Klimo. Therefore, my magic is far stronger than Red's. Magic began to conjure a spell, which the other two Klimos only assumed to be a tracking spell. Twinkle chuckled. If we were not the best Klimos, we would have been taken by him by now. Gray waved her hand to silence Twinkle and Magic. We shouldn't talk like that. True or not, it doesn't matter. The other two nodded their agreement. Red has that mentality, and we're going to avoid that. Magic ceased conjuring. Not to contradict myself, but Red could in theory stay hidden if he truly wanted to. You just said you could find him, Gray said impatiently. Yes, I know, but after searching using several spells, I cannot find him. I did not honestly believe he cared about staying hidden. Apparently, he is powerful enough to hide even from my magic. Twinkle shook his head. That doesn't sound right. 1,000,000 identical versions of him are avoiding detection? Magic held his hands out to the sides, cocking his head. I know, but the only other possibility I can imagine is some god has intervened. Guardian, Sabin, Loth, Garyx, or Jason? Gray asked. Did you honestly need to ask? Twinkle said. Hours passed within this tavern. Junior stood up, fully rested. What's the plan? Turning to Junior Climo, the other three were about to respond, but instead were interrupted by the arrival of a bright light appearing on the other side of the room. Naturally, their reflexes took over as they drew their weapons. You are given a choice. Junior recognized that voice. Everyone, it's Jason. Magic held his hand out to the youngest Climo to silence him. It doesn't matter, Junior. His hands lit up with arcane power, ready to fight. If this god has sought us to challenge us, we will give him his money's worth. What do you want? Gray demanded, with her swords at the ready. Red will no longer be a problem for you, the Metamind said as his physical form materialized out of the light. The light dimmed down, allowing the 4 Climos to see his tattooed face. The magic and psychic tattoos all over his skin were difficult for 3 of 4 of these Climos to identify. Standing next to this god were 2 people. One man in red robes the Climos did not recognize, and the other Red Climo. Well, now we know, Twinkle said. The Metamind waved his hand, sending psychic energy to the 4 Climos, which hindered their movement, psychic abilities, and magic. They were forced to listen. You have 2 options. You have helped me in the past, so I will not force you like I am forcing Red. I could use your help. However, if you truly have no desire to work for me, then you are free to go. I do not have time to debate. Waving his hand a second time, he dismissed a psychic hold over them, allowing them to speak. Is a god actually asking for help? Magic asks. I want to hear this. The cavern of the cult of Garyx. Everything is dark. A hood was removed from its head, allowing the victim to see. His eyes were slow to adjust as he heard someone talking to him. You are unworthy. But you are lucky, the stranger said. Who are you? With things slowly coming into focus, details of the stranger formed before him. This man had a face shaped like a man, yet not of a man. It was akin to a reptile. Additional details could not be made out, but other figures were coming into focus as well. They had the same kind of face. These scaled reptilian men looked down upon the man. They had him surrounded and bound. We are your salvation or your damnation. What is going on? A second man said, who until this moment was unnoticed. The first man looked at him, realizing that another human is a prisoner with him as well. He looked back at his reptilian kidnappers. What do you lizard men want? He demanded. Lizard! How dare you! The main reptilian man fumed with anger. A small fire shot out of one of his nostrils. We are dragons! All of the grotesque reptilian men raised their wings up in pride. They all chanted the same name repeatedly. Garyx! And you too can be like us. I was powerful like you. I was a weak human like you. Now I am powerful. I am Lazan. You want to know what we want? Yes, the man shouted. I want you to be one of us, Lazan said. This is insane. I'm not going to be a lizard, the second man yelled. Lazan casually waved his hand at the second man while looking at the first man. The draconic guard behind him used his claw to slash the second man's throat. Lazan continued to look at the first man while the second bled out, having no way to stop his own death. We are dragons. Tell me, human, do you wish to be a dragon too? This living human hesitated for a moment. He struggled to find the words. The scene before him attempted to process through his mind in sheer panic and desperation. The man responded, Yes, make me a dragon. Lazan smiled, waving his hand again. A book was placed before the man. The man stared at it, confused. We need you to willingly read this. I will never force the transformation on you. You must want to want it. I know you speak out of desperation. However, I promise that after reading this, you truly will want to be one of us. Now, be a good boy and read. The book had on the cover the symbol of Garyx, the fiery dragon's eye. The leather was black, and the interior was full of pages. Having no other choice, the man used his nervous, shaking hand to open the cover. Too afraid to look, his eyes were tightly shut. Open your eyes and read, Lazan demanded in a soft voice. The human slowly opened his eyes, too terrified to defy this dragon man like the other human did. His eyes looked into the Book of Garyx. After 3 minutes, he looked up with his eyes glowing brightly. He was smiling. Garyx has blessed me with his word. Please return chaos into my life. Releasing the bonds that held this man, the guards helped him to his feet. Lazan approached this man, and the two hugged. Welcome, my brother. You will soon be one of us. When may I join my brothers and sisters in my transformation? The man asked. After you incubate like everyone else. This will be painful, but the pain will be joyful, as you know you will soon be your true self after your rebirth. Lazan stepped back, letting the man go. Extending his claw, he plunged into the man, allowing the liquid, dark, oily substance to seep out and cover him. Take him to the others. Bring me the next 2. Lazan waved his hand as he ordered. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. A door burst into pieces within a room made out of black stone. In stepped Jarius Kane, wielding 2 identical greatswords. That sword is truly amazing, commented a dark figure sitting on a throne in the back of this room. The two locked eyes. Jarius walked towards the dark figure. Yep. It is going to kill your goddess Loth, but first, it kills you, of course. Chuckling, the dark figure waved his hand. The sword slipped out of the hands of Jarius, falling to the floor. The mage ceased his walking to look at his hands. That's an interesting ability. Bending down to pick them back up, his hands passed through them. Ah, now we are going to have fun, you and I. Pointing at Jarius, the dark figure stood up. Without that sword, you are nothing. Laughing, the mortal responded, Sure, Without that sword, I'm merely the greatest necromancer, powerful arcane caster, wielder of every psychic power, holder of world-ending strength, the power of a demon lord, and let's not forget the reincarnation of Cretan. Cracking his knuckles, the dark figure approached Jarius. The two met in the middle of the room. We shall see, human. Bright light erupted in the room, emanating from one of the rings Jarius wore. Slamming into the back wall, the dark figure could not move. The light did not dim as Jarius placed his hand around his neck. I hope the others are watching so that I can get a better challenge than this when I come for them. A smile grew on the dark figure's face. Oh, you have something to say. What could that possibly be? He moved his ear close to the dark figure's lips. The dark figure whispered, You are touching me. Slimy, dark skin crawled off of the dark figure and onto the hand of Jarius. The dark man laughed as his opponent's arm was enveloped with that slimy darkness. Jarius threw the dark figure across the room. The light from his ring ended, returning the room to darkness. Sorris person! Jarius cast a spell. Damn it. Jarius, that is the only one of those spells we have. Then you should have done something, Jarius retorted to Dagon. The slime evaporated, freeing Jarius from the awful effect. The dark man stood up, also recovering. I am glad I was wrong about how dependent you are on that sword. Eternity is boring, even under the employ of the goddess Loth. Psychic energy surrounded the body of Jarius. Allow me to try something. By all means, Dagon, do whatever you want. Dagon is dead. The dark figure cocked his head, confused. Green portals opened across the room, and out flooded tentacles. Am I? Came Dagon's voice, echoing. Grabbing a hold of the dark figure, the tentacles prevented him from moving. Slime dripped from him, falling through those slimy tendrils, unable to jump onto the astral forms. Dagon and Jarius laughed. Believing I am useless without one of my many abilities is why you are dead, the wizard said. Without allowing him a chance to respond, he was ripped apart by those astral projecting tentacles. Shadows dispersed as the dark figure was no more. The green bubbles surrounded the remains of the dark figure, preventing his death throes from having any effect. You are almost creative with the tentacles, Dagon, Jarius said, waving his hand, summoning his sword. The weapons flew into his hand with no problem. Grabbing it, he smiled. Are you arguing the results? No. Walking out of the room, the portal waited just on the other side. 25 more abysmal layers remain. Clemo and the Metamind. Why not flood the Book of Garyx with your army of reds? Magic Clemo asked, raising a finger. Garyx has set up countless contingencies. One such scenario would cause my demise if I do as you suggested. I believe your biggest problem is not Garyx, but Guardian, Magic suggested. The Metamind waved his hand, forming an image of the top of the city of Mount Skyborn. This has the highest concentration of my worshippers. Garyx has corrupted the majority of my followers throughout the world. Twinkle stepped forward. Yeah, but you stole those worshippers from deity. How are you any more justified? What even makes you a good god? Gray also stepped forward. We might have been incredibly busy dealing with Red, but we are not oblivious to what has been happening. We know that your angels have fucked up. Your angels represent you. Enough. You have the option of going your separate ways. Either you fight for me or leave. I have evil gods to destroy. Gray looked at the youngest Clemo. Junior would go with you no matter what. She looked back at the Metamind. We aren't going to follow him if he goes with you. This is where we go our separate ways. Besides, there is nothing evil about Guardian. Twinkle placed his hands on his swords. I agree with Gray on this one. These god battles are a problem you have created, Metamind. While we are grateful you have put Red in check, we have no desire to join you on this suicide mission. Looking at Magic Clemo, the Metamind asked, What about you? Do you agree with those two? Magic nodded his acknowledgement to the question. So be it. He turned to the one-eared Clemo. Let us depart, friend. Clemo shook his head. Not this time, Jason. I know you expected me to join you, but I am needed with my brothers and sister. The Metamind held a face with genuine surprise. I wish you luck, Jason. Without a word, the 4 Clemos vanished, teleporting away. Narrowing his eyes, the Metamind looked at Ross Carvanister, then to Red Clemo. You will have to do. We had a deal. You are supposed to keep me safe in your heaven, the dragon in human form stated. This god ignored the words, teleporting himself and Red away. Mount Skyborn. Siege weapons stood at the ready at the base of this massive mountain. Thousands of soldiers stood before those weapons in formation and ranks. A general on horseback sat quietly waiting for his forces to be ready. No one said a word. All were focused, floating above and all around these soldiers and siege weapons, numbered in the tens of thousands of invisible human eyes. Angels, far more than the Metamind had at his disposal. These angels were placed strategically apart from one another at a precise distance for maximum effectiveness. They had a formational grid. Above all of this floated a massive dragon mounted by an armored angel. On the top of the mountain, the Metamind, Red Clemo, and Ross Carvanister looked at the forces down below. How do you expect to beat all of that? Red asked. You will fight the angels. What about the siege weapons and army? Red asked. My people with their amazing psychic and magical talents will defend their city. Clemo might be able to take down an army of angels, and your people just might be enough to handle themselves in a battle at their doorstep. But what of that mighty dragon there? That thing is more powerful than even me, Ross Carvanister said. I can handle that. The dragon in human form shook his head, disapproving. You are terrible at this. By directly intervening, you will give Guardian a reason to do the same. And from what I have seen, he is more powerful than you. Turning to Ross Carvanister, the Metamind looked down on him. What would you do different? Ross Carvanister smiled. I would go after Garyx first. Red might be able to handle these angels, but he will be expended and probably useless for a while after that. You only want his divinity. So? Why should my personal motives matter? I am right regardless. You are about to lose everything. If you killed Garyx, then tackled Guardian, you could do it all on your terms instead of theirs. Fighting like this gives both of those gods a massive advantage over you. My people need me. Now, if I attack Garyx first, this would leave my people defenseless. Suddenly a god has difficulty twisting time to their advantage? The red-robed man asked. I could twist time with ease, as you suggest. It would change nothing. How so? Red asked. Guardian has chosen this moment intentionally. I have to fight this fight, but I have to do it without directly helping All right, let's hear what you will do, Red said. Red, you are my best indirect weapon, Red laughed, folding his 6 arms. Yeah, I know. I still do not understand why you have to fight now instead of twisting time later, Roskar Vonisher said. The Metamind looked at the disguised dragon. Guardian and myself are already battling. Our fight has already begun, and I cannot escape or postpone it. How many dimensions are you fighting on? The dragon asked. Currently, Guardian and I sit in an endless plane that only the 2 of us occupy. Time is eternal within the blink of an eye. In this place, we are only discuss and conversate. We are engaged in the 5th dimension as well. This god opened his palm, conjuring an image of himself and the armored god sitting at a table while a hurling sun revolved around within seconds, altering night and day in less than a second. He waved his hand, dismissing the image. A new image conjured in its stead. This jumble of colors and shapes is impossible for your limited minds to fully comprehend. It is the 5th dimension, and in here, other gods watch our fight. The type of fighting in here is impossible to describe, for there are no mortal words that can fit to allow you to understand. Waving his hand again, altered the image to show the surface of the star that Corvus revolved around. This is a battle we wage. On this star, we are both harnessing its power to attack one another. 2 figures were seen throwing spiraled flames at each other, as well as striking one another with channeled fire from the star itself. How many other ways are you currently battling? Red asked. 7. The image altered, showing 7 different pictures all at once. A microscopic fight is happening, where we push and pull the very molecules in the air to our advantage and disadvantage at attacking each other. Pointing at the second image, he continued, Here is one of our 3 mental fights. This is inside the heads of our worshippers. I am attacking their beliefs, while he is attacking to bolster them. He is attacking my worshippers in the same manner as I am defending them in the same manner. Red pointed at the 3rd image. That is the astral plane. Your spectral versions are really going at it. They throw a multitude of powers and interesting things around. Is that a planet Guardian is trying to crush you with? Yes. Looking into the 4th image, Red laughed. This looks like you are racing. Why? Sighing, the Metamind responded. It is a sort of race, yes. The 2 of us are currently expending divine energy, speeding throughout the multiverse in an attempt to drain each other. The loser of this race will be drained. The victor will gain that much power from the other. Red contorted his face. Why would either of you agree to such a thing? Neither of us did. This was a different god's idea. We were pushed into it. It looks like he's winning. The Metamind did not respond. Red shrugged, looking at the 5th picture. It showed Guardian moving through a dark labyrinth. What is going on there? The 5th and 6th are tied together. We have both created a challenge for the other. This has weakened both of us. Whichever one escapes first will be bolstered that much more and will most likely crush the other. It is hard to tell what is going on there. If I have to guess, it looks as though Guardian is faring better than you are in that as well. Guardian is winning in every fight, save the last one you have not looked at. That is the mental fight that is the only advantage I have. So what you are saying is your worshippers are on their own. I cannot help them. Roskar Vonisher snapped his fingers, getting the attention of the other 2. Well, you should be grateful that Guardian is a god of law. His angels will not interfere unless you do. Should your people overcome on their own, they will not be targeted for additional attacks by Guardian. I know. Sending Red would count as interference. I know. Red shrugged. Your people are fucked. If my people die, I will have no worshippers, which means I will have no divinity. Meh. You're a terrible god anyways, which means you will cease to exist. How easy you forget that your fate is leashed to mine. The ruins of a destroyed city in an uninhabited universe. The four Climo comrades materialized in the center of a desolate street. Gray, Twinkle, and Junior looked around with their weapons raised for any sign of trouble. I believe we are alone here, Gray said, lowering her blades. Twinkle confirmed by nodding. Magic, why are we here? Junior asked. Magic raised his hand, showing everyone his ring. The gray was flashing. Do you see that? Everyone nodded and shrugged. Magic pointed at it with his free hand. This is bad. My ring, like your sword's, is sentient. It is a psychic ring with a mind of its own. Yeah, we already knew this, Junior interrupted. Magic placed his fingers against his lips, making a shushing sound. You do not understand, brother. This ring has the ability to store spells, allowing me to cast far more. It also has a very unique feature to it, similar to your swords. He pointed at Junior. Can copy any power. This ring can detect phenomenal changes in time. It has not stopped flashing since we met with the new god, the Metamind, just now. What sort of time change do you think has occurred? Twinkle asked. Magic shrugged. It could be anything, which is why we are here in our old city. Lead the way, Gray said. My old quarters here. It is a small building, but I used powerful magic to make it far bigger on the inside. Gray and Twinkle, you have seen before. The four disappeared, teleporting to a small, windowless building with only one door. The size of this was that of a broom closet. Opening the door revealed the inside was larger. Compressed space. Impressive, Junior commented as he walked in. Magic raised a finger, correcting Junior. Not exactly. Similar to your god's heaven, it is a demi-plane. Sheathing their weapons, the four Climos examined Magic's home. He pointed at a mat directly in front of them. Make sure you step on that, please. I do not need a dirty home. Magic stepped on it first. A chain reaction was created from stored arcane power inside of that square piece of carpeting. His body, clothing, personal items, and hair all lit up from the brief magical effect that happened from stepping on that spot. The power dimmed, and Magic stepped off. There, you see? He pointed at himself. I am clean. Now do the same, please. One by one, they each in turn stepped on the mat that magically cleaned. Follow me, he instructed his comrades. They formed a line, walking through a hallway that was lined with an endless supply of books. Hey, Magic! Climo ran to the front to walk next to the leader. Can you explain this time change at all? What would you like to know? Well, for starters, you seem convinced that it has something to do with us. That's because it does. They turned a corner, entering a large alchemical room. You see, Junior, my ring can only detect time changes that have significance to me. It doesn't detect all time changes? Magic Climo chuckled. No. I know it's hard to understand, but I will try to explain. You see, time changes happen a lot. Since time is the fourth dimension, it stands to reason that it can be altered by something powerful enough. Let me tell you, brother, the multiverse is full of very powerful things. How will you figure out what has changed? Also, what will you do about it? They entered another room. Inside, a large spherical crystal that took up the center. Along the walls, a variety of oddly shaped crystals dangled by an unseen force holding them in the air. I can figure it out using this room, Magic answered. The other three Klemos entered this room, looking around, not knowing what to do or what to say. Have a seat, friends, Magic snapped his fingers, conjuring 4 chairs that faced this crystal ball. Does every wizard have a crystal ball? Junior asked. Yes, they do, Twinkle said, annoyed, but not by the question, but by the truth of the question. And all of them are really proud of them. Hey, Magic waved his hands, getting their attention. Wizards work really hard on their scrying devices. This particular one is better than any other I have ever seen. Twinkle leaned towards Junior to whisper, That's what they all say. Watch this, Magic said, snapping his fingers, activating his crystal ball. The glass glimmered and then revealed the 4 walking into this room. This was just a moment ago. Watch this. Magic disappeared, teleporting away. His body materialized within the screen, standing just behind Twinkle and Junior as he whispered into his ear. Magic slapped Twinkle before he could whisper his mocking words, then he teleported away. Magic reappeared where he was before teleporting a few seconds to the past. Twinkle, do you remember me slapping you a few seconds ago? Yes. Why did you do that? And do you recall what you told Junior? No. His hand outstretched with his confusion. How could I? I never had a chance to speak to him. Excellent. Now look at my ring. Holding his ring up, the others saw it flashing. Now let's watch my crystal ball to see what happened if I had not slapped you. The 4 watched the image before them as it displayed, Twinkle whispering, That's what they all say. Gray and Magic looked at Twinkle, frowning. Then everyone looked at Magic for an explanation. I have altered time. Yet, it was in a very small way. However, as you can see, my better-than-average crystal ball can show us both what the change was and what the original was. I see. So you intend on figuring out what it was that Jason changed? Junior summarized. Junior surmised. Correct, and I am willing to bet it has something to do with red. The cultist cavern. Lazan looked at the mass amount of eggs as they cracked open, hatching. 3 draconic men stood behind him. Another walked to him. Lazan, this town has been purified, he said. Lazan looked away from the hatching and to the messenger. Everyone has converted to the word of Garyx, and those who did not convert, have they been killed? The messenger nodded. Yes, today is a great day for Garyx. Lazan chuckled. Every day is a great day for our Lord Garyx. Our purpose is nothing more than to make it a great day for everyone else. Look, my pupil, at the new blood. Lazan pointed across the room, showing the newly hatched dragon men. They are complete with their birth. I am happy to hear we are done with another human town. It will not be long before humans are extinct. Come, we will take flight to the next place. Lazan walked away, followed by the 3 draconic men behind him. The messenger walked alongside, while still conversing. Is our next destination Babylon? Lazan didn't look at the messenger while talking. No. It is the will of Garyx that we save that one for last. They are strong, and while we are stronger individually, Garyx, with his infinite wisdom, needs us to be stronger before taking down this strongest human city.
We convert the rest of Corvus first.
Everyone exited the cave. Lazan looked at his army of dragon men. Behind them, the newly hatched dragon men exited the cave next. Another dragon man approached Lazan with a map. Unraveling it revealed the world of Corvus. Pointing at a city north of Babylon, Lazan spoke again.
This is Herod. We convert them next. Garyx has told me that after we have a very special purpose. Come, my brothers and sisters, Garyx has given us purpose.
Everyone waited for Lazan to go first. His wings spread out, flapping his body into the air. By his own wing movements, he hovered. They followed suit, ascending into the air. The dragon men of Garyx numbered in the tens of thousands. Together, they flew to Herod. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10.
Another demon lord? How do normal humans express boredom?
Jerry stood within a massive room surrounded by countless shadow demons that were held at bay solely by thousands of flying swords constantly revolving and moving all around himself and the foes before him.
Ah, yes. Yawn. You have defeated only two of Loth's great servants. You have hindered her instant death ability, her life-draining ability, but you cannot destroy me and my...
The massive horned demon lord was impaled by one of the flying swords. It dropped to the ground lifeless. Its body exploded in a death throes that was blocked by a psychic shield summoned in front of Jerry's. The surrounding shadow demons dispersed, leaving in fear.
Monologuing? I will not waste my time with such garbage bottom feeders that believe they are worth my time,
the mage said, walking, dismissing the 1,000-blade attack, returning the sword to a singular form that he held. Jarius walked away and into a portal.
20 more to go.
Stepping out of the portal and into a new abysmal lair, he swung his greatsword, hitting and obliterating a demon on contact. At most, we have 19 demon lords to deal with.
There will probably be 4 or 5. Well, if each demon lord has a unique ability that Loth possesses and leeches us off of, then the more we kill, the better. I have been using your predict gland in your brain to look into the abysmal layers ahead of us. Loth is using powerful magic to block that. If you have no results,
why bother to tell me? Jarius took flight through the tunnel in front of him, speeding through as fast as he could see.
I did not say I have no results. Okay, then tell me about your progress.
He smashed a demon in his path, slicing it in two. His body moved too fast to be caught in the thing's death throes.
It is strange. Loth is blocking the demon lords and what they can do, but I can see the path from abyss to abyss clearly. I will show you.
An image popped in his mind.
Well, the path is cut and dry, very simple. I am not surprised. Nor should you be. I, like myself, expected the Spider Queen to make an impossible labyrinth. But then you realized the same thing I did.
Turning a corner, Jarius disappeared in front of a hulking beast. He reappeared behind it, continuing to fly forward.
That Loth is every bit as arrogant as every other god and never bothered to set up impossible traps and horrible mazes and that loop into infinity. Correct. gods are lazy. I was a god not too long ago. Yes, I know you keep reminding me.
Exiting the tunnel, Jarius flew into the darkened sky, moving his body ever closer to his destination.
You were not a god for very long. The ironic part of that is the fusion of Alvaro, Alisto, and Jason the Metamind as a god might not outlast your divinity. How so? Look into my memories of interactions with that god.
After a brief moment, Dagon responded.
You might be right. He is really bad at divine chess.
The flying mage responded, laughing.
I know, right? The mistakes he makes are horribly simple. I am truly disappointed by my creation. Do not be so hard on yourself. This failure of a god cannot be fixed. If anything, the true problem is his other half you did not create. I reached the same conclusion. While he is more powerful and fused with that mediocre psychic, he is hindered. Their personalities clash.
A demon attempted to block his path, but was instead shot by a purple flame launched from the mage's palm.
The version of Jason that was stuck in my head would have done better than this. That thing is the reason I lost my divinity.
Dagon said with an annoyed tone.
You act as if that isn't my fault. I had zero control over that. If anything, it was him who controlled me. And yet you came out on top in the end.
Smiling, Jarius replied.
Like always.
Landing on a circular disc that floated in the air, the portal to the next abyss was seen. Standing in front of that portal was a hulking, shadowy demon.
You cannot get past me. By Lot's will, I will destroy you.
Jarius placed his fingers on the bridge of his nose, shaking his head.
I'm tired of dealing with this crap. You'll die by my hand,
the demon declared as it charged the mage before him. Jarius vanished. Reappearing just in front of the portal, he stepped in unconcerned with the demon lord behind him.
That is careless. See, this is what I am talking about when I point out how many needless risks you take. You could have killed him just as easily. Now Loth will retain whatever power that thing has. I don't care.
Jarius sliced a demon in his path, then took flight once again.
We are going to die. This is why I have done better than you, and you are just a voice in my head. Granted, you are a powerful voice with every psychic power, but still just a voice.
He increased his speed, rushing to the next portal as fast as he could.
You need to watch yourself there, human. You forget that I can kill you anytime I want. Pfft. If you can kill me now, then you don't deserve to be Cretan. Put your pride away and do what I say, and we will be our true self again.
Two gods sat across from each other. In between them was a chessboard. Behind them, the sun set and rose at a rapid pace. One moment the sun shone brightly on a sky on a clear day. The next moment revealed a clear starry night. Moving a piece on the chessboard, the armored god stared at his opponent.
You killed my brother.
Having skin that swirled light and dark hues that bore 44 tattoos, the other god frowned, pointing at the other.
Your brother, killed Jason's family. Those that died are in their respected heavens.
I had this exact same conversation with your brother before I killed him, Guardian.
It is your move,
the armored god said. Pushing the pieces off the table, the dark and light god stood up with anger.
I am not here to play games. Killing you is no game. Sit back down and take your turn.
The armored god bent down, picking up the pieces. Shaking his head, but sitting back down, the Metamind tilted his head, confused by his enemy's demeanor. Why are you calm? Huffing his breath, the armored god lifted his hand. I am immortal. I have lived for millions of years, for starters. His palm conjured an image of the siege machines at the bottom of the mountain, ready to attack Mount Skyborn. Secondly, I am winning. He smiled. You mock me with a game of chess as you are about to slaughter my people. Make no mistake, I will kill all of your people. He waved his hand at the multicolored foe before him. Take your turn. The Metamind moved a chess piece. They have done nothing wrong. Killing them will weaken you. Guardian moved a chess piece. The psychic god folded his arms. You, making quotation marks with his fingers. Good gods are vile and evil. You have committed atrocities that need to be remedied. Guardian laughed. How long have you been a god now? 3 weeks? 4? The Metamind narrowed his eyes. 2 months. Moving another chess piece, Guardian responded. And let's take a look at what you have. Guardian made quotation marks with his hands. Fixed. Altering the air and the clouds, quickly combined them, reshaping and filling with a variety of colors that formed an image of the port town of Laguna. Guardian pointed up to it. These angels are followed your precise orders. The image showed the entire town slaughtered by a single angel. Guardian held a serious face. Divinity is no joke. You have responsibilities and people to watch over. Instead, you kill your own worshippers. So don't you dare for one instant pretend it is about them. If you truly cared about them, they would still be alive. Guardian pointed at the chessboard, indicating that it was no longer his turn. So do both of us a favor and don't act so high and mighty. Garyx is the one who placed those devils there. He slammed his piece on the center of the board. Garyx has baited you. Guardian casually moved his next piece, and you have fallen for it. Slamming his next piece down, the psychic god pointed at Guardian. You and your brothers have been trying to kill me since the beginning. My brothers and I worked with you. We have helped you on more than one occasion. We would have continued to work with you. You, however, broke your word in choosing Jerry's Kane over us. Such an insult cannot be forgiven. I traded his sword for him. You agreed to the deal. Yes, and you broke your word by attacking one of our heavens to retrieve that sword. You know damn well that was not me, but a copy of me that allowed that to happen. You are forgetting one thing, my enemy. What is that? The Metamind shouted. Check. What? Your king is in check. Guardian chuckled. You only have him in check. He is not mated, the Metamind retorted, moving a piece in place to end the check. Guardian picked up the next piece and took the one placed to the end of the check. Yes, but I have forced you to give up a powerful piece just to save your king. This is not unlike what I am doing to you outside of this endless moment of time we share. Check again. The Metamind moved the king behind a pawn. I am not surprised you have your king hide behind weaker warriors, just like you. Guardian verbally jabbed. You have pushed me to this course of action. You had other options, just like out there in the real world. Guardian waved his hand, reversing the game a few moves. You see this spot in front of your king? He pointed at the board. You could have moved there instead of sacrificing that powerful piece. Sighing, the Metamind responded. I am confused by you older gods. Oh? Guardian genuinely asked. Why didn't you simply manipulate time and just prevent Jarius and myself from having existed in the first place? All you had to do was kill him the moment you realized he was Cretan, or even go back in time long before that and merely prevent his birth altogether. Before I checkmate you with my next move, I want you to understand why I am a good god and not evil that you insist I am. Guardian stood up, waving his hand to the sky, altering the image again. It revealed a massive web with countless bubbles streamed around it. You should recognize this. That is the time web. A time web, but yes. He pointed at a specific bubble that was black. You see, this is the timeline we are on. We could have chosen this one instead. He pointed at a different bubble. What would have happened with that one? Well, it is the timeline where Jarius never existed in the first place. You would not exist, but he would. That is, Cretan would have manifested himself in a different form. Under this condition, he would have been born on Titanus and had access to the greatest technology in the universe instead of the greatest magic. Following this timeline, you can see that it would end exactly the same, if not worse. So why not just imprison or destroy his soul? We were unaware of him until around the same time you were aware of him, at which point we refused to alter time in that manner. You are gods. How could this be beyond you? Cretan was beyond us. Before this universe existed, the entire multiverse was destroyed just to kill him. All that destruction was in vain. Guardian altered the image, showing Cretan, horned, six-armed, red-skinned, and planet-sized god beyond a god. You can kill him casting a spell, but not just any spell. This is a reincarnation spell. It is protected. There were many effects combined into this spell. One effect was divine prevention. We cannot interfere with him. We cannot use time changes in any way to prevent him. Trust me when I say Cretan knew what he was doing. Metamind shook his head. You still could have done more. Guardian dismissed the image. He narrowed his eyes in anger at his opponent. You will never truly understand. I am done talking to you. Placing his hand on his rook, Guardian moved it 2 spaces in front of his foe's king. Checkmate. The Metamind frowned. Using brute force? I'm not surprised. I would like to think I did my best as a god. Nothing I did helped. Cry me a river. I no longer care, Guardian said. Mount Skyborn. 2 comets fell from the sky. One was black, the other was white. Both comets hurled side by side to the city on top of the mountain. Both the citizens of Skyborn and the army of Guardian looked to the sky, examining the falling stars. Crashing into 2 different houses, a fire set ablaze from the impact. Psychic residents rushed around in panic. Guardian is coming to kill us all, one citizen screamed, running in circles, not knowing what to do. Gerald slapped him in the face, bringing him to his senses. Calm yourself, man. We can fight this. We can win. No, you can't. Jason's voice came from the rubble of one of the 2 collapsed houses. Pushing the debris off of himself, along with Gerald helping, Jason stood. I am no longer a god. What? Gerald's jaw dropped. Shaking his head, Jason responded. I said I am no longer a god. I have been defeated. Where's Alvaro? Who? Gerald asked. The other one who fell from the sky. Jason looked around. He saw the other collapsed house. Rushing to it, Jason moved debris from what must be his former other half. Red teleported to Jason. Wait! Are you no longer a god? Did Guardian win? How? His enemies haven't even attacked yet. The battle has not even begun. It doesn't matter. Guardian will win. I cannot stop it. Help me save Alvaro. Jason tossed additional debris aside until he could finally see the tattoo-covered, dark-skinned psychic Alvaro Alisto. What has happened? Alvaro asked as Jason helped him to his feet. We have lost, Jason said. Red shook his head. That doesn't make any sense. They're still here. His armies are still here. The fighting hasn't even started yet. Jason waved his hand, dismissing the question. It doesn't matter, Red. Guardian placed me here, and now to ensure I am present for my own downfall. He looked directly at Alvaro Listo. We have failed as a god. I know. Alvaro sat down on some rubble, shaking his head. What about me? Red said. Jason and Alvaro shook their heads. What about you? Both of them said at the same time. You cursed me to follow you. I want to live. This will not be my end. Jason gave a dry chuckle. I'm genuinely surprised you are still here. The divine curse we put on you will take hold of you any time now. Red stomped on the ground. I will not go quietly. I will fight until... Red's body began to fade. No, this cannot be my end. Do you think we will remember him since the time change is happening? Alvaro asked. Jason nodded his head. Guardian wants us to fail. Combine that with the time immunity that is tied to me through Jarius, I would say only we will remember. Red fully disappeared. A different Klimo faded into his place. Jason, you're back. What are your orders? Junior Klimo asked. Jason and Alvaro looked at each other. Jason stood up, raising his fist to head level. Divinity or no divinity, fused or separate, destined or cursed, psychic or normal, outmatched, outnumbered, overpowered, and or having the upper hand, I will not give up. We fight. The four walked to the edge of the cliff to view the oncoming foes ready to attack. So does this mean the entire city of Klimo is helping us, or just Junior here? Alvaro Listo sent the telepathic message to Jason. I don't know, Alvaro. Jason turned to Klimo. Old friend, how many Klimos are helping us? Klimo shrugged. Just me? The others no longer want any part of all of this. Red exhausted all of us a great deal, and after we finally beat him, they insist that rebuilding our city is far more important than helping you. Well, if we miraculously live through this coming fray, I want to thank them for the help they have given us. I also want to apologize to them for everything. You're joking, right? Alvaro asked. No, Jason responded. We don't owe them an apology. Waving his hand, dismissing the notion entirely, Jason's body flared with psychic energy. I am making the first move. His body lifted into the air. I will go with you, Jason. Gerald's back rippled, reshaping into wings. The shape-shifting psychic took flight next to Jason. So, after over 752 years, I will finally die. Alvaro looked at Klimo while pulling out a coin from his pocket. Shall I die fighting or running? Alvaro tossed the coin into the air, casually catching it. He kept his hand closed, waiting to look at the outcome of the coin flip. Hesitating, he took his eyes off of the coin to look at Klimo again. You know what? I don't even care what the results of this coin is. Alvaro Listo put the coin back in his pocket. Psychic energy surrounded his body as he also hovered next to Jason and Gerald. Coming, Klimo? Klimo looked around, shrugging. How? I can't fly, only teleport. Gerald rippled his body again, transforming into a large winged beast. Now you can, Klimo. Get on my back. Mounting his comrade, Klimo nodded his head. Just as for against a human army, countless siege machines, an army of angels, and their god? This is our end, Klimo, Jason said. The darkened abyss. Yes, she is just ahead. Or should be. Jarius' cane flew through the eternal darkness, moving to a place where his magical and psychic senses guided him. You cannot see it, but we have arrived at our destination, the realm of Loth, the Spider Queen, and Goddess of Darkness. You should know more about this than me. I thought we were already in her realm. She owns 200 abysmal layers, yes, but her godly realm is but a single layer. This darkness we have been grinding through is nothing. We are so close. Jason would have taken years to get this far. Why is that? Because he does not take risks like me. He will undoubtedly outlive us at this rate. The mage laughed. Tell me how he is doing. Dagon was silent for a moment. A thin ring of psychic energy rotated around the top of his head, then faded. Bad. He has lost his divinity. It is like the two of you are in competition to see which will be their own undoing faster. His feet touched solid ground. Snapping his fingers, his sword appeared before him, multiplying exponentially while rotating around his body 30 feet out. I call it a sword bubble. What do you think? I do not care what you call it. Loth is a goddess, and this trick will not protect us. Nodding his agreement, he walked forward, feeling a breeze. Your parasite is right, a woman's voice whispered in his ear. I told you that couldn't stop her. Loth. Jarius ignored Dagon's doubt. Continuing to walk forward, his foot stepped on empty space. Oh, pit traps, huh? Jarius walked on the air over it like solid ground. How drab. You insult me, daughter. Lifting his hand with the ring, it illuminated the surrounding area, expelling the darkness for a moment. As the light faded, the creatures were seen just outside of his protected sword bubble. Horrible, multi-headed, multi-armed, shapeless, formless, blackened things, none of which resembled any of the others beyond the dark complexion. Dagon thought my little trick, as he called it, wouldn't make a difference. I know, came her whisper across his ear. I heard. Well, Loth, Jarius began, this is your realm and your rules. How do you want to do this? You disappoint me, father, came her whisper. By using this sword? Oh, I know, it really makes things one-sided for me, and unfair for you. Honestly, I have no idea why you sent the one of the few things that could disarm me of this weapon. That was truly stupid of you, Loth. Unless you enjoy a challenge that much. Unfair, you say, she said. Jarius stopped walking, as he saw just ahead was something in the darkness. Not one of the common dark creatures that surrounded him, but something else. A thing that towered over 50 feet, standing on 8 long, thin legs that resembled sharp, curved, serrated knives. Having a body connected to those legs revealed the massive abdomen, giving away the obvious shape before him. Her lower body was that of a spider, while her upper body loomed far above in the shape of a slender female. Jarius slightly admitted to himself the impressive form before him. Well, you grace me with your presence. Not even an avatar, but your true self. How gracious of you! Jarius bowed sarcastically. Leaning in close to the sword bubble, her inhuman face on a human-shaped head was seen. Those 8 solid black eyes stared through Jarius. He felt her aura passing through his protective sphere. A chill ran down his spine. My father, the once mighty Cretan. Look at you. mortal, and never more vulnerable than you are now. He looked back at her directly in the eyes, unflinching. If I were truly vulnerable, I would not have gotten this far. I am not a god, but I am 1/3 myself. After I kill you, I will be a god once more. How do you intend on stopping my endless supply of demons at my disposal? Loth asked, pulling her head back. Jarius pointed around casually. Them? Oh, I'm not worried about them. But since you ask, I guess I will just neutralize them now. The sword bubble ended. All but 4 swords vanished. Those remaining blades hovered in the air, slashing down. They left blue streaks in the air. The streaks whitened. This happened within the space of 2 seconds. When those swords ceased their rotating death protection around Jarius, the shadow demons took full advantage, rushing in to meet the mortal that dared to violate their goddess's sacred realm. Through those wide openings rushed out hordes of lumbering undead things that met those oncoming demons head on. Your boys and mine should be quite busy with each other, leaving you and me to play. Loth and Jarius hurled their bodies at one another. The Spider Queen, with her massive front legs stabbed downward and her body surrounded in both vile magic and divinity. While Jarius's ring lit up, meeting a swirl of psychic energy his body was covered in, his sword in singular form pointed at his enemy. The two met in the air while their fight began. His blinding light and her suffocating darkness swirled all around, ravaging the surrounding crystalline structures, crumbled them on impact. The city of Herod. The people of Herod had their defenses at the ready. A scout reported hours ago that something was coming. Hundreds of years ago, this city was powerful in the ways of magic. However, after a young Jarius Kane destroyed it and claimed all of its magic knowledge for himself, these people have degenerated into more a physical society rather than one that is equally skilled at both sword and magic. With no archmage and no school of the arcane, the archers and soldiers stood at the ready. Even with the alarm sounding, everyone saw it all the same. The horizon had a large dark cloud moving to the kingdom of Herod. People squinted, trying to get a better view of what was coming their way. On top of a guard tower, the archer put his bow down to shield the bright sun with his empty hand. Looking up to the sky at the rapidly approaching cloud, he saw it first. This lookout attempted to yell down to the city to inform everyone he couldn't speak as a claw ripped through his chest. A dragon man pounced upon the lookout, and his victim fell to the army of Garyx first. Archers quickly fired their bows into the army of dragon men in the sky. The first arrow struck true. It hit only to bounce off, too weak to pierce the scales of a dragon man. Bellowing laughter combined with terrified shrieks were heard all around. Soon fire exited their mouths, scorching archers and armored knights alike. The people of Herod stood no chance. Hours later, Lazan sat on the royal throne. To his left, guarded by dozens of dragon men, were those vile black eggs. To Lazan's right were impaled men and women. Most were still alive. All were burned from dragon's fire, and some had no limbs, yet still lived. To Lazan's direct left and right were his strongest guards. In front of him knelt a man bound by rope. Next to the human stood a dragon man holding the Book of Garyx. Lazan had in his hands the head of the king of Herod. He was peeling the flesh off as he attempted to empty the contents and non-bone from the skull. Human, you have the same choice as everyone. Lazan spat a small stream of fire onto the dead, slimy skull in his hands. The fire consumed some of the flesh. He wiped away as much flesh and brain as he could before speaking again. You can read our book and join us, or you can die slowly over there with the rest of humanity. Freedom and death, or slavery, mindlessness, and servitude. Lazan laughed without taking his eyes off of the skull in his hands as he continued to work on it. You have it backwards. He spat another small flame onto it, then continued to wipe away the fleshy parts. You can have freedom in life with us, or slavery in death. The dragonman stood up, still holding the skull. Make no mistake, human. Your soul will go to Garyx one way or another. You could be on his good side or his bad side. Sabin will defeat Garyx, the man said, still unable to move. Sabin? Pfft. A laugh. That's a laugh. Sabin does nothing as Garyx commands me to kill his people. Even if your soul goes to Sabin, which I doubt, Garyx will get you eventually, since he is about to kill the other two human gods very soon. Lazan bent down to the bound human. Last chance, left or right? The man attempted to spit, only to have his face pushed down before the spittle left his mouth. Lazan pushed his foot down, crushing his head. Looking up, he cleared his throat. I know, I should have made an example of him instead of giving him a quick death. We don't have all day. Bring me the next one. But first, lifting the dead body up, Lazan placed the upside-down skull under it in order to catch some of the blood. After which he kicked the body to the side next to the large pile of bodies just next to the impaled living ones. Lazan sat down, holding his newly finished, clean skull filled with blood. Lifting it up, he sipped the blood. Also, I really wanted to make sure my new cup works. Bring the next one forward. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, The Final Abyss with Jarius and Loth. I could look past the torture and trying to kill me for so long now. Jarius floated over the ravaged body of the Spider Queen, who was now half the size of Jarius. Behind and all around, these two were undead things and shadowy demons waging battle. The ghouls, zombies, and Zakarlas kept the shadow demons at bay. I could have even forgiven how many times you have sent pathetic assassins after me. Jarius held his sword up. One thing I cannot forgive is your uselessness. You are truly of no value to me at all, Loth. Literally, if you offered up anything, even remotely useful to me, I would not kill you. Jarius placed his fingers in between his eyes, closing his eyes. You are the goddess of spiders. Really? Spiders. I can't do anything with that. I know what you're thinking. Jarius bent down, still above his foe. You are also the goddess of darkness. That I can do something with. Well, I can do far more with it than you. Standing back up straight, Jarius prepared himself. A singular, bloodied, broken, and smashed leg slowly rose from Loth. The Spider Queen attempted to talk. You will... Jarius held his sword up. Oh, this should be generic. What pathetic phrase are you going to say? Die? No. It wouldn't be die, would it? Lose? That would at least make sense. Suffer! Loth flopped over, unable to move from her wounds. Jarius frowned, shaking his head in disappointment. Thrusting his sword down, the mage cut off the head of Loth. Darkness oozed from her wounds, spilling over the floor, forming a puddle impossible to see through liquid. Jarius himself stood in that darkness. It moved with a life all its own as it spiraled up in the air, moving around. The mage dropped his swords, holding his arms out and eyes closed. This darkness rose from the four corners of the puddle. Streaming up, it swirled around him, covering more and more of Jarius until he could no longer be seen, but was nothing but a floating black sphere of air. The zombies and shadow demons ceased their movement. Ghouls stood thoughtless, with arms hanging down, swaying, uncaring. Shadow demons looked around, nervous. They had never seen their goddess lose before. Some looked at each other, others wondering what to do, while others stared at the spot she died in disbelief. Most shadow demons, however, stared confused and waited at the solid dark sphere floating in the air. That, which was the blood of their goddess, was motionless, doing nothing.
"What?"
a demon hissed.
"Is going on?"
"Our queen has fallen!"
"I am in command now,"
a large demon bellowed.
"Nonsense! Loth always trusted me the most,"
raged another. The demons argued with each other for a long period of time. None of them noticed the ghouls running back into the portals. None of these thousands of demons took note of the wind picking up in a place that only had wind when Loth willed it. The portals closed after the final ghoul ran in.
"Who?"
the voice of Jarius whispered to every demon. Every demon became silent at that whisper.
"Believes they are now in charge,"
Jarius whispered to them all. 3 demons floated forward, facing the dark sphere.
"I am,"
they boldly said simultaneously. All 3 burst into light that smeared on the floor.
"Does anyone else believe they have any authority here?"
Jarius whispered in a calm wind around their ears. A dozen or so demons attempted to run away, flying as fast as their half-gaseous forms allowed them. They exploded with the same light.
"Does anyone else believe that it is a good idea to run from me?"
Jarius whispered. 45,000 shadow demons knelt before the black sphere that was Jarius, their new god. No remaining demons spoke or moved. A grin formed on the sphere of darkness.
"There is so much work to do. Does anyone object?"
Silence was all that existed. No sound was made by any demon or anything here.
"Good. First things first,"
the new god whispered.
"This physical appearance displeases me."
The black sphere vibrated, forming 5 separate tendrils. The tendrils thickened, shaping into arms, legs, and a head. A piece of blackness remained, and a smaller sphere that floated behind this person shaped darkness. Behind him formed a sort of cloth that draped down over his body, connected to his head. Inside of his head, solid white eyes opened. A ring formed on each of his hands. The sphere behind him blinked into a large bulbous eye that had tiny tentacles protruding from where eyelashes would be. The large eye connected to this body through a cord that stretched from its back to the body's back.
"Better."
When speaking, a solid white mouth appeared where one should be. When silent, that mouth did not exist.
"Dagon?"
"Yes." The eye echoed in the room, both verbally and telepathically.
"Look at this. How does it feel to be a god once again?"
Jarius asked.
"I am not a god. I am just a part of you." "So? Do you like it or not? I can expel you now if you want this to be your end."
Dagon ignored the empty thread.
"We are close to being our true self again."
A thin smile flashed over the face of the new god of darkness. Looking down at his new form, his smile vanished.
Why didn't anything extraordinary happen when Loth was killed?
The base of the mountain. Siege machines clicked as their gears were turned. Men cranked the levers as they sweat in the hot midday sun. Above them, and unknown to them, floated the angels protecting them from threats they deemed worthy of their interference. Ranks of soldiers stood between the mountain and the siege machines, protecting their best arsenal from any preemptive strikes that might happen. Their ranks consisted of horseback knights in the front, heavily armored soldiers on the ground with large shields and long swords took up the second rank. 20 ranks, starting with the third rank, were the main bulk of the army of Babylon. These soldiers all wore light enough armor to run in, yet heavy enough to take a strong blow from a mighty swing. Their moderate armor in the central ranks all bore the symbol of guardian, the 6 connecting spheres forming into a circle. Their weapons had no variation, as they all wielded a simple shield which also bore the symbol of guardian and simple sword. Behind the central ranks were 2 final ranks of archers. These archers held their bow at their sides. They wore the lightest armor. Rushing down the mountain, Jason, Alvaro, and Climo, mounted a transformed Gerald, moved to meet the army head-on. Climo, with his superior eyes, saw it. At first, he believed it was a normal dark cloud lining the horizon, until that cloud had distinctive details that could not be gaseous. It moved as a swarm. "What is that?" Climo said to himself. Looking closer, concentrating his enchanted eyes to zoom in, he saw the dragon men clearly. They were coming. "Jason!" Without slowing down, Jason turned his head to Climo. "What is it?" Climo pointed at the cloud. "Look!" Jason looked at the cloud, squinting his eyes. "What is that?" "Dragon men!" Alvaro Listo shouted, confirming Climo's words. The force stopped in the air, only halfway down the mountain. "What do we do?" Climo asked. "I do not know. I can only suspect that they were sent by Garyx, but why? Garyx wants us dead. Why would he attack now?" Alvaro asked. "Divine chess," Jason said. Everyone looked at Jason. "Think about it. I have already lost. Granted, I lost in the future, but nothing can change that." "If it is the future, then we can prevent it," Climo shouted. Jason waved his hand, dismissing the notion. "If I were mortal, yes, but time works differently for gods. At the very most, I can live as a mortal, but I cannot win a battle I have already lost, even if it hasn't already happened yet." On top of the mountain, Ross Carvanister, stuck in human form, looked down at the waiting army of humans, then at the ongoing army of dragon men on the ground, then at Jason and his companions. Frowning, he kicked the ground. "I die here? This is absurd. I am a mighty red dragon, not some pathetic human." "You will die on this mountain." A deep voice came from in front of the dragon in human form. Ross Carvanister looked up to see the air twisting into an image of the eye of Garyx. "You could have lived comfortably as a dragon, probably even took this pathetic planet over, and I would not have cared. You sided with my enemy. Your punishment is to die as a human." "Brother, no! It doesn't have to be like this." The man fell to his knees. "Show more pride than that. Red dragons never grovel. You only proved me right in revoking your dragon heritage." "Then kill me yourself. End it here and now." "Oh, I would if I could, brother." "What is that supposed to mean?" The middle of the mountain surface.
Do we fight, retreat, or what? Climo asked. This changes nothing, Jason said, propelling his body forward. The others followed suit. Jumping off of Gerald's back, Climo vanished, teleporting away. Down at the mountain base, 2 archers were stabbed by Climo's swords. Their screams were heard by the other 3. Damn it, Climo, Jason said, teleporting down to assist his friend. Alvaro grabbed Gerald. No time like the present, he said, teleporting the 2 of them down as well. Archers scrambled to get out of the way as the central ranks attempted to move in, swinging their swords. Gerald altered his form again, making himself a large, hulking beast towering over the soldier by over 10 feet, then swung his massive arms. Caught entirely by surprise, a dozen soldiers were swept off of their feet, flying away from the attack of Gerald. Climo stabbed one archer, then teleported to another. Arrows were shooting down at Climo. With a wave of his hand, they were teleported individually back to their points of origin, where every attacking archer was shot by their own arrows. You've really improved, Climo, Jason commented. Twinkle taught me a lot this last year. That constantly battling Red dramatically heightened my senses. Climo, without slowing down as his swords decapitated a soldier of Babylon. Alvaro Alisto was no longer in flight. His feet zoomed across the ground, moving with a power he had been waiting to use. The speed of Gratz is amazing. Alvaro reached the first siege machine, touching it, and charged the thing with kinetic energy. The siege machine brightened. What is this? The operator of the first siege machine scratched his head, confused by how his machine was illuminating. He did not finish the sentence as the thing exploded, killing him instantly. Rushing to the second siege machine, Alvaro touched it, causing the exact same effect. The second operator jumped out, refusing to have the same fate as the comrade just seconds earlier. Gerald fell to the ground, impaled by over 100 arrows. Climo teleported next to him, and the 2 vanished from sight. The top of the mountain. Climo and the large form of Gerald appeared next to Carvanister in human form. Help him! Climo shouted, then vanished, to return back to the fray. Is this what I have been reduced to? A healer of humans? The dragon made a disgusted face. Can you help him? A nearby person asked. Roskar Varnister sighed as his hands glowed, touching Gerald, causing the arrows to fall out and the wounds to close. I'm not healing this one again. If he is stupid enough to charge into battle like that a second time, then the universe is better off without him. The dragon was appalled by the surrounding residents. He shrugged. What do you want from me? I healed him, didn't I? The battle continued. Alvaro rushed to the third siege machine, running past a man on horseback who was staring at him. Alvaro paid him no attention, as this man threw something at the speeding psychic. Hitting with true aim, Alvaro fell to the ground, unable to move. His speed power ended immediately. The horseback man galloped to the fallen, immobile psychic. Dismounting, he approached Alvaro. His face was dirty and general appearance was husky, with a face that had not shaved in months, if not years. You mage types are so predictable. Alvaro stared at him. I am not a mage. Manifesting a connect power to push this man, Alvaro smiled. Nothing happened. Bending down, this man opened his palm, revealing a small crystal. I know. The man smiled, causing Alvaro to drop his. I hate those things, the disabled psychic said. Placing his mouth next to Alvaro's ear, the man whispered, As a witch hunter, I've dealt with you psychics before. It will be my god's greatest moment when your kind is wiped out. Guardian will fall, Alvaro insisted, contrary to his knowledge of his own downfall. Continuing to whisper, the man said, Hail Garyx. Pulling his head back revealed his insidious smile. Alvaro was speechless, having no idea how to respond. Clemo looked up, remembering the angels. He teleported next to Jason. Why aren't they attacking? Jason fired a blast of energy, destroying 10 soldiers that were running to him. Because we are not perceived as worth their time, they are waiting for a bigger threat. Pointing in the distance, Clemo saw the dragon men rapidly approaching. Them? They're almost here. Is that what they're waiting for? Jason shook his head, still fighting. No! Trust me, I already saw it during my fight with Guardian. A more dangerous threat than us, and a bigger threat than those dragon men is coming soon. Isn't Guardian worried about his people dying by our hand? Clemo asked. Those men have faith in Guardian. Guardian has faith in his men. He believes they can prevail without his divine help. Jason saw the helpless Alvaro on the ground 100 meters away. And it seems he might be right. Clemo attempted to teleport Alvaro, but Jason uses psychic powers to prevent it. Wait! We need to help! Let me go, Jason! Jason pointed to 24 other horseback men that each resembled the one standing over Alvaro. If something is powerful enough to take down the most powerful psychic, do you honestly believe it is a good idea to rush in there, swinging thoughtlessly? In the perpetual moment of time, with the rapid sun that rose and set, Guardian sat once again at the same table. His face was stern, staring at his foe. He said nothing. You were quite chatty with your last opponent. Nothing to say to me. You were a demon. I do not indulge in your kind, Guardian said dryly. I am a god first, dragon second, and a devil third. Sitting across from Guardian towered a dragon. It had shimmering red scales, massive relaxed wings, and a smile across its lips. His eyes were solid black, swirling with a mystery that only he knew. Jason killed your brother. I would think someone who murdered none of your kin, would be treated better. I will not indulge in your words, Guardian retorted. You really did believe I am a demon, and not a devil, didn't you? Garyx taunted. Though from your ignorant perspective, I can understand why you believed that. You and your siblings truly are the stupidest gods I've ever known. I mean, really, why would you even care about mortals' souls? I will not indulge, Guardian said a third time. So boring, disappointing, and a waste of a god. I am going to kill you, though. I mean, it is why we are here, isn't it? Garyx mocked. Do you ever shut up? Guardian asked. Good. I am glad you can at least speak something different. Your mindless rhetoric was annoying, though your words are still mindless. I will not indulge. Guardian's face remained unchanged. Pathetic. I bet Sabin would offer up a better conversation than this. Garyx sniffed the air, then spat a small fireball from his nostril, huffing it out to the side, where it flew away. Speaking of Sabin, why on Corvus is he letting you fight alone? Why did you let your brother fight alone? I will not indulge. So you keep saying. You are. Garyx was interrupted. I will not indulge. I will indulge, came the voice of Jarius. The two gods looked to see a third god sitting at their table. Jarius Kane, the god of darkness, had his form dripping tangible shadows like coloring in water. It floated about harmlessly. The floating eye of Dagon lingered behind him, still connected to his back through a cord of shadow. You have been a god for not even 5 minutes, and you all are already challenging other gods? Garyx laughed. I've been a god before, Jarius said. How many universes ago was that? Garyx asked. The last one. You already knew that, Jarius said. We killed your true form then. We'll do it again, Guardian said. Waving his hand, dismissed the words. I killed you twice in the last universe, Guardian. I do not believe you would come back if I kill you a third. Holding his shadowed hand out, Jarius examined it. Besides, all of you obliterated the entire multiverse just to kill me. Somehow I doubt you have that option this time. You are nowhere near as powerful, Guardian retorted. I killed Loth as a mortal, Jarius snickered. A thing we will never hear the end of, no doubt, Garyx mocked. You killing her did you more harm than good, Guardian said. Garyx scoffed at Jarius. You were a fool to do that. You should have killed Guardian and Sabin first. That is what I would have done. And in the long run, you would have lost. Jarius turned his head to Guardian, narrowing his eyes. Besides, I could not have foreseen that killing Loth would alter the universe like that. Idiot! Garyx slammed his tail down. She was the goddess of demons. What did you think would happen? I thought the abyss would be affected, not the material plane, Jarius said. Guardian smiled for the first time. That's right, Jarius and Garyx. Loth was the only thing that made it possible for fiends to even enter the material plane. With her no longer existing, such a thing is impossible for both demon and devil, which is what you two are. I am the only god of demons, Jarius said. A demon god is still a demon, and since demons can no longer enter the material plane, you have actually given Jason what he wanted this whole time. If anything, I thank you, Jarius, for ensuring that pure evil can never again enter the mortal world, Guardian said. Too bad you won't live long enough to thank me further for killing the 9 devil gods, Jarius said, pointing at Garyx. Starting with him, of course. Garyx bellowed his laughter. That would be a very neat trick. However will you do that without the use of your sword? 2 problems, with that, Garyx. Jarius swirled his darkness into tiny shapes around his body. Firstly, you presume my sword will be incapacitated. Secondly, I wouldn't need it to kill you. Can you prove that? The dragon god said. Is that a challenge? Jarius questioned. Yes, it is. And what would you give up in return during that fight? Garyx placed a claw over his chin, clasping it in thought. I already cannot interfere directly on the material plane. The skin of Jarius pulsated. Neither can I. Try something else. My flame shall be hindered. Pfft, it's just as well. My sword is far better than some pathetic lower god's fire. I doubt you can have anything that will ever come close to matching mine, so I will accept. Both evil gods looked at Guardian. Guardian stared at Jarius, then at Garyx. My armor. Oh? Yes. That armor is quite powerful. It shattered the psychic god's avatar in one shot, Garyx remarked. Then the three of us agree. Our fight will begin under these conditions, Guardian said. Jarius placed his shadowed hand in the center of the table, then nodded. A wave passed through him, and appearing encased in a clear block of stone was his Godslayer sword. Retracting his hand, he then looked at Garyx. Garyx placed a claw on the center of the table. His throat brightened with a ball of light, then disappeared. Forming next to the center block was a sphere holding a fire in the center. He retracted his claw. Both Jarius and Garyx then looked at Guardian. Guardian extended his hand. His whole body illuminated as the very armor he wore vanished, leaving over his skin commoner clothing of no particular significance. A large person-shaped block appeared next to the other two clear blocks. Inside of that block was the armor of Guardian. And now to present our champions, Guardian said. My emissary is as it always was, Zane. He will destroy yours, then I will destroy you. Jarius and Zane looked at Guardian. Lazan, former worshipper of deity, and current leader of my draconic army. He has never failed me. Jarius laughed. He has only been with you a few weeks. As a Devour, you should have better emissaries. Garyx slammed his claw on the table. Jarius put his hands up. Yes, I know. Get on with it. Leaning back in his chair, Jarius casually said, Climo. Guardian shook his head. I am both disappointed and underwhelmed by you. You should have picked Jason, Garyx said, shaking his head too. The thin, solid, white smile formed on the dark god's face. Jason would have been the obvious choice, wouldn't it? Now what is their challenge? Guardian asked. I will defend first, Jarius said, extending his hands, pointing at the other two gods. Decide my challenge. Guardian stood up, pointing at an image of Climo on the table. Keep him alive. I am coming for him. Accepted. Jarius Kane's smile widened. End of Chapter 11.
Chapter 12. Climo opened his eye to see nothing. Blinking, he attempted to ensure that his eye was open. Feeling the floor under him made his face frown.
Stone? Am I in a cavern? What happened to Jason? Why is my enchanted eye not working?
He stood up, feeling around him. The wall was directly next to him.
Vision, where are you? I don't know,
the sword replied. Even its glow was unseen from his vision.
Vision, am I blind?
Climo followed the wall, moving through the cavern.
I do not know. I can sense nothing around us. What power do you have stored right now?
Right now, Climo, I have no power at my disposal. Something has drained me. You would need to imbue a new ability into me. Climo stopped walking. Let's get out of here. His body vibrated but remained in place. Climo, we are still here. I know. Something's blocking our escape. I wonder if all my powers are nullified. Climo teleported 2 feet behind. Just escape from wherever this is. That is good, isn't it? Climo shrugged. I don't know. I suppose it's our little silver lining. Hours passed. Climo and Fission said nothing as they walked through the cavern, touching the wall to his left. Finally, he stopped. I have no way to tell if we're going in circles, working towards the exit, or walking deeper into this place. Climo, why can't you use your psychic talent to navigate? The man shook his head. No, I have a psychic stem which allows me to manipulate space and so forth. In order to manifest such a thing, as you suggest, I would need a predict gland. Would you? Fission asked. Yeah, I thought you knew this. Jason can teleport, and he doesn't have a psychic stem like you. Jason's a god, too. Or was, anyways. Climo continued walking. Though you do make a valid point. How does Jason do that? I once heard him say that he uses a combination of his other psychic components to manifest abilities that can be done with a psychic stem. Maybe there's a way for you to navigate using yours, Fission suggested. There could be, but how would I even do that? Climo asked. Diligence? Fission responded. Climo laughed. That's cute, Fission, but I can't make something do something it can't do. That would be like turning you into a duck. Footsteps were heard in the distance. Climo, do you hear that? Fission whispered. Shh. Climo listened to the sound. I can smell you, came a guttural voice in the distance. We are not alone, Fission said. Climo drew Fission as 2 blades. I am coming for you, the voice said again. The endless moment of time where 3 gods sat. Their prized abilities and things were still encased in the clear stone on the background. On the table was a large 3-dimensional board showing a labyrinth. 2 small figures were seen on the board. One was Climo, the other was Lazan. I have the advantage. Garyx had his head drawn near the board, watching intently. Do you? How so? Jarius asked. My emissary has superior senses. You heard him. Lazan has Climo's scent. Garyx laughed. Jarius shrugged. We'll see. Zane will fight the victor, Guardian interjected. Waving his hand, dismissing his words, Jarius continued to look at the 2 figures on the board. Climo moved slowly through the maze as Lazan picked up speed, closing in on his location. I have seen this Climo fight before. He is the least experienced and weakest one. You chose poorly. Did I? A thin white smile appeared on his face. Garyx stood up in rage. You cannot change the rules, he said, pointing a claw at the god of darkness. Putting his hands up, Jarius responded. I couldn't violate those rules even if I wanted to. You know that. Garyx sat back down, scowling. Why did you pick him? Why not Jason or Alvaro or any other Climo? That magic Climo seemed more your style. Why him?
Jarius shifted his shadow skin, moving his body to sit upright.
Do you honestly expect me to just tell you whatever you demand to know? You're a god, aren't you, Garyx?
Garyx huffed a puff of smoke from his nostrils. You try my patience.
Good! Shut up! Your two fighters are about to meet.
Guardian shouted. Garyx laughed. The maze. Lazan was a few meters away.
I do not know who you are, and I do not care. My master has tasked me with killing you, and by the will of Garyx, you will die.
Swinging his claws, the dragon man hit the stone wall, making a loud scraping sound. Klimo swung Fission while jumping back.
You are lucky it is dark, human,
Lazan said. Trust me, you are the lucky one for that, Klimo responded. Lunging forward, Lazan slashed Klimo in the arm, forcing him to drop half of Fission. As a reaction, Klimo teleported 3 feet of himself to behind Lazan. Both combatants swung around, having the claw and sword make contact with each other. Lazan used his superior strength to push Klimo down to his knees. Endless time.
Klimo is about to die,
Garyx chuckled. Jarius shrugged, showing no emotional response. The maze. Lazan slashed Klimo's face, leaving a deep gash. Fission teleported to Klimo, to the dropped half of itself.
Hurry up, Klimo! Pick me up! What? There are 2 of you. I can only smell 1 human.
I'm not human! Klimo lunged at Lazan, stabbing into the dragon man's chest.
I am Elin.
Lazan grabbed Klimo by the head with both hands, twisting his neck, killing Klimo instantly.
A dead Elin?
Ha! Lazan laughed. Endless time.
You have lost this round. You picked the handicap of our fighters, too.
Garyx turned to Guardian, pointing a claw.
Your pathetic angel is next.
Guardian raised his hand.
You won that fight, so you pick the conditions they fight in. Plane of fire.
That's it? Just in the plane of fire? Not in a maze or a forest? Just an open area?
Guardian asked. Yes. Keep it simple.
So be it.
The maze. Lazan vanished. Klimo's dead body raised into the air, lifeless. Torches lining the walls lit up the surrounding area, illuminating the stone walls, floor, and ceiling. Jarius Kane stepped out of the darkness with his shadowy body.
Garyx may be right in Klimo being a bad choice.
Dagon's voice echoed verbally and telepathically.
I did not err. You no longer have the option to look into my thoughts, Dagon, so you will just have to trust me. Do you think Lazan or Zane will win?
Jarius raised his dark hand, pointing at the floating body of Klimo.
I don't care, and neither should you. You should. If Lazan wins, then Klimo will have to beat him on his terms, as well as Zane twice, as well as Zane beating Lazan on Guardian's terms, should Zane lose right now. So,
Klimo fell to the ground, waking up from the fall. He made a muffled sound in the process.
So you need to take this seriously, or we will lose the Godslayer sword.
Klimo stood up, scratching his head, confused by his whereabouts. Jarius grabbed the cord holding Dagon. He swung the eye to face him. I will only get it back later if I lose it now. Jarius did not let go of the cord. What the hell are you? Clemo exclaimed, unsheathing his swords. Jarius waved his hand, pointing at Clemo, immobilizing him without looking away from Dagon. I'll deal with you in a moment. Jarius ceased, pointing at Clemo as he wagged his finger at Dagon. You listen to me here and now. I am in charge. I call the shots. You would either be dead or forever a pathetic demon lord. Question me again, and you're done. I need you to be focused and useful, not doubtful and worthless. Without me, you cannot be Cretan again. Jarius shrugged. So? The eye that was Dagon jerked back in surprise. What? We will be Cretan. You cannot throw me away. You need me. The new god shook his head. I have done just fine without you. True, it is much easier with you than without you, but do not think for one moment that I am dependent on any one person, thing, item, ability, or power. Even if I will never be Cretan again, I will be the ultimate force in every multiverse. If that means I have to abandon my old life, then so be it. Jarius paused, allowing Dagon to absorb the words. Do you understand? Yes. Are you going to be the cold, emotionless, and subservient thing I know you can be? Yes. Jarius pulled the cord closer to his dark face. Yes, what? Yes, Lord Magister Cretan. A smile appeared on his face. It has been very long time since I have been called that. It feels good. Letting go of the cord, Jarius turned to a silent and confused Clemo. Dagon shifted back to behind his master once again. Now to address you. Do you recognize me? He snapped his fingers, causing Clemo to regain his movement. Are you Jarius? Yes, I am. I am also a god now. Clemo's jaw dropped. What? How? It does not matter. Know that you serve me. Clemo reached for his swords again. His hands passed through empty scabbards. Jarius held his sword in singular form as a large blade. How did you get vision? Clemo exclaimed. Examining Fission, Jarius spoke without looking at Clemo. You know, I detest how swords get named. I find it ludicrous. Clemo kept his distance, not knowing what to do. I know what you're thinking. In a Clemo's voice, Jarius continued to talk. But your sword has two names, the Godslayer sword and the sword of Grazd. His voice reverted. Grazd had my sword. All you have done is call it his sword. As for the Godslayer title, never mind the fact that it has proven that title. I did not name it as such. I always called it my sword. Jarius looked back at Clemo. Fission appeared back in Clemo's scabbard. You're going to need that. Looking back up at Clemo could see the torch-lit hall in front of him. What do you think, Fission? He is toying with us for some reason, the sword replied. Clemo began to walk forward. My thoughts exactly. Same shit, different year. The plane of fire. Everything was made of fire. Molten rock, and on occasion sturdy stone that was surrounded by flame. The very air itself was toxic from fire, ash, and never-ending heat. The holy angel of Guardian named Zane fell from the burning sky in flames. His wings burned to ash as he struggled. His body crashed to the ground, made of solid stone. Lazan flapped his draconic wings as he landed on the other end of this solid surface. As he approached Zane, the angel slowly stood up with beaten-up armor. Spitting his own blood, the angel spoke. "By the will of Guardian, I will defeat you." Lazan, with a gouged-out eye and gash across his left arm, smiled as his body stopped just in front of Zane. Wearing a dragon smile, the dragon man slashed Zane, forcing the angel to drop his weapon and shield. "Will you now?" Lazan laughed as his fist pummeled into the angel, landing blow after blow. The angel fell to the ground again. Bending down, Lazan held Zane up with his left claw as his right claw continued beating him. "I never met an angel before," Lazan said, said between punches without pausing. "Garyx seems far more powerful if you ask me. Otherwise, this wouldn't be so easy." "Get on with it," Lazan heard the voice in his head. Not questioning the voice, Lazan stood up. Zane couldn't move. The angel struggled to cast any form of magical healing he could muster. Alas, he received no such opportunity as Lazan plunged his clawed foot down upon Zane's head, crushing it in a single stomp. Fire swirled in front of the dragon man. It formed into a circular pattern, revealing the massive eye of Garyx. "Well done, my champion. You have 2 more fights to win. You will be rewarded soon." Both the eye of Garyx and Lazan vanished from the plane of fire. Zane's body lifted up, slowly recombining into proper form. Wounds closed shut as his body was repaired. Light burst from his halo. Zane stood. "Guardian, I have failed you." Zane lowered his head in shame. "No, you have not," came Guardian's voice in Zane's head. "The odds were against you. You will win the next fight." The eternal moment of time. Garyx bellowed with laughter. "Well, I have beaten both of you. 2 more victories and your prizes are mine." He continued to laugh. Guardian narrowed his eyes at the Fire Lord. "You won on your terms. The next fight is on mine." "So?" "I beat him on his terms," Garyx pointed at Jarius. "There is no way he could beat me on mine." Garyx looked at Jarius. "What, no ready retort? No quips? Nothing from the great Jarius Kane?" Garyx paused. Jarius said nothing. "Pfft, as expected. So much talk when you are winning, but when losing you are quiet. Good. Stay under my heel where you belong, cretin." "Garyx, you won. You decide who fights next," Guardian said in a monotone. Still laughing, the dragon god pointed at Guardian, then at Jarius. "I'm giving my champion a break. You 2 fight." "And which one of us picks the terms?" Jarius asked. Garyx waved his hand. "I don't care." Jarius and Guardian looked at each other. "I am still surprised you did not pick Jason," Guardian said. "You are the god of demons now, unpredictable as all children of chaos are. I demand the right to go first." Jarius shrugged, waving his hand. "By all means, take it. I do not care." in the blackness of space.
I can't breathe, Klimo thought. It is cold. I can barely move. Klimo, focus your psychic energy, Fission said. You can use it to neutralize the cold.
A star shone brightly in the distance. No sun was nearby. Blackness was all around. Not darkness, like in the cavern, but the void was all around. Deep space was extended all around them. Feeling his hands touch solid rock, Klimo looked around to discover the area was very small.
Wow, we're on an asteroid,
Fission commented.
I don't know what is going on.
Klimo tried to teleport away. His body flashed as he stayed in place.
Damn it,
Fission exclaimed.
Escape is still being blocked. This is bad. We need to do something.
Looking at a bright light approaching, Klimo drew Fission as two swords. The ball of light slammed into the asteroid. Klimo recognized the figure that emerged.
Zane, why is he here?
Klimo said. I could just stand back and let your lack of oxygen kill you. That wouldn't be fair. You have a single breath's worth of fighting chance against me. Zane lunged forward. Klimo vanished, teleporting behind Zane with a face starting to turn red. Klimo swung his sword, striking true. Zane was pushed ahead, slamming into the ground. A large gash was left on his back, then cut through one of his wings.
Well done, Klimo. He can't fly away. Quick, keep fighting.
Fission cheered. The eternal moment. Jarius smiled his thin white smile. I am genuinely surprised, Guardian. You created quite the unfair fight against Klimo. He has about 2 minutes left without air to breathe. Jarius smiled. Guardian cocked his head. You should take this more seriously. You lost the first fight. If you lose this one, which you will, your sword will be gone. And Jarius opened his palm. Guardian stood up, pointing at the dark god. You're not fooling me if you think if I will fall for this bluff that you don't care about your sword suddenly. I have seen you break into one of our heavens as a mortal, risking your very life and soul just to get that sword. Jarius shrugged. Trust me, it doesn't matter. His shadows swirled as he continued to talk. The two of you are so fixated that it makes you incredibly naive. Garyx huffed. What is that supposed to mean? Jarius said nothing. The top of Mount Skyborn. Jason and Alvaro have retreated to the city. I barely saved you back then, Alvaro, Jason said. Witch hunters. Quite the pain, the dark-skinned psychic said. Jason frowned. Yeah, I know. They have those damn crystals, too. We need to keep a distance from them. Good. I'll distance you for them. The voice of Dagon came from behind them. Both Alvaro and Jason spun around to see a man they did not recognize. His hands were raised in a pleading fashion. Alvaro fired an energy blast, refusing to give him a chance to speak. The blast passed through him without harm. Listen to me if you want to live, the disguised Dagon said. Alvaro stepped forward, charging psychic energy in the process. Jason stepped between him and Dagon. Wait, let's hear him out. Turning his head to Jason, the other psychic made a surprised face. You're joking. No, you never joke. Why would you want to hear what he has to say? He imprisoned and drained us, in case you forgot. Jason held his hand up, imploring. I haven't forgotten. But look at our situation. Guardian is going to kill us and destroy this city in the process. We are desperate. He turned to Dagon. Speak, Dagon. The old man that was Dagon did not change his facial expression or tone. You can live, but will work for Garyx. If you agree to follow his orders, or do you agree to die here and now? Both psychics looked at one another. What choice do we have? Alvaro said. None. Jason responded. The two looked back at Dagon. Do you agree? Dagon asked. Jason held his hand up before Alvaro could say anything. There are lines we will not cross. These people on the mountain, they must live. We will also not kill innocents. Is that clear? Time is short, but your morals will not be violated for now. Dagon continued. Do you agree or not? Both Alvaro and Jason nodded their agreement. Dagon waved his hand. The three vanished from sight. Jason felt the movement just before it happened. Where are we going? His words were in vain. The asteroid. Klimo performed a barrage of teleports around Zane, slashing him with speed and accuracy. Most hits bounced off of the angel's shield. One downward swing stabbed Fission into Zane's shoulder. You're getting tired, Klimo. It's hard to fight without air. Zane's halo started glowing brighter. Klimo continued his teleporting melee attacks, swinging, slashing, and stabbing his swords at every angle his body teleported to. Klimo is going to kill you, Zane, Vision replied. Laughing, Zane released his divine energy from his halo, blasting Klimo away. The teleporter flew off of the asteroid. Zane staggered to the edge of the asteroid to look down to see how far away his blast was pushing him. I am not sorry I have to kill you, Klimo. This is God's will, and his will can only be good. Zane felt a stab from behind, thrusting through his heart. His eyes opened wide with surprise. Looking back, he saw Klimo's purple face, holding Fission as a singular blade pushed in. What? Zane exclaimed, as the deadly blow was then twisted by Klimo to further damage the angel. Ha! Fission laughed. How did you forget he teleports? The sword mocked more than said. Klimo fell from exhaustion. Zane fell over from the mortal wound. Both of their eyes closed at the same time. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13.
Ha!
Garyx bellowed.
A draw. Klimo should have lost.
His laughter became louder.
Guardian, you are truly pathetic.
This is your champion?
He can't even win when all he had to do was
Nothing. And let the little teleporter die on his own. Guardian showed no outward reaction.
good will triumph over evil,
the human god declared. Garyx joined Garyx in laughing.
I have no idea how you have lived this long saying such nonsense like that.
Still holding composure, Guardian cleared his throat, getting their attention.
Everyone has fought once now. It is time to switch the advantages.
The other two stopped laughing.
Who shall go next?
inside of a heavenly realm. Alvaro Alisto materialized, floating in the air, surrounded by robed angelic figures. The psychic was just as surprised to see them as they were to see him.
"Get him!"
one angel yelled. Alvaro quickly surrounded himself with psychic energy, blasting them with everything he had.
"Dagon, you bastard!" "While tricking someone into a trap like you believe is nothing I would have done, there is no trickery here. You must storm into the armory just as Jarius did and gain one of the few things that could kill Guardian. Better hurry. Those angels are only going to increase in number, and your psychic energy is only going to dwindle the longer you fight."
Inside of the southern forest, on the planet of Corvus, Jason materialized. Without wasting time, he walked.
"I know where I am."
His face was stern as he marched to his known destination.
"I know what you want me to do, too."
Facing his destination, Jason activated one of his countless powers, the speed of Gratz that Alvaro used earlier. Zipping past trees and small animals, Jason rushed with lightning speed to a grove.
"I am glad I do not have to explain it to you. You need to hurry before Garyx becomes aware of what you are doing."
Dagon sent the telepathic message. Jason stopped running just in front of a valley. Looking down, he saw the grove. In the center of that grove had a tree in the shape of a man rooted down. The arms of this tree were raised, holding a sword. Jason's body vibrated, disappearing, then reappearing without having moved.
"Damn,"
he whispered to himself.
"Can't teleport in here."
Probably won't be able to teleport out either. He looked all around himself. Laughing a little, he continued to talk. "I haven't been alone for a long time. It feels strange to have solitude." Examining his hands, he frowned. "I now understand what it is that Jarius has been ranting about all these years. I was a god. However brief that divinity was, it was mine. Mortality is subpar compared to that." He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Closing his eyes, Jason refocused his psyche. His body surrounded itself with psychic energy. Opening his eyes, Jason returned to moving faster than lightning down the valley, moving to the center where the prize waited. He stopped directly in front of the tree, darting his eyes around to ensure nothing was following him and that he had not set off any traps. The lone psychic levitated his body up, reaching for the sword. The branches holding the sword wrapped fully around the blade, retracting towards the tree itself.
"Not so fast,"
came the voice of the tree before him. It was only then that Jason looked directly at the tree, realizing that it had a face with eyes that were burrowing into him as he floated in the air. His power waned briefly as he caught him off guard. His power reactivated just prior to landing on the ground. "Are you a dryad or a triad?"
"No,"
responded the tree. Placing his hands up to show he meant no harm, Jason remained floating in the air. "I need that sword."
"You are not human, but you express the impatience of one."
The tree creaked its words. "I genuinely mean you no harm, Mr. Jason made a struggling gesture, admitting his ignorance of the thing's nomenclature.
"You desire to know my name in hopes to earn my favor and have me grant you this sword,"
the tree said. "Yes." The psychic folded his legs, relaxing his body in the air. "While time is short for me, I need that sword. I would like to receive it on your terms. What would it take?"
You have an endless amount of time. You are Elin. Gods are fighting. My people need me. There is a chance I can save them, but only with that which you hold. The tree sighed. Gods are always fighting. Please tell me how I can earn your favor. So impatient. The tree looked around. I have worked for a very long time in preserving this place. Every life here is unique. Jason looked where the tree looked. His eyes laid upon small creatures, flowers, insects, shrubbery, and other things to which he had never witnessed before. I have saved them from extinction. We live in perfect harmony. Do you know what keeps this place intact and hidden? Looking back to the tree, Jason responded, No, I did not even know it was hidden. One may only enter here if I will it. Jason smiled. I am honored that you allowed me in here. This place is beautiful. Jason extended his open palm to the tree. I still do not know your name, if you even have one, that is. The tree relaxed its branches, bringing the sword down to the ground, pushing the bladed portion into the dirt. Doing this caused magic to flow from that weapon into the ground itself, flowing every direction from the sword and into all the life around. Jason felt the power of that blade cause every flower to bloom, every tree to spring to life, and energize this entire forest. All the while, the tree shrank. Its branches retracted into the main trunk. The roots lifted from the ground, and the face looked more human as the tree began to take on another shape. It formed the shape of a man. Bark fell off of his skin as the man stepped closer to Jason. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, this former tree spoke again. I am Katar. He pulled the sword from the ground. This sword kept this place as hidden as it needed to be and instilled it with life, keeping it forever in harmony. Jason frowned. And I seek that blade away from you. He shook his head. I am so very sorry, Katar. I truly have no wish to hinder or even end this paradise you have sustained. Even witnessing this fantastic wonder, I am sorry to persist in needing that sword. Katar sheathed the blade on his side. He wore a cloak fashioned from leaves that even wore stag horns that Jason couldn't tell if they were decorative or had a purpose beyond vanity. Everything Katar wore was vegetation or fashioned from deceased animals. Tell me, psychic, why don't you just take this sword by force? You are powerful enough. You could do it with ease. I could. You could snatch it from me, and I could do nothing to stop you. You could take it, leave, never look back, and never care. Yes, I could, Jason admitted. So why don't you? I could tell you that I am civilized, but you would hate that answer. You are a druid. I have never met a druid before, but I have heard of your name. You are said to have slew Garyx. Jason pointed at the sword. That sword can kill him. Garyx is a threat to the very multiverse itself. So, after all these years, Garyx has returned. Katar looked away. I beat him before, as you said.
How does he still live if you beat him? Jason asked.
He attacked my old grove, one that was decimated by his flame. I stopped him with this very sword.
Katar placed his hand on the sword, feeling the hilt.
I knew one day he would be back. I heard a distant rumor from the trees that he seized the power of a devil, joining the vile ranks of hell itself. Is it true he is a devil prince?
Yes. Katar raised his hand, causing the ground beneath him to rise to knee level. Katar sat down.
Convince me to give you this blade.
I have already told you my reason. If you need further convincing, then I do not know what other information I could possibly provide to you. Perhaps you could simply come with me, and together we can slay Garyx. Katar shook his head, laughing. His body leaned back on the seat.
Oh, you are not joking, but I find that idea quite funny. I am far too old to engage in any form of combat.
Would the promise of this sword's return make any difference? Jason asked.
It would, if it did not mean the end of my grove.
Katar frowned.
You see, without this sword, there will be nothing to protect this place. Nothing to keep it hidden.
Some of this life here is sustained solely by the power inside of this. He drew the sword, placing it on his knees.
I need you to truly understand what that means. It would mean the end of all this beauty. What you desire is nothing simple. If I could make some deal with you, I would.
There would be no restoring this place or even saving it.
It would wither and die the moment this sword leaves.
Jason extended his hand as he talked. I could use the sword, then go back in time to this moment and merely give it back to you. The druid shook his head again.
I would honestly agree to that, you know. Unfortunately, that would not work.
Jason floated down to the ground, standing on his legs. He stood arms akimbo. Explain. Sighing, the druid spoke.
This sword is almost as old as I am. I have no doubt that it is capable of defeating Garyx a second time. I also know that it will not survive such a battle a second time. There is no natural or even unnatural way to restore this blade. Do you truly understand now?
Jason relaxed his arms. He nodded his head. Yes, I truly understand. He placed his hand on the druid's shoulder, looking him in the eyes. Their eyes remained locked as they were silent for a long moment. Finally, Katar sighed again.
Take my sword. Leave this place. Kill Garyx. And honor nature.
He looked away, extending the sword to Jason. Grabbing the sword, Jason's wrist was clutched by the druid. He brought his head close, narrowing his eyes.
Honor nature.
I will, Jason said. Katar let go of the psychic. Turning around, the druid returned to his place, converting his body once again to a tree. Jason opened his mouth to speak, but could not find the words. He left, but not with speed, only at normal walking pace, so he did not disturb any life here. When Jason reached the top of the valley, he looked back. The magical effects were already taking hold of the grove, as the brightness of it dimmed, turning everything darker as it all decayed back from the magic leaving. Inside of the heavenly realm, Alvaro Alisto continued battling the angels and archons alike, blasting them with psychic energy while moving his body ever forward to the armory of the good gods. The eternal moment of time. Guardian slammed his fist on the table.
Now I know why you chose Kalimo.
Oh, whatever was my reason? Jarius said with a sarcastic tone.
I cannot intervene, and you know it.
Guardian outburst his anger.
Correct,
Jarius agreed.
So long as we are engaged in our contest, none of us can interfere with anything beyond what we do here.
He turned his head to Garyx.
I believe Klimo is about to fight Lazan on Lazan's terms. Jason has the sword, Garyx growled. You have been playing us. Now I see why you do not care if you lose your Godslayer sword or not. You have other means of killing me now.
Jarius smiled, his solid white smile.
Yes, and as amusing as all of that is, our next fight is about to start.
The darkness continued to swirl around him.
Besides, even if I am gaining the upper hand outside of here, and even if I have ensured your downfall through more than one method, take comfort that you stand a chance at hindering both myself and Guardian should you win this fight.
The elemental plane of fire.
Holy shit, it's hot!
Klimo screamed. His feet jumped up and down, avoiding the hot rock underneath. All around him, fire and smoke burned.
You should still have the skin, Klimo,
Fission said.
What skin?
Klimo stopped hopping up and down. Snapping his fingers, he relaxed his body. Oh, yeah. It's been a long time since I used the demon skin. A slimy, thin layer of red, slithering mass crawled out from under his clothing, covering every inch of his skin. It blended in perfectly, leaving only redness. Bending down, Klimo felt the ground. Much better.
Fire immunity.
That is almost clever. Lazan screamed from the sky up above. Even without flame, I am physically superior. Garyx has commanded me to kill you, and kill you I shall. Looking up, Klimo half frowned with doubt. He shook his head as the dragon man hurled his body down to Klimo with claws ready to tear his body to shreds. The teleporter stared at his enemy, calculating in his head. Extending his fingers, he moved from left to right, blocking the view of Lazan as his finger passed the image of the approaching dragon man. The psychic jerked his left hand back as he released psychic energy, manifesting something new. Lazan gurgled from the sky, clutching his chest in pain. Without saying a word, he continued to hurl from the sky, but not as an intention. Lazan crashed into the lava. Klimo stood there, waiting just in case his foe got out of the lava.
Klimo, what did you do?
Fission asked. This. Klimo lifted his hand up, revealing that he clutched a heart. I've been curious if I could do that for some time now.
Well done,
Jarius Kane said, materializing from the surrounding smoke. His body came together as a mass of human-shaped darkness.
I knew one day you would realize your potential.
Klimo dropped the heart. Holding his hand up, he jerked it back the same way he did with Lazan. Smoke appeared in his hand.
Did that do anything to you?
No. Nice try, though.
Jarius dismissed the attempt on his life.
You have 2 more fights to win, Klimo.
Klimo sheathed fission.
No, I'm not fighting for you. Or doing anything for you.
Jarius chuckled.
Alvaro and Jason are. I don't care. You are the ultimate evil.
Asmodeus is holier than you.
Ah, Asmodeus. What a piece of work that devil is. Not my finest work. But I made him the best devil I could have. I regret nothing with that one.
You created Asmodeus? Klimo exclaimed with surprise. Jarius nodded.
I made every devil.
And most demons. Jarius walked around Klimo casually.
They wasted no time when my true self died. Each of them had taken a piece of me. With your help, I will reclaim those pieces.
Fuck you, I'm not helping you. Klimo folded his arms. Torture me all you want. I refuse to give in.
Torture you? Oh, no. You are my champion and chosen. Perish the thought, my dear Klimo. You will fight for me, or you will simply die, over and over again.
Jarius paused, ensuring that Klimo fully understood. The look on the psychic's face proved it.
Good. Now get ready for your next fight. You have some time. Meditate, rest, and focus.
The eternal moment.
What? How did you do that?
Garyx demanded. Jarius pointed his shadowy finger at the dragon god.
Klimo can do far more than teleport the heart away from his foe. Honestly, you should have done your research, Garyx. I know everything about Lazan and Zane. You fools dismissed his true capabilities, thinking him useless because he isn't an all-powerful psychic like Jason and Alvaro.
Jarius floated up and stood up. It was impossible to tell due to his surrounding darkness.
Klimo has far more potential than given credit.
Garyx scoffed, huffing his nostril.
Stop sucking his dick.
Guardian shook his head, folding his arms, refusing to join in such rhetoric. Looking at Garyx, Guardian raised a finger.
It is our turn, on our terms.
He waited for Garyx to look at him.
Let me guess. Deep space, where you believe my creation cannot breathe?
Garyx said without looking at Guardian. He examined his claws, giving an air of boredom.
The heavens are my domain,
Guardian declared. Jarius returned to his seat in the same method. He smiled his solid white smile.
Klimo has 1 victory, 1 loss, and 1 draw. Lazan has 2 victories and 1 loss. Zane has 1 loss and 1 draw. What difference would it make if he wins this fight? Klimo needs Zane to beat Lazan, and Klimo needs to beat Zane. Otherwise, Garyx wins. It doesn't matter,
Jarius responded. Deep space. Lazan flapped his wings, gaining momentum. He forced his body to move to Zane. Zane did the same. The two approached one another, screaming their war cries. So you don't need to breathe at all, Zane pointed at his observation as he continued to move to his enemy.
I am a dragon. We are far stronger than mortal men who will die without air.
The two clashed, beginning their battle in deep space, each fighting for their god. The armory of the good gods. Alvaro fired a psychic beam into the mass of angels coming his way using his left hand, while his right palm touched the vault door. You know, for the most powerful psychic, I have never gotten enough credit, he said to himself.
The beam burned every angel it touched, scorching them by the dozen. Splitting his mind with the psychic, leapt from his own body a spectral form of himself. His physical body continued to fire psychic energy at the crowd. "Go, Alvaro, yeah! Able to multitask better than the rest," the astral projection said as it floated through the vault door. Turning around, the astral projection examined the door from the inside. "Where is the button or switch or lever or anything?" Moving his form all across the surface of the inner door, he frantically searched. "You dare violate our sanctum?" a voice said from inside the vault. Turning around, Alvaro Listo saw a divine servant wearing robes, bearing dark skin. "I know you, Mark Johnson, right?" Alvaro said. "I don't care," Mark said as his fingers traced the air, casting a spell. The spell was released, banishing the astral projection. Alvaro returned to his body with a headache. "Ouch!" The psychic jumped away from the armory as the door opened from the inside. "You want it so badly? Come on, just get past me then," Mark said, standing in the center of the doorway. The psychic surrounded his body with psychic energy. He smiled even through the pain in his head. "To think I only joined all of this out of boredom." Rushing forward, Alvaro suddenly came to a halt, tumbling to the floor. The psychic energy dispersed the moment he crossed into the armory. Mark grabbed the psychic by the throat, lifting him into the air. The former paladin shook his head disapproving. "You have gone too far. You could have done anything with the power you had. You were even a god. My god Sabin will not tolerate your existence." The psychic made a confused face as he struggled to manifest powers that did nothing. No psychic energy spark, no power happened, only the empty void where his power should be. "You cannot do that here," Mark answered his unspoken question. "Sabin has improved our armory since Jarius broke in. No psychic ability can work here so long as I am here. My magic canceled your powers." The Archon, Mark Johnson, squeezed the neck of Alvaro. "Your time has come." Alvaro struggled to breathe. He could do nothing as he felt his life fading. His arms flailed, hitting Mark and having no effect. His movement slowed down as his heartbeat slowed down. Mark felt his pulse. Once his body ceased moving entirely, Mark stared into his cold, dead eyes. "You have received mercy from me." Tossing the dead body onto the floor, it began to dissolve slowly, disappearing entirely. Angels and archons alike surrounded Mark Johnson. They cheered the successful defense of their heaven. Deep space. Lazan was impaled by Zane's sword, making this angel victorious. Zane knelt down, humbling himself in prayer. "Lord Guardian, through your guidance and wisdom, I am triumphant this day against this vile foe. What will you have me do now?" "You have one victory before you," the booming voice of Guardian surrounded the angel. "You have granted a second chance at defeating Climo. This time will be much harder, for it is on his terms and conditions." Zane stood up, holding his sword at the ready. "I will not fail you, my lord." The eternal moment. "Where will they fight?" Guardian asked. Jarius shrugged. "You pick." The black eyes of Garyx opened wide with surprise. "What? Why would you do that?" The dragon slammed his tail down. Jarius waved his hand at Garyx without even looking at him.
I choose to allow him to choose.
Guardian drew his head back, confused as to what to do.
You are that confident in his ability to beat Zane?
He narrowed his eyes.
So be it, I will choose.
You rarely make mistakes, Cretan.
This hubris you have will be your undoing. I choose this cavern.
Pointing at the center of the table, the good god conjured an image of a crystalline cavern.
Oh, nice pick. That place will completely neutralize Klimo's powers, granting you a huge advantage.
Jarius gave a soft laugh. Guardian held his hands behind his head, leaning back.
We have killed Alvaro, by the way. While you possess additional means of killing Garyx, you have no other way behind your sword of killing me. Should Klimo lose this fight, I don't care.
Jarius interrupted. The crystalline cavern. I can breathe this time, Klimo said. Zane stood 40 feet from Klimo.
Yes, you can.
I will not go easy on you this time. Klimo laughed. Fine, neither will I. Klimo lifted his hand, jerking it back. Nothing happened. What? Klimo looked at his hand. Fission. What has happened? The sword said nothing. The glow it had has vanished.
You cannot rely on your psychic abilities here, Klimo,
Zane said as he approached. Klimo raised Fission, already in two forms, holding his weapons in a defensive stance. I am perhaps skilled enough to beat you. Zane shook his head. We were to battle with blades alone, you would stand a chance. However, his halo began illuminating, becoming brighter by the second. As I stated, I will not go easy on you. Zane stopped, walking halfway to Klimo, pointing his sword at his foe. Divine energy sparked out like lightning, rushing to decimate the impotent psychic. Kicking off of the adjacent wall, Klimo flipped to the other side. Kicking off of that wall, the divine energy curved, following him. He rushed to Zane, flipping and jumping off of the wall after wall, dodging the divine energy that will most certainly kill him. Klimo reached Zane, swinging his weapon, cutting the angel on the arm, actually piercing the armor he wore. The divine energy returned to the halo. Impressive. Zane spun around, swinging his own sword. He rushed forward, slashing at Klimo, hitting him dead on, cutting his left arm off from the heavy blow. Screaming in pain, Klimo refused to allow this to distract him. He parried a second swing from Zane with his remaining arm. As the two clashed again, Zane had Klimo pushed down with strength alone. The powerless psychic was being overpowered. Sweat dripped down Klimo's head as he struggled to maintain any amount of balance, while Zane refused to give the hindered psychic any leverage. Klimo felt his body crushing under the weight of this angel. No! Klimo screamed as his legs broke from the relentless Zane crushing him down. A small spark jumped around Klimo's forehead, dancing around. Zane was too distracted to notice. Behind them, above them, under them, and all around them were those crystals that negated psychic energy. Klimo vanished, actually teleporting behind Zane. Overwhelmed with pain, emotion, and adrenaline, his psychic stem, the source of his psychic teleportation abilities, activated, piercing through the crystal's hindrance. Klimo, on instinct alone, did not question this as he plunged his blade through the back of Zane's head, killing this angel, who fell down motionless. Klimo also fell down, feeling his pain, allowing his body to collapse from the fight. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14.
Bullshit!
Garyx exclaimed.
How did Clemo do that?
Jarius laughed.
I tried to tell you. I made no mistake in picking Clemo.
Rubbing his shadowed hands together, he stood up.
All right, Guardian. You have only one victory, 2 losses, and 1 draw.
He turned to Garyx.
You have 2 victories and 2 losses.
Pointing at himself, Jarius floated into the air.
While I have 2 victories, 1 loss, and 1 draw, proving I have done the best.
Guardian pointed at Jarius.
You still do not have more wins than Garyx.
Garyx laughed.
It is true. So this can only mean one possibility remains. One more fight. Lazan versus Clemo.
Jarius floated down.
No hindrance. 1-on-1, open combat, where neither has the advantage.
Guardian stood up.
I challenge the right to continue to fight.
Cocking his head, Jarius smiled.
You've lost. In order to continue, you will have to offer something more.
The god of man folded his arms boldly.
What can I further offer?
Garyx opened his mouth, but Jarius spoke first.
I want the weapon in your armory. You know the one. You want the weapon Alvaro died trying to get? This would seal my fate.
Guardian sat down, contemplating his options. With a smug tone, the dark god responded.
Take all the time you need.
Jason stood in a darkened abyss.
Jarius has your next orders. I have them for you.
A shadow demon said. I do not trust you or Jarius, Jason said.
You have no choice. His power prevents Guardian from killing you here and now. Do as he says and live. Fail and die. I care not what you do.
The shadow demon hissed. Jason sighed. What does he want? The demon pointed at Jason.
You will take that sword and proceed to the only place it can be of use. You will go directly into the Book of Garyx. There, you will be on your own. No help from my god can assist you. You have no choice in this matter.
Jason vanished without saying a word. The eternal moment of time. 3 gods sat facing each other. A table stood between the gods. On that table was a circular board representing an arena. In front of each god was a wooden piece that looked identical to their champions. Off of this board in the background was a 4th item. Sealed in that clear stone was a simple sword, simple in appearance alone. There was no denying that this sword was what could kill Guardian. He gambled it. Gambling is not a thing the good god of law and humans wanted to do, but it was the only chance he had in stopping these 2 evil gods before him.
You know, Guardian,
Jarius spoke.
I would have done the same thing. That is, I have several other things I am ready to gamble with. I don't care,
Guardian replied, refusing to conversate with the god of demons.
But you should.
Jarius continued, ignoring his disinterest in conversation.
I have 2 armies at my disposal. I also have the remaining 200 layers of the abyss.
He looked at Garyx.
All of those are things you 2 already know.
Garyx laughed.
I have an army of dragon men, an army of devils. I also have the first layer of hell. Are you telling me you are willing to up the ante?
Yes,
Jarius said flatly.
I agree,
Garyx said. The two evil gods looked at the good one.
You must match this bet or forfeit what you have bet thus far.
Guardian grumbled in anger, showing emotion.
this was all part of your plan from the beginning, wasn't it? To get both of us to have the final showdown where it all comes down to this. You want me to bet everything.
Yes, I do. And yes, it is.
I have my human army and my human cities,
Guardian said, folding his arms. Jarius raised his hand.
I will accept your inferior ante.
He paused.
That is, if Garyx will.
The dragon god scoffed.
I accept, but I will not accept a paltry bet again.
Looking back at Guardian, Jarius pointed at him.
Are you chipping in or admitting defeat and keeping what you have?
Guardian maintained a perpetual frown as he nodded his agreement.
Excellent,
Jarius said.
I am upping the ante a second time,
Garyx said, almost laughing.
Oh?
Jarius genuinely expressed surprise. Smiling, he responded.
What else will you bet on our free-for-all fight? My sight,
Garyx said. Guardian narrowed his eyes in anger.
Get on with the fight. These constant delays serve no purpose.
Jarius cocked his head, interested.
That sight can take the soul of any mortal. It can do far more than that. But that is the most notable feature. You will give this up and bear the same sight as a mortal?
Do you accept?
Garyx asked.
I do, and I will bet the last two demon lords.
Jarius held up his hand, revealing a white ring.
This ring contains the essence of Pale Night, the Lord of Light.
Jarius pointed to the floating eye behind himself.
That is Dagon. Do you accept? What? Jarius, you cannot bet me. I am still useful,
Dagon said.
Yes, I know you are useful, which is why I am betting you.
The two evil gods looked at Guardian. He held that angry glare at the two of them.
The only thing I am going to bet are my sword and shield. However, I am only betting them if this nonsense ends and the fight begins.
I agree,
Jarius said. Garyx nodded.
As do I.
Behind them, in the background, formed all of their various bets, encased in the clear stone. The Godslayer sword, the breath of Garyx, the armor of Guardian. A bubble represented the abysmal layers. Another bubble represented the first hell. A demon army, an undead army, a human army, an army of dragon men, an army of devils, the eyes of Garyx, a sword and shield, a ring, shadow eye, and finally, the human realm. All disappeared from their persons, forming behind them.
All or nothing,
Garyx grinned.
It doesn't matter.
Jarius laughed. The city of Varus. Jason materialized inside of the Church of Garyx. It was quiet and empty. His psychic senses quickly expanded, searching for any hidden evil or dragon man. After a moment, his body relaxed. On his back was the sword of Qatar, which could only kill Garyx. The determined psychic
walked to the podium at the end of the church, past every pew. Snatching the tome that sat on top, Jason hesitated before opening it. Closing his eyes, he felt the cover. Psychic energy exited his hand, covering the book. After a moment, the power ended. Jason opened his eyes. This is it. Opening the book, Jason touched the pages as he read the cursed words. Feeling a tugging sensation, he felt his very soul enter the book. The psychic did not resist. The arena. Klimo, Lazan, and Zane stared at one another. Klimo waved his hand at Lazan. The dragon man tumbled left, keeping his head. Smiling, Klimo drew fission in two forms. I didn't think it would be that easy the second time anyways. Lazan flew at Klimo, trying to move faster than the psychic could manifest the same ability that cost him the previous match. Their fight began. Inside the Book of Garyx. Jason looked around, ready for anything, darting his eyes and spinning around quickly to take in the view. He refused to accept that he was safe. I am in a forest, he commented to himself. Touching the tree left psychic energy sparking at his fingertips. This is no illusion. This place is real. It is physical, yet not on the material plane of existence. Fascinating. Levitating his body up, he passed through the trees, reaching the sky. Taking in the view, the temple was seen not too far away. The horizon was flat. Manifesting a far-seeing power, Jason rushed his consciousness miles out far past his normal eyes could see. There was nothing but flat land. Using the same power a second time, his consciousness jumped further out, finding the same thing. 3 psychic jumps revealed exactly the same thing. Just the temple. Jason returned to his body that hovered over the forest. Turning the temple, Jason willed his body in that direction. He abruptly stopped. Floating before him was a winged thing. This creature resembled a man and a dragon hybrid, similar to Lazan, only more reptilian.
I have been waiting for you,
the thing said in its guttural voice. Have you now? Jason replied.
You are free to enter the Temple of Garyx, just as you are.
Good. Jason didn't move. You may get out of my way now. The creature lifted its 3-fingered right upper claws.
You may not take that sword into the Temple of Garyx. I am here to alleviate you of it.
Jason shrugged. I can't stop you from trying. The creature smiled and screeched, flapping its wings, flying to Jason to attack. The psychic pointed, this thing manifesting a power that caused it to explode. Scales, bits of bone, and leathery flaps burst around, landing on the ground. I have no idea why he thought that was a good idea, Jason commented as he moved his body closer to the temple. The dead thing hissed as the various bloody pieces recombined themselves into a whole creature. An eye fell back in the socket. Its jaw clicked back into place.
Because you cannot stop me.
Jason looked down on the ground where he saw the thing regenerating. He blasted it again, splattering it on the ground into a smudge. Blood gurgled as it flowed back into a central location. Unkillable? Jason asked himself, more than the monster. A mouth formed from the puddle of blood as other parts continued to flop and slither to it.
In here, nothing can kill us.
I've dealt with unkillable foes before. You do not need to die in order for you to no longer be my problem. Jason pointed at the writhing mass on the ground. The surrounding dirt lifted from 5 points under the thing. The dirt rose, forming a large hand holding the thing. Jason made a fist, which caused the dirt hand to close around the thing. Yanking his own hand back made the dirt pull back into the ground, dragging the thing down with it. Jason smiled, satisfied. The psychic continued moving to the Temple of Garyx. Landing less than 30 feet from the large double doors, two robed dragon men stepped forward. They uncrossed their arms, approaching Jason. His own hands sparked with psychic energy. "If you really want to do this, you will lose."
"Fight you?" one dragon man asked. "We would lose. We have come to greet you. Welcome to your new home. You will like it here,"
The second one said. "Let me guess, you're here to take this sword." Lifting up a hand in a peaceful gesture, a dragon man held a calm expression.
"That is none of my concern. My lord has only instructed me on ensuring you have anything you want."
"Oh?" Jason wore a doubtful expression. "I want in there." He pointed at the temple. The two dragonmen moved to the doors, opening them while bowing with one hand pointing inside.
"Our lord is more than pleased to have you enter."
With a sarcastic tone and a frown, Jason responded, "Yeah, this is not a trick." Pointing at both dragonmen with his hands, Jason disintegrated them with but a thought. The doors remained open. The air swirled in the two places where both men were blasted. The ashes spiraled, expanding and changing colors from the gray back to red as they formed the shape of the dragon men. Jason did not move. He only stared at them, watching them regenerate. They returned, holding the doors open while bowing exactly as they were, saying nothing. "Can nothing die here?" Jason asked.
"No worshipper of Garyx can be killed in his domain,"
Both dragon men said at the same time. Jason shrugged, then stepped forward, ignoring the dragon men. They remained silent as he walked past them and into the Temple of Garyx. Door shut behind him. Inside the temple, a swirling dark red liquid floated in the air in the middle of the room, of the only room. Jason quickly looked around the room without moving. His psychic senses scanned everything. This is it? Just this room. Continuing to stare at that redness, he focused on it. I cannot read anything. I sense nothing from it, yet Jason stared at it, confused. Not an illusion, not magic, not psychic. And you are familiar. What are you? Forming into the shape of a man, the red liquid stepped down from the air, approaching the psychic as if invisible stairs were present. You know who I am, it said in a human voice. Are you Garyx? I expected a dragon. No. Its brown eyes became visible. The mask pointed at Jason. You know me. Narrowing his eyes, Jason surrounded himself with psychic energy. You are me. I am your true self. The red mask corrected Jason. I am what you will be after you submit to the will of Garyx. What makes you believe I will submit? Everyone submits to the will of Garyx. No one has ever escaped their own inner darkness. This red, man-shaped thing charged identical psychic energy around its body. Both activated the same speed of Grotst, then raced around the room, unleashing a barrage of psychic attacks on one another. The two psychics sped across the room, chasing one another. A third Jason stood in the background, unseen by the red one. He smiled as he walked to the center of the room. He looked down into a vertical tunnel that suddenly became visible. That tunnel was dark with no end in sight and appeared to widen the further down it traveled. Activating a far-seeing power, Jason further examined just how far this hole went, only to have his power recoil. What the hell is down there? He looked up, seeing his doppelganger battle his psychic projection. Their battle waged upon the room, repeating after 15 seconds. The two Jasons sped across the room, firing blasts at one another. Teleport twice. One conjured fire while the other conjured ice. Then it all repeated again. Jason watched them repeat this 3 times. Defeat my darkness, they say. No, but I can distract it in an endless time loop. Jumping into the unknown, the true Jason plunged down, waiting to activate a flight power. Slow fall power, a teleport, or anything to keep his body from slamming into the unseen ground. The wall moved further away the farther he descended. Soon no walls were seen at all. Only darkness remained in every direction. Looking up, Jason could not see the entrance to the darkened place. Expanding his psychic senses, he felt nothing spanning as far as he could push his psyche. Every direction revealed nothing for miles. Am I anywhere? He asked himself. Is this all the realm of Garyx has? Nothing for all eternity? Wind passed through his clothing, causing it to flap back and forth. Well, at least I know I am still falling. Or... A vein on his forehead pulsated rapidly. Numbers thrashed around his brain as the math formulated. Releasing the psychic power, Jason vanished from sight. His feet touched solid ground, even through the surrounding darkness he stood on. Clever one, Garyx. Looking forward, Jason saw a glimmer of light that was impossible to see from his above location. The psychic walked towards it, preparing himself for anything he could imagine. Creating an endless loop of falling darkness, but psychic senses cannot pierce. But even I knew that an endless pit is impossible. He stopped walking. The light looked strange. Everything looked strange here. Squinting his eyes, he stared at it. It is rotating. Why? The Metamind closed his eyes, relaxing his body while standing. A quick spark of psychic energy rotated around himself as his astral projection rushed out to get a closer look at that light. Approaching it, he stared intently. The light rotated around, directly touching his astral projection. Ah! The astral projection screamed in psychic pain, ending immediately. Opening his physical eyes, he grabbed his head in agony. Oh, that thing will kill me on contact. His body stammered around, still in pain from the abrupt ending of the astral projection. His hand emitted blue light. The blue glow flowed over his body, moving like a sentient ooze. A soothing sensation took over as Jason held still. Ah, much better. Sitting down to meditate, Jason kept his eyes on the light, studying it. It is static. The rotation isn't changing. I can move past it. Looking at the light extending on the ground, the ray was evident where it touched. And what are those spots of darkness that never moved as the light passed over? I cannot see the end of how far that light extends. I also cannot use my psychic senses to surpass this wretched light. I'm not being blocked. No, the light ends my far-seeing powers. Scrying's impossible here as well. I cannot stay here forever. I have to chance crossing past that rotating light. Standing up, the psychic manifested as many protective powers as he could, as well as his infamous speed of Grotst. Observing the light, Jason moved to the edge where if he passed, he knew that one more step would place his body in its destructive path. All right, here it comes. 2, 1, and... His body rushed to the first dark spot he calculated. I have just enough time to make it there, he screamed to himself. Bursting from the ground all across his path, hands rushed out to grab him, zigzagging to avoid his sudden and unexpected threat. The psychic continued to move to that darkened spot that was invisible without the searing light touching it, but must still be there. Sweat dripped down his face, both from the surrounding heat and the stress of cutting it close. His body abruptly stopped at his destination just as the light reached it. I can see the next spot. I just have enough time. Anticipating light, Jason waited. 3, 2. The instant the light crossed past his hiding spot, he propelled his body to the next destination, all the while dodging those hands that burst from the ground with the soulless desire to hold him in place. Moving in this fashion from darkened spot to darkened spot, Jason eventually crossed the end of this light. Crossing what only could be described as a line, Jason was no longer in darkness or the path of the light, but somewhere entirely different. This psychic stood in the middle of a large dirt-covered ground that spanned over 100 meters in every direction. Just past that was a 20-foot wall. Past that were seats. Nothing sat in those seats that surrounded this circular place. Those seats were raised slightly with each row, and made it impossible to see what was beyond them. Spinning his body around, he looked in every direction. I am in an arena. Screw this. His body vibrated briefly. Damn, I can't teleport out. What is that? He looked down at someone materializing at his feet. Jumping back to ready himself for a fight, the man was only now recognizable. Clemo, what are you doing here? Jason helped Clemo to his feet. The teleporting swordsman held his chest in pain. All across his body were cuts, bruises, deep gashes, and wounds. What happened to you, Clemo? In a slow tone, Clemo responded. I lost. Garyx won. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15.
What do you mean Garyx won?
Shaking his head, Clemo refused to look Jason in the eyes.
Garyx won. That damn dragon man killed Zane and almost killed me. I have no idea why Jerry has saved me from that winged thing.
Zane? The angel? Clemo nodded his head as a tear rolled down his face.
We are damned, Jason. You lost your divinity, and I don't know what happened to Jerry's.
Clemo looked away.
I saw Garyx kill him.
Kill who? Jason asked, shaking Clemo.
Clemo shook his head. I saw the human god die right before my eyes.
Letting go of Clemo, Jason stepped back.
Guardian is dead?
Jason's tone was full of sorrow.
I am confused. How did you see all of this?
Clemo finally looked back at Jason. The arena burst with a sudden light from the sky as it erupted in flame. Both Elans looked up to see that dreaded fiery dragon's eye, the eye of Garyx.
You are now my playthings.
The eye blinked. Within that moment of blinking, shapes and forms materialized all around both Jason and Clemo. The two looked around to see familiar creatures surrounding them, creatures they have battled and fought throughout the years. Clothrol, Grotst, Ammon, Orcus, Dagon, Demogorgon, and many others are all around us, Clemo. Jason grabbed Clemo by the arm. Psychic energy swirled out of his body and into Clemo's. Wounds shut, and the teleporting swordsman felt refreshed. The superior psychic then charged psychic energy all over his body. Drawing fission in two forms, Clemo turned from Jason.
We've beaten these guys before. If anything, the only advantage they have is in numbers.
Clemo waved his hand, causing 3 heads of witch hunters to fall.
Which is no advantage at all.
The eternal moment. Garyx laughed.
How much longer do you honestly think it will take before I end you, cretin? You won't.
Jarius mocked, his insidious smile seen between two waving folds of shadow. It is an interesting trick, but all you do is postpone your inevitable loss, Garyx said, flicking his claw at Jarius.
What trick?
The demon god said with an innocent tone. You have lost this game of divine chess. You sent away your champion, forcing me to kill him in order to get to you.
And you can't get to me until you get through him.
Jarius pointed at the Jason piece on the board.
And there is no way Jason will let you get to him until you go through him first.
Garyx clapped his dragon claws together, making a scraping sound as the sharp pieces made contact.
Bravo! You have lost your 2 armies, your sword, most of your divinity, your abysmal realms, and yet even now you act as if you are on the verge of victory.
The god covered in shadow chuckled.
Because I am.
They aren't even close to reaching me. They have to defeat everything they have ever beaten first.
They are almost done doing that now. What?
Garyx looked closely at the board in front of them.
How is that even possible? They barely beat each of those things alone, and are plowing through them like nothing. How is that possible? Let me know when you regret setting the conditions for your loss.
The dragon god looked back at Jarius. He relaxed, leaning back in his chair, his long neck curled up as his head cocked to the side. Why do you have so much faith in Jason? Extending his hand and opening his shadowy palm, an image of a brain appeared, floating just over his fingertips.
I created him. Tell me, Garyx, have you ever known me to have a flawed creation?
Exhaling smoke from his nostrils, the dragon god responded. I've seen your creations fall many times. Jarius nodded his agreement.
Correct, but have you ever seen my creations fail?
You killed Loth. You created her. Obviously she failed.
Your logic failed. Did you even hear your own words just now? I created Loth. She has performed perfectly on the function I created her for, just as Jason is now doing the same.
You will not be able to stop him. Garyx looked at the fight on the board. He examined how both Jason and Clemo were nearly done defeating every enemy within that arena. Garyx waved his hand, conjuring portals all around both Jason and Clemo. The arena.
What the hell is that?
Clemo yelled, pointing at portals opening as things lumbered out to attack the 2 psychics.
Undead and shadow demons. Keep fighting, friend. We're doing great,
Jason retorted. Grotz sped across with raised claws descending down to strike Jason. Jason used the same speed to move out of the way. Clemo seized the opportunity to teleport behind the former demon lord, swinging both his swords, removing the head of Grotz. The fighting continued. The eternal moment.
Interesting. Summoning my armies now? Are you getting desperate?
Really? You can't be serious. I'm merely sending my weakest armies at them, Garyx responded.
Too bad you can only send them in waves like that, huh? Those armies are vast. Maybe if all of them could flood in at once, both Jason and Clemo could be crushed. But that's not how I designed them. Do you now understand why I had no problem betting them against you?
Still doesn't matter. I have the upper hand. Even if you beat everything here, they have a very long way to go before they get to me. With no possibility of rest, I will drain them quickly. Garyx laughed. Jarius said nothing. Waving his hand, the battle before these 2 gods accelerated, moving faster than a mortal eye could keep track of. They stared intently at the accelerated battle.
They have beaten their previous foes, but my portals are still open. They can't.
his eyes widened at the sight of the portals closing as by Jason's power alone.
That psychic is not more powerful than me.
Correct. He sure isn't.
How did he do that?
The dragon god demanded. Jarius said nothing as he smiled. The arena. Jason looked around at the empty arena. We need to go. No doubt Garyx can summon more portals and enemies whenever he wants. Klimo nodded his agreement. The two teleported to the edge of the arena. Jason placed his hand on the invisible barrier. Psychic energy pulsated around his hand. The door is closed, but close by, he said. Ah, I found it. There! Jason pointed to another portion of the wall where a door became visible. The two rushed through. The eternal moment. My forces won't beat them in direct combat. Let's see if they can handle the next challenge. Garyx pointed to the board, altering it to a massive desert. The desert split apart from end to end, forming a canyon in the center. Fire erupted all around this ravine. And my final touch. Garyx smiled, almost laughing as he spoke. Psychic powers do not work here. His laughter echoed all around Jarius. The god of shadow and demons leaned forward. Jason has spent a very long time getting to hell. Here, he is at the very gates themselves. So what does this challenge present? His draconic scaled lip curled as he formed a smile. Psychic negation. Jarius shrugged, causing Garyx to raise a scaled eyebrow. You do not know what will make them useless, right? The red dragon god bellowed with laughter. You won't even last as long as he did as a god. The massive ravine. What is this place? Klimo asked. It can only be one place. Pointing, Jason continued. Do you see that in the distance just before the horizon? Squinting to get a better look, Klimo's vision zoomed in. My enchanted eyes can see it clearly. It is a massive iron gate taller than 50 feet. Where does it lead? How many years have we ventured into the abyss to get there? Jason asked, staring into the distance. Almost 10 years. What does that have to do with any... Klimo slowly turned his head to Jason. Is that truly the gates of hell? Yes. Something's wrong. Do you feel it? Jason asked. It is hell. How could anything feel right? The superior psychic shook his head. That's not what I'm talking about. Don't you feel what's missing? Klimo pulled out his swords from their scabbards. They had no glow. Fission, do you know what Jason is talking about? Klimo said to the swords. The swords were quiet. Fission, are you okay? Why won't you talk to me? Your psychic weapon cannot talk to you right now because right now nothing psychic works here. Jason walked forward towards the distant gates. We have a great distance to cover. This place is not only a desert but fiery and hostile. We must tread carefully, old friend. Running to catch up to Jason, Klimo pointed at his eyes. My enchanted eye still works. Jason laughed. Yeah, they're magic, not psychic. Wait, does that make both of us useless? No, just me, which is why we need to hurry. You could still fight with those swords, use your enchanted eyes, and any other magical things you possess. The eternal moment. Garyx lowered his claw on the board. With a puff of smoke, a small wooden statue appeared just in front of the Jason and Klimo pieces. The opposing god raised his hand. You have decided to interfere. So? Jarius said sarcastically. This means I can now interfere. His shadow hand extended, forcing a wooden piece to appear in between the disabled psychics and the Fire Lord's piece. What the hell is that? Klimo exclaimed. Before the two Elans was a massive winged beast made of flame and ember. Run! Jason yelled. The The two darted to the left, avoiding a fiery swing of its massive arm. Behind them, this monster gave chase. Behind that monster was something dark chasing it. The dark figure screeched, gaining the attention of the fiery one. The two commenced a fight of their own.
"It doesn't matter," Garyx said. "My flame beast will win."
"Yes, your creature will no doubt kill mine. My creation has served its purpose regardless. It will never catch up to Clemo and Jason." The Fire Lord narrowed his eyes at the God of Shadow. "You are starting to annoy me." "That's amazing," Jarius mocked. "That I am only just now annoying you." He smiled his solid white smile. "So with all the power you gain from both Guardian and myself, you have to tell me all about how frustrating it is knowing that I will still defeat you." Garyx smirked. "That smugness and hubris you have is going to be the sweetest taste I will ever know when it is your own undoing. I think I will kill you with your own sword." Garyx paused. "Actually, I have a much better idea." Placing his elbows on the table to have his head fall into his hands in a bored position, Jarius let out a long, embellished sigh. "This is so boring." "Oh, I'm not entertaining you suddenly." The dragon god narrowed his solid black eyes in annoyance. "Our words, they're old, and we're just repeating them over and over. I'll kill you. You're going to lose. Blah, blah, blah." A stream of smoke exited the dragon god's nostrils. "Oh? And what are you trying to trick me into doing now?" "Don't you honestly see this is as tedious as a waste of time?" Jarius pointed at the board. "I mean, just look at them. Those two are going to take hours, if not days, to cross that ravine. All the while, you will summon monster after monster, and I will counter it with the same. Everything I do will only distract what you do." "That was old before it started." "Well, there is one quick way to have all of this end. You simply stop and let me kill them. Then I will go ahead and kill you. Are you trying to tell me that after all this, you are ready to roll over and die?" "No. Well, not exactly anyways. I would like to skip this waste of time and get right to it." Garyx tossed his head in disbelief. "You only have a small spark of divinity, and those two psychics remain. Why would I just fast forward to the end when, in all likelihood, your champion will burn to death or die of thirst right there? I have everything I had when I was mortal, and yes, that small remaining divinity. After they make it to the gates of hell." Jarius waved his hand, showing an image of Jason and Clemo in front of the massive iron gates. "They will then be in your city of dragons, where," waving his hand a second time, altered the image to show a massive city populated by dragons. "They will battle every dragon you have. Then," waving his hand again, made this image show a literal mountain of gold and treasure. On top of that mountain sat the largest red dragon in existence, Garyx, the Fire Lord, his physical body and form casually laying. "They will confront you directly." "What of it?" "Let's just skip to that." "No," Garyx said. "Oh, afraid we might actually win?" "No." "Yes, you are." "Cretin, it is obvious what you are doing." "What am I doing?" the Shadow God casually said with an innocent tone. "Trying to trick me into advancing your champion with the only thing that can kill me directly. Nothing you can say can convince me to allow that to happen." "Then take the rest of my divinity." "I'm going to take that with or without your permission very soon. You are getting desperate?" Garyx still held his smile. "Yeah,
But you could have it right now. Think about it, Garyx. Right now, at this very moment, you know I could stretch this for weeks, months, even years. I will treasure those years. You see, you squirm like this makes it all worth it. Jarius shrugged, lifting his head up. Suit yourself. I mean, I literally offered to make myself mortal and thus way more killable. I would default to your godly realm. Garyx glared at his opponent. I know what you're doing. You want me to agree to allow you to directly assist them. A small stream of shadow flowed from under Jarius. It crept on top of the table, unnoticed by Garyx. Garyx continued to talk. You think your paltry little divinity is worth the risk of allowing your little goons to just skip ahead of the game like that? You really think I'm that stupid or gullible? The stream of shadow pushed the Jason and Climo pieces all the way to the end of the board next to the gates of hell. You really think I would... Oh, look. They're at the gates already. Jarius chuckled. Your move. Garyx glared. This changes nothing. You will not get to do something like that a second time. Actually, since you decided to interfere like that, I am going to do the same. How did we get here so fast? Climo asked Jason. No idea. Let's figure out how to go through those gates. Jason, no one has ever tried to go to hell before. Well, not intentionally anyways. Climo held his silent blades at the ready. So close to you, a deep voice said behind Jason and Climo. The two spun around to see Lazan standing, holding the one and only Godslayer sword. Garyx has blessed me with the privilege of killing the two of you. As an added bonus, this fight cannot have divine intervention of any kind. Garyx slammed his claw into the table, digging them into the wood. You can do nothing but watch. Garyx spat fire into the air. You know what? You were right. I am glad we fast-forwarded to the end. You didn't even come close to reaching me. First psychic negation, now divine? Jarius asked. Garyx nodded. Oh, yes. You recognize this blade, don't you? Lazan pointed the sword at Jason and Climo as he began to approach them. Get behind me, Jason. Climo had his swords out. He held a stance ready to defend from the Dragon Man. This thing is legendary. I am honored to have this. Now die. Lazan lunged forward, swinging the blade in a downward arc. Your champion is far stronger than Climo. Even with Climo's demon skin granting him fire immunity to his breath weapon, yours is far stronger, Jarius said casually. Are you conceding victory to me? No, just pointing out the obvious. You would have won, too, if you didn't place that divine block. No trick will help you now. That divine block prevents both of us from interfering. What do you hope to accomplish now? Absolutely nothing, Jarius smiled. Get to the point. Climo is the superior swordsman. So, why would that matter? Lazan has a god weapon aiding him. You just said it, but you are too stupid to realize it, Jarius mocked. Garyx became silent. He watched the battle between his champion and Climo. Lazan is devout. He never questions me. Correct. You have no way to tell him what to do. You have
No way to tell him that sword he is using is just a regular sword in that divine block you made. Lazan has never used a sword before as either a dragon man or as a human Ian. Klimo has been fighting with swords for years. If Lazan fought... Jarius was interrupted.
Shut up!
Garyx screamed. His voice echoed for miles within the eternal moment. Lazan had gashes all across his body from Klimo landing blows. Klimo remained unharmed.
I don't understand,
Lazan shouted.
How are your swords not shattering from making contact with this one?
Klimo shrugged. I don't know, and don't care. He rushed forward, spinning around, dodging a slow swing from the Dragon Man. Klimo rushed his blades around, stabbing into his armpit. Lazan screamed in pain as he swung again, only to hit the empty air. Plunging his sword into an exposed neck, fission ripped through a spot in between his scales. Blood splattered as the Dragon Man flailed about, unable to breathe. Falling to the ground, dying, Lazan moved less and less as blood gushed out of him. Klimo stepped back, letting the Dragon Man die in agony. Putting his swords from the dead Lazan, Klimo looked to Jason. How do we get through those gates? I was thinking that it occurred to me rather quickly. Klimo turned his hand, letting Jason know that he wanted him to continue. Hell is for keeping the wicked imprisoned. This gate is for keeping souls in. I bet we can just... Jason placed his hands on the door to push. A large flash lit up the area around them as they were thrown back. Looming over and in front of the gates was an old man wearing gray robes. He leaned on a wooden staff as he stared at the two psychics. Jason, the old man said slowly. Jason stepped forward, unafraid of this stranger. Are you a devil? Unchanging his wrinkled, grayish face, the white beard, the old man responded, No. Are you going to try to stop us? Jason asked. Only with words, the old man responded. I don't have time for this, Jason said. The old man scowled, pointing at Jason. You are an Elin. You have eternity. I have come a long way, old man. I'm not going to be stopped by you or anything you have to say, Jason said. I have been watching you for years, Jason. I saw how my brother engineered the destruction of your hometown, the old man said. Jason cocked his head. Are you... I saw you as a human becoming Elin. I watched every step of the way, knowing that you would win and nothing could truly stop you. And knowing that you are still trying, you know what happened when you killed my brother. Chaos left the mortal realm. Klimo turned to Jason. Holy shit, is that Sabin? Jason dryly chuckled. Interesting choice of words, Klimo, but yes, he is the last good god. Order no longer exists in the mortal realm, Jason, Sabin said, still pointing. My psychic powers do not work in this place. If I am such a threat, why don't you kill me here and now? Sabin lowered his hand. You are guarded by your creator. To interfere beyond words would include me in their contest. I have no interest in joining Garyx or Jarius. The surrounding area darkened as their own shadows left them combining, forming the shape of a man. Then leave, the mass of shadows said in the voice of Jarius. Sabin moved to the side, getting out of their way. The old wizard stared at Jason as both Jason and Klimo walked past. Klimo bowed his head. The teleporter attempted to whisper to Jason, "Jason, what does the universe look like without chaos and order?" Jason did not look at Klimo as he responded. "After we destroy the 9 hells, we will find out." 8 dark figures stood in the background of the eternal moment. Their eyes were red and stared at Garyx. "Do you sense them coming for you, Garyx?" Jarius asked. "What of it?" the dragon replied. "If you continue to concentrate on me, you will not be able to defend against them," Jarius said. "That is my problem," Garyx roared. "Too true. And you know I could stretch out our little fight as long as I want. You can see that to beat me, you will need to ignore them. Yes or no, Garyx?" Klimo and Jason stood before the gates. Behind them lay the corpse of Lazan, still clutching the legendary Godslayer sword. A hand took hold of the Godslayer sword, lifting it from the ground. "Mine again," Jarius smiled. Both psychics turned around to see Sabin still standing in the background, and in front of Sabin was Jarius Kane, no longer enshrouded in shadow, but standing in his mortal form, holding that blade with both hands. "Did Garyx win? Are you mortal again?" Jason asked. "I surrendered to Garyx," Jarius said. "What? Why?" Klimo asked. "Because he would have died otherwise." Sabin interjected. The mage turned his head slightly, pointing his voice to the neutral good god of magic. "Are you still here?" Sabin narrowed his eyes, but said nothing as he vanished. Jason walked to Jarius, stopping directly in front of him. "Why are you here?" "My sword for one," Jarius said, pointing at his blade. "To help you for 2. "We just killed Lazan without psychic powers. Obviously, we could take care of ourselves," Klimo interjected. Jason held his hand to Klimo to silence his friend without taking his eyes away from Jarius. "Why hasn't Garyx smote us?" Jason asked. "Basically, Garyx has what he wants." Jarius pointed at the gates of hell. "More importantly, though, he has bigger problems. I saw the other devil gods and knew they would come for him." "Why?" Klimo asked. Jason waved his hand at Klimo to reinforce his desire for Klimo to remain. "Because, Klimo, those devils are jealous of Garyx. They know that he is powerful enough to take them down. Garyx has no reason to be content with running the first layer of hell." "We could do this without him," Klimo said. Jason lowered his head, frustrated. Jarius stared at Jason. "No, you can't." "Yes, we can, Jason," Klimo shouted. Jason shook his head. "We can't, Klimo. Even with our psychic powers, we cannot do this alone. We need him. Otherwise..." Jason allowed his words to trail off as he looked up to Jarius. The mage smiled, letting go of his sword, forcing it to vanish, essentially putting it away until needed. "It is settled, then. We are off to hell itself." Klimo's jaw dropped open, not knowing how to respond. Jarius walked past him, lifting his hand, pushing Klimo's jaw back up, closing his mouth for him. The mage stopped in front of the gates. "You were correct, by the way, Jason." Jarius turned his head back, looking at Jason, who stood unmoving with his head still lowered and his back to the other two. "We can easily open those gates from this side." Placing his hands on the massive iron gates, the mage gently pushed forward. His hidden godlike strength slammed those gates open. Fire erupted from the other side as souls rushed to escape their eternal damnation. Those balls of light flooded out with desperation. Never having turned his head away from Jason and Clemo, Jarius smiled.
Are you coming?
End of Chapter 15. End of Part 7 of the Second Universe series, The Book of Garyx.